This is going to be an all-Korean semi-final. Najin Black Sword taking on SK Telecom T1. Woo!
일단 같은 한국 사람이라 플레이 스타일이 서로 비슷한데 거의 예상은 할 수 있을 것 같다고 생각해요.
Najin going big. They're going for all the kills.
저희가 꼭 우승컵을 따고 싶기 때문에 우승까지 하고 싶습니다.
From downtown.
치열한 경기가 될 것 같아요.
A clean ace for SKT.
이번에는 저희가 이길 것 같아요.
That's a matchup that is going to be awesome to watch.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
To the semi-final round of the Season 3 World Championships. I'm Ify Shogzaporter coming to you live from the main stage here at the Galen Center in downtown Los Angeles, California. Are you guys excited? Today, of course, in our first semi-final, SK Telecom T1 takes on Najin Black Sword to see which Korean team we'll be seeing in the championship game and who will battle it out for a chance at the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. But for now, it's time to get acquainted with our starting lineup, starting with the lovely gentleman at the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller, and calling tonight's best-of-5 semi-final series. Here with me tonight is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and the lovely Sam Kobe Hartman Kendall.
Thank you, Joe. Well, before we get to our first game between Najin Black Sword and SKT, let's send it across to the massive arena to Riv and the guys over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am Rivington Bislin III, and holding it down at the analyst desk with me is none other than David Freak Turley. Plus, joining us again for the semifinals, it's the Trinity Force of insightful and analysis, OG and Castro Monte Cristo, the Evil Geniuses Crepo, and Counterlogic Gaming's Double Lift. But before we dive into tonight's semifinal series, let's take a look back at Tuesday's games, starting with the highlights from SK Telecom's dominating performance. Day 2 of the Season 3 World Championship quarterfinals kicked off with the red-hot SKT1 taking on the Gamma Bears from Taiwan. SKT T1 jumped out to an early lead in Game 1 behind Bengi's pressure from the jungle.
Stays caught between a rock and a hard place. He may be able to pick up first, but Impact gets away. That's a flash. Flash for flash. Bengi lands the killing blow, securing it for SKT.
Bengi continued to rack up the kills, but here he lets Faker get in on the action.
Maple will not see this coming either.
Well, we'll wait for the assault and battery is going to follow in. Here comes Faker. Maple tries to get away. He is going to get taken down. That assault and battery just locking up Cassidy for too long. Not even he could escape it.
SKT T1 walked their way into Gamma Bear's base to secure the victory in Game 1.
Wins is going to be the second kill of the fight as now they turn onto Sword Art. That's going to be a triple kill for Piglet. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out, and the Gamma Bears are going to drop 0-1 in this best-of-3 series.
And the Bengi show continued in Game 2.
Bengi is sticking to him. Sonic Wave, can it catch? That is the question. It does! He follows up. Sword Art's in trouble, 100 HP. The volatile Spiderling goes down. The cocoon does not connect.
This
Bengi
could be 3.
Gets a safeguard shield. We do see the Sonic Wave gets dodged by the repel, and that's a 3-0 in favor of SKT.
The Gamma Bears tried to play catch-up, but you can't catch a flippin' ninja.
He taunts out over the wall, feint is up. He's got a couple hundred hit points, 380, still taking everybody on a walk. Just a matter of time before they close him down as Maple is joining from the side. The thing is, how long do they stand? He's still alive! Sonic Wave comes in, Impact runs! Impact is not dead!
SKT T1 would roll to a convincing series win to set up an all-Korean semifinals versus Najin Black Sword.
Now Stake will be the next one to fall. Who gets the kill credit? It's Faker as Piglet picks up his second. Now Wins is getting dropped down as Sword in the background is crushed. A clean ace. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semifinals.
Incredibly well-played game by the Korean team, convincing 2-0 victory.
The last match of the quarterfinals pitted two Chinese rivals against each other, as OMG battled Royal Club for the last remaining semifinals berth. And as expected, both teams came out swinging.
Look how low Tabe's gone. Gets knocked up. Cool now, unstoppable as he finishes off that kill. Loveland goes low. He manages to get back, but the flash in from Uzi will secure them one back. And it's now a 2-for-1 fight. There's Ace in the hole coming through. Going, dives to the back line, but he will fall. There's the charm onto Uzi. He's got it cleansed. San going for
Uzi's still alive.
Doesn't get any of them as the Sonya's used there by White. Crazy turnaround again.
With OMG's Go-Going pushing their inhibitor, Royal made the decision to secure the Baron.
Classic question here. Is a Baron worth an inhibitor?
For Royal, it was worth. And they would go on to pick up the Game 1 win.
There is a flash Tibbers coming in, not really doing what they would have hoped from it, and Royal back away to the steps. There's the Stranglethorns going down as Whites gets into the base. There's the ace in the hole. Uzi gonna pick that one up. That's already one man down. Can they finish off the tower? Charm landing onto Godlike. He's at less than half. As Go-Going dives into the back. Lee Sin kicks the 3 of them in.
Royal is still pushing in. They've got the Baron and they're making their play.
This is gonna be game number 1. Going over to Royal Club.
They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one. What an insane ending.
With a 1-0 lead in the series, Royal kept their foot on the gas in Game 2.
Wow, Tabe going very low, but cool. He's going to get burst out from this one. Uzi picks up that kill. Whites is going to finish on Big Pomelo, no problem. And now San, he's a dead man. Uzi going to get the finish on that to get a double kill.
Another beautiful crescendo from Tabe would give Royal an ace from out of nowhere.
There's a 3-man crescendo coming in as well. Tabe picks up a kill, but they're only going one way right now. San taking tons of damage there as he falls. They're still chasing here as well. Lovely, can he get away from this one? Tumble comes down, and that's a triple kill for the Vayne.
Royal's Uzi lived up to all of the hype, and he carried his team past their rivals and into a semifinal showdown versus Fnatic.
Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. San's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of Uzi. God. This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
They are longtime rivals from the Chinese LPL. They beat them 3 times in a row to gain that #1 seed, and then with that bye into the quarterfinals, they beat them twice more in a row to move on. Well deserved by Royal.
And with all those matches keeping you on the edge of your seat, 41 group stage matches and 4 quarterfinal series, let's check out the Season 3 World Championship bracket as it stands now. We're down to the final 4 teams in the top semifinal showdown. It's tonight's matchup, Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Najin Black Sword.
While in the lower half of the bracket, it's Saturday's best-of-5 battle between China's Royal Club and Europe's Fnatic.
All right, gentlemen. So coming into tonight, Najin Black Sword is actually the higher seed, as we've done our homework here. They got the most circuit points in Korea during their Season 3 and earned the bye into the quarterfinals. Now the question is, even though they took the region's top spot, are they a team that is better than SKT? Freak, what are you thinking?
It's a tough thing to call because SKT have done more in the recent past. They just won Champion Summer, so they're kind of the favorite coming in. But there's two topics I want to broach as far as this matchup is concerned. The first of all is individual skill differences, because Prey and Kane for Najin's Sword are really, really, really good. And they're going to be better than their opponents here. But on the other side, SKT's got Faker. And I think we've talked about him enough throughout the tournament. Faker, no one really stands a match for him in the 1v1. The other topic to talk about, though, is strategic differences, because we've seen SKT have a much cleaner mid-game and do a better job of closing out games than Najin Sword.
Yeah, that's right. And with Najin Sword, you know, the way they've won their games has been they get a huge advantage in that early laning phase, but they don't look as solid in terms of their mid-game strategy. They don't look as solid in terms of their strategy and team composition. We've commented on it before. They seem a little weird, maybe lacking a little bit of synergy right there. But for me, I really want to see the top lane matchup here, because Impact has come such a long way. Starting out as more of a tanky player, he used to be a support player, moved up to that top lane, and he's developed into a carry top laner a lot like Expression. So for me, we haven't seen these teams play since Champion Spring, so it's been months and months and months, and I want to see how that development really affects him.
Yeah, to me, SKT1's bot lane, obviously not as good as Prey and Kane as they've shown during this tournament, but Faker is going to crush Nagne, in my opinion. And Impact and Bengi they've showed so much synergy, especially in the quarterfinals when they played Gamma Bears. You saw those sneaky ganks. Bengi and Impact just play so well together. I don't really see Watch and Expression have that kind of like tag team just make those plays together.
Yeah, I think that's what set both teams apart. There's synergy with their jungle, because many people consider Watch a slightly better jungle than Bengi, but Bengi does really well with Faker. Who's going to stop Bengi and Faker? Probably nobody. And then Bengi and Impact, as he said, to do really well together as well. So, and aside from that, I just want to point on that Najin Black Sword actually did play in Winter, OGN, and they did a lot of 3v1 dives there. That's actually where SKT1 was lacking a lot in the earlier stages of the group.
Mani, final thoughts?
Yeah, we see that coming out of Najin Sword, and yes, they're less of a dive-oriented team, but they're still capable of doing it. And notably, Expression, when he was on the sister team, Najin Shield, had to play against that dive a lot. And for me, out of all the Korean teams coming in, he's had the most safe play in those 2v1 situations, because you can tell he knows the limits of the dive and is constantly watching out for it, unlike some of the other Korean top laners that we've seen here.
And that's what Najin Black Sword will have to do, get an early lead in the early game and extend that into mid-game, because if you go even against SKT1, once the mid-game pushing starts and the rotations start happening, yeah, you find yourself losing the game really quick.
Right, in double lift?
And I just have to expect SKT1 to 2v1, because if they're dual lane 2v2s against Prey and Kane, which are so aggressive, they're probably going to lose. I think SKT1 is going to 2v1, and they just have to play the 2v1 game, even though apparently Sword has a better 2v1 game.
All right, well, you gentlemen have weighed in with your thoughts. It's now time for that part of the show that Doublelift hates more than giving up his farm. It's time to choose the winners of tonight's matchup. Before we get to our picks, let's take a look at the standings where everybody is sitting right now. Mani is in first with an impressive mark of 37-11. With the casters, Crepo, and the viewers just 1 point behind. And finally, sitting at the end of the standings and the end of the desk is our Doublelift.
I'm the best.
Doublelift, so even though you're 3 games behind your coach right now, because of the 2 semifinals coming up here are going to be worth more, as long as you pick a different team than Monty, by the end of the night, you could be tied. So there's a little bit of logic.
Or behind.
Or behind.
I'm going to win, dude. I'm going to win.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to lock in your picks. SK Telecom T1 or Najin Black Sword. Which one of these 2 teams will be playing for the Summoners Cup next week? Freak?
For me, it's SKT. I think they come through with a bit more experience. They've been doing sort of better overall. And I think as long as they can get by some early deficits, if that even happens, then they'll just close out the games.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking SK Telecom T1 as well. But it's worth remembering that in their last 3 best-of-5s, they have consistently dropped either the first or the first 2 games. And so I expect it to be a 3-1 with Najin Sword taking the first one. They're a team of adjustments. They can lose a game, they don't go on tilt, they come back, adjust their strategy, and then sweep their opponents. So they're a very strong team. We've all seen it, but I think Najin Sword probably has a few tricks tonight.
That's funny. It's because it's almost the mentality that TPA had coming in last year. If we lose game one, we'll definitely get the next ones knowing what they can bring out. You know, moving down the line, double
Yeah,
lift?
and I agree with Monty. I think SKT was going to take this because they've ramped up this entire tournament. You saw them early in the group stage. They lost to OMG. They adapt immediately. The next time they play OMG, they take a 13-minute inhibitor. Then they play against Gamma Bears. The first game's kind of slow. The next game's a complete stomp. These guys know how to download their opponents and play accordingly. They have great coordination, great play calling. They're just a really strong team.
Well, I agree with both these master level analysts.
What about me?
And Freak. And I think yeah, SKT has an edge over Sword, especially if you look at the early game. They've been improving their 3v1 dives. They've improving their early mistakes. And once mid game hits, if Uzi isn't too fed, or if their bot lane isn't Prey and Kane aren't too fed rather, then I definitely see SKT taking it.
All right, with the analyst desk trending towards SKT, it's now your chance, the viewers, to turn and try and take back the top spot in the standings. Head over to lolesports.com and vote for the team you think will win this semifinal series.
And once you're at lolesports.com, click on Schedule, hit the Semifinals tab, and vote away.
And now with the picks in our pockets, here is the Twitter question of the day. We want to know, how has the World Championship influenced the way you play League of Legends?
You can hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds if you want Riv to read your answer on air.
And now we're happy to announce that in celebration of the epic battles waged during Season 3, Championship Thresh arrives next Friday, October 4th.
Yeah, equipped with ornate... I'm going to wait for you guys to cheer for that one. Equipped with ornate battle armor and emblazoned with the sigil of Season 3, get a Thresh start for the next season with this new championship skin. I'm starting early.
Nice one.
All right,
Thanks.
everybody, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom T1 battle Najin, Black Sword, and Prey for a spot in the Season 3 finals. But first, since winning Korea's champion Winter earlier this year, Najin Black Sword has gone through a lot of changes. And even though they lost their leader, they haven't lost focus on their ultimate goal, the Summoners Cup.
일단 저희 팀 탑 미드가 바뀌었는데요. 그 나그네 선수가 들어온 지 그렇게 오래되지가 않았는데 저희 한 달 정도 맞춰보니까 좀 많이 너무 손발이 잘 맞아서
그렇게 오랜 시간이 소요되지 않았고요. 일단 소드 형들이 새로 들어온 멤버 치고는 너무 잘해주시고 친근하게 다가와 주셔서 좀 적응하는 데는 거의 한 달도 걸리지 않았다고 봐요.
처음에는 저도 되게 나가고 싶어 했고 되게 자신도 있었는데 지금 흘러가는 추세를 좀 현실적으로 바라보면 좀 저보다는 나그네 선수가 지금 메타에 되게 맞는 선수고요.
나그네 선수 같은 경우에는 송 선수랑 이렇게 다루는 챔피언 폭이 거의 아예 정반대인데 반면에 요즘 좀 떠오르는 메타에 맞는 챔프를 많이 잘해서 저희가 나그네 선수를 미드로 계속 쓰고 있고요. 네, 결과가 계속 좋게 나오고 있는 것 같아서 좋습니다.
막는 선수가 이제 팀을 나가게 된 후에 사실 연락은 많이 못했어요. 왜냐면 서로 다른 팀에 소속되어 있으면서 시즌 준비하느라 바쁘고.
저희가 처음에는 엑스펜션 선수가 들어오고 그닥 좋은 성적은 아니었어요.
탑라인이 혼자서 자생한다 뭐 이런 식으로 몇 달간 했는데 솔직히 되게 힘든 일이잖아요. 정글 없이 한다는 게. 근데 그 상황에서 좀 맞춰졌다가 이건 도저히 아닌 것 같다고 다시 바꾸고 나서부터는 그렇게 적응 기간이 오래 걸리진 않았어요.
일단 탑과 정글이 호흡이 잘 맞아야 하기 때문에 처음에는 쭉 하운이랑 해왔었으니까 하운이의 장점은 일단 좀 더 공격적이고 상대 그 탑라인을 조금 정글러가 풀어주게 된다면 아예 그냥 찍어 누르는 그런 스타일이었다면
엑스페션 선수는 그와는 조금은 더 안정적인 선수거든요. 그래서 그런 스타일의 차이가 있었고
다른 라인들을 풀어주게끔 게임의 흐름을 잘 이을 줄 아는 탑라이너라서
저도 어떻게 보면 실드에서 원맨 팀으로 막 팀이 밀어주고 그랬는데 이제 소드로 오니까 그게 아니잖아요. 그러니까 그거에 대해서 배분을 하는 게 힘들었던 거지 적응하진 않은 건 아니었어요.
차츰 저희가 호흡을 맞춰가면서 완벽해지는 모습을 보고
저는 실력적으로는 좀 인정받고 있다는 생각으로 이렇게 부담감 처음엔 있었는데 그렇게 심하게는 많이 부딪히진 않은 것 같아요. 제 성적이 어떻게 나오냐에 따라 다르겠지만 그래도 좋은 선수인 건 맞아요.
그 막는 선수 같은 경우에는 저희가 뭐 같은 길을 못 걷게 됐지만 막는 선수가 타 프로그램에 나와서 네, 저희 팀 많이 응원해준다고 또 하더라고요. 네, 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
I came from Humboldt State University, and I am pumped to be at Season 3 Worlds.
My summoner name is Scarlett Lockhart. I'm from Pinion Hills, California, and I'm really excited to be here.
I'm Pomius. I'm incredibly excited about League of Legends semifinals. This is my first LOL event, and I'm like, never been out before.
Yeah, buddy!
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from the Galen Center. It's time for our first game in tonight's semi-final matchup, a best-of-5 series between the two Korean powerhouses, SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword.
Earlier this week, SKT won the coin flip between these two teams and chose to start on the blue side for the odd-numbered games.
So let's kick off tonight's semi-final series and send it over to Shox on the main stage for the introduction of the starting lineups.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for tonight's best-of-5 semi-final series between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's SK Telecom T1. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. In mid, Faker. At 80 carry, Piglet. And at support, Pu Mandu. They are SK Telecom T1.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's Najin Black Sword.
Starting in the top lane, Expression. In the jungle, Watch. In mid, Nagne. At 80 carry, Prey. And at support, Kane. They are Najin Black Sword.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And now let's send it back over to the guys at the caster desk for more on tonight's matchup.
Thanks a lot, Shox. And listening to those lineups, you really get a sense of quite how loaded with talent those two teams are, Quickshot.
Yeah, this match features one of the best AD carries in the world, Prey, and the best mid laner, if not the best player in the world, Faker.
Now, this is only the third time these teams have played each other, and neither Faker or Prey put up exceptional numbers against each other. Najin and SKT met way back in Champion Spring, and they split the two matches, one apiece.
Yeah, they also took 2 of the 3 Korean OGN champion seasons. Najin Black Sword won all the way back in winter, while SKT won the most recent in summer.
And even though SKT and Najin Black Sword haven't really faced off in a while, because they watched each other's play throughout Season 3, both teams know exactly what they're up against and what it's going to take to win this semi-final best-of-5 series.
SK를 이기려면은 저희가 실수를 하는 부분이 하나도 없어야 된다 생각하고 그렇게 하면 이길 수 있다 생각해요.
팀이 전체적으로 전부 다 강한 거.
운영이 일단 좀 깔끔한 느낌 많이 들어요.
경기 최근 한 게 없어가지고 너무 숨기는 게 많지 않을까 그것 때문에 걱정돼요.
SKT T1이 사실 저희 이제 한국 서킷 포인트에서 저희를 롤드컵으로 이제 보내줬거든요. 이번에는 저희가 집에 보내드릴 차례라고 생각을 하고요. 저희는 이제 집으로, 그리운 집으로.
Some big words coming out there from both teams. Really can't wait to get this one underway. But first, I'd like to welcome Kurtz's top laner Voyboy here to the caster desk. He's going to be helping us break down Champion Select throughout tonight's semi-final series. Welcome to the caster desk, Voyboy. First of all, let's get straight in there. What are we expecting here from these two teams in this first game?
I mean, these are the top 2 teams from Korea. They're here fighting for their spot in the finals of the World Championships, so you definitely know they're going to be bringing their all. This is going to be an amazing match, and I'm just really excited to see what they're going to whip out.
Me too. I mean, everybody's looking at the mid lane here. Pretty much everyone giving it to Faker already, even though Song is pretty confident. What are you feeling about that?
The one thing I definitely want to keep my eyes on in this matchup is how Prey and Kane are going to affect it. Because we've seen how they dismantled Gambit. And, you know, games 2 and 3, it was completely about them in that bottom lane. And if they can do the same to Piglet and Pumandu, maybe they can get in there.
I mean, all the analysts are saying that this is heavily in favor of Najin Sword, this bottom lane here. But remember, Piglet and Pumandu, they've been receiving a lot of praise from teams like Royal, who have Uzi in the bottom lane. If you get praise from Uzi as an AD carry, I think you guys might be able to hold your own, especially if SKT go after that Thresh for Kayn. I think that was a huge part of Najin Sword's bottom lane there.
Well, you saw into the future a little bit there. We see Twitch and Thresh, the two first bans coming out here for SKT, going quickly with a Vi and a Zed banned out from Najin Sword.
Yeah, I mean, SKT, obviously, they're feeling the same as all the analysts, targeting that bottom lane 100% with all of their bans.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch, Thresh, Sonar, right out of the gate, it's gone. Thresh was picked every single game for Kayn, so they just want to get rid of it. Vi, Zed, and Fizz were all banned out by Najin Sword. They are showing a lot of fear for Faker and a lot of respect as well. They took out his 2 prime assassins and they got rid of Bengi's Vi, so they cannot just completely dominate that mid lane with that aggression.
Exactly. This is pretty much what we thought from both of these teams. Bottom lane, the target here from Najin Sword, and the middle, the target from SKT. But that meant that they get the Shen as their opening pick, which definitely changes the game. They have that global presence up top. They can jump to the fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Najin Sword as a team has been known to give up Shen. When they played versus Gambit, Darien is a very renowned Shen player, but they gave it to him twice in that series. So we know that Expression is very confident in playing against Shen. He definitely has some counter picks in his belt, such as that Diana. Picking up Corki and Elise, very standard picks. We were a little bit worried about Watch picking up that Nunu again, but it seems he's gone for that very standard meta Elise pick. I'm actually very happy to see that.
Yeah, I feel like Watch is kind of the hidden weapon here for Najin Sword because they had him on Nunu 2 times against Gambit. Oh! The lock-in for the carry top laner here.
I love that pick. Expression is renowned for his Jax. Back when he was like, when Mac Nunu would tout him as like the best top laner that nobody knows about, everyone knew Expression Jax was amazing. And Jax versus Shen, if you can make it out early game, if you can get your trifecta of items, you can make it to late game and you will just destroy Shen in the 1v1.
Oh.
Not to mention you can cancel his TP with your E. Faker picking up the Ari. What do you think about that?
Faker does get one of the assassins that he's very much at home on. He'll be rushing that Deathfire Grass and then looking to kill supports. But the support he's going to go after here, Leona, extremely tanky. What do you think about the bottom lane now for Najin Sword? Now that they have a Leona, will they be looking for that 1 versus 2 situation, or would they rather go for that kill lane in the 2 versus 2 heads up?
I think going off of their momentum from their series versus Gambit, Najin Sword is not going to be afraid to go into that 2v2. Cork Leona is a very high damage, high kill potential lane. Corky's E can instantly re-proc Leona's passive and just get massive damage off if she can land a stun. So I really expect them to just be going into that lane head on and just trying to make plays to carry the game like they did before.
Kind of a classic matchup here. Corky and Leona go together so well. And that's going to mean that they're going to look for Jax versus Shen in lane. How do the first few levels match up versus that?
So basically, Jax versus Shen. Shen will just poke you for free early game. Jax can't really go aggressive because Shen can just taunt him and fight inside the creep wave and come out ahead. All Jax really has to do is make it through the early game, get to level 6, and reach that sweet spot where he can just start bullying Shen up, and that's all he needs.
And with both junglers on early game play-making junglers, I expect some good action up in that top lane.
It's going to be a good one, guys. That's for sure. Okay, guys, while the team's loading into that first game of this best of 5, let's see who you guys at home were thinking are going to win this series. I can tell you now, according to lolesports.com, 72% of you think that SKT-T1 will be playing for the Summoners Cup next week at the Staples Center. Our analysts all said the same as well.
Everybody's really believing in SKT after seeing how they performed in the group stages and in the quarterfinals. It's hard to fault them.
Well, before we get into the game, I'd like to say thank you to Voyboy for joining us here. He'll be back a little bit later on between the games to break down all those picks again. So thank you very much, Voyboy. Voyboy, we'll see you a little bit later. But for us now, we're going to jump into the game. It is game number 1 here between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. This is for a spot for the championship game. First semi-final, first game, a lot on the line here between these two teams. I can't look past the fact that Faker somehow managed to get Ari again, though, Kobe. I have to say, 4 wins out of 4 for him on that so far. He's been incredible.
I think that means the early game for this duo, Corky and Leona, is going to be even more important. Because if Leona can actually get some HP and be tanky, that's 1 less target for Faker to try and pick out.
Something else we definitely have to keep our eyes on is this dual lane of Prey and Kane. It's the Corki Leona that we actually seen Fnatic pull out during the group stages here at Worlds, and it worked very well for them. SKT, with a very deep invade, they're going to be doing that sort of traditional red buff warding exposition, I don't know, going on a whole hike, and it's working out for them. Sword, on the other hand, getting a very deep ward. They'll try to find those lane matchups, like Boy was talking about, potentially going for those 2v2s very early on.
Yeah,
Right.
We'll have to see. A little bit of a pause here at the start of things. Well, that should get sorted here in just a moment, and we can get back underway. It gives us a little bit more time to break down exactly what we're going to be seeing at this stage of the game. As you said, a lot of champions in there. I mean, SKT only lost one game so far, so it's easy to call out the one that he's lost almost, which funnily enough was on a Gragas, which is seen on the other side. But in terms of the game as a whole, I mean, best of 5 series, we heard it and we've seen it already from over in Korea that SKT aren't the best team when it comes to best of 5s in the early games in those series.
Right. Usually dropping, you know, 1 or maybe 2 at the very beginning here. It'll be interesting if they actually do, because right now they have a team comp that they're fairly comfortable with. So if they do end up dropping it, it's going to be because Jax and Corki got really fed.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Sword want to make happen for them. The one thing that really stood out for me during the picks and bans was that Ari was the second last pick for SKT. It seemed like every other pick was a higher priority in these teams' minds. Shen, Elise, Corki were all picked up before Ari, and that's a little bit against the grain of what we've seen elsewhere in the tournament.
Faker is such a versatile player. He literally has one of the biggest champion pools of any mid laners. Yeah, exactly. So leaving that mid lane pick till the end, I think, is a pretty solid strategy for SKT. Meanwhile, the mid lane for Najin Sword is going to be that Gragas that you mentioned. On the red side, Gragas has a very high potential for stealing away Barons. So even if Najin Sword do get behind in that mid game, and SKT go for a Baron, they've got that combo that they can actually steal it away with pretty easily.
Okay, guys, while we get this a little bit sorted out here, we're going to send things over to the analyst desk to break things down just a little bit more whilst we get ready.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And actually, what we wanted to talk about was Quickshot was just touching on there. Is the 8th pick, Ari, also coming out of the side of Najin, was mid-bans as well. Freak, I know you wanted to touch on this first, and then Monty, take it away.
Yeah, so actually, in theory, I really like what Najin Sword did, because anytime you let a champion get this deep, but yet got to counterpick all the lanes, it means you came in with a plan. Right? They left Shen up with first pick. It's a pretty obvious first pick. They said, well, Expression plays Jackson. Voidboy talked about that matchup. Hit level 6, win the matchup, no big deal. And again, with the mid lane, they're like, we know you're going to go for Ari. We're saving our last pick, Gragas, there to make sure we get the counter pick. And down the line, I think Sword planned out those picks. You can argue if they were the right picks, but they came in with a plan.
It's also striking because typically when we see SK Telecom play, they put a very high priority on first picking mids and junglers, typically. And so to have them as the last 2 picks here is really uncharacteristic of this team. And I think that shows that they really were waiting to see what was going to happen from Najin Sword, to see if there would be that last pick. Of course, the last pick mid, much more common in a region like EU.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, they might have actually caught Najin Black Sword off guard. Them predicting the first pick Ari, as Monty said, is the normal trend over there. First picking Shen with only 1 assassin left means it's really hard for an assassin lane to play mid against the Shen ulti coming in later. Basically nullifies Ari as a tool for them, which basically gives them a free Ari anyway. So I think the Shen pick was a really solid pick. And at the same time, yeah, they got counter lanes, but it's going to be really hard with playing full engage into a Shen.
I think it was definitely a smart choice to go for the early Shen, but this is actually something that happened very directly by this team against Gamma Bears, where their Shen and Ari were both open, and they're like, actually, we're going to go Shen first. So Sword doing the research, they would have at least seen that as a likely possibility, but you're right that mid lane's going to be difficult.
And just to touch on the peculiar Leona pick that we haven't seen before from Najin Black Sword. This is actually a really volatile 2v2 lane, as you can tell, just because of it's a kill lane for Leona. But at the same time, pre-6 minutes, Lee Sin is the best early skirmishing jungler to counter gank. Like, if Leona goes in, she's not getting out. If Lee Sin's there to safeguard to the Zyra or something, then Leona's dead. And past 6 minutes, they have Shen. So it's actually in SKT's favor to 2v2 that lane if they can play it correctly. If they can bait Leona in, or if they can bait her in with Shen ulti, it's just like a free kill.
So now we'll actually have to see a Bengi impact synergy in a different kind of way. Not playing on their own lane, but just both trying to counter gank that ball lane with Leona. And it's incredibly difficult to play as Leona, especially if it happens once or twice. Afterwards, you'll be really scared going in the third time.
All right, guys, final thoughts, Monty, as we are finished up with a quick sound issue?
Oh, yeah. No, I just want to say, and with the level 1, they got a really deep ward in there, even deeper than the usual ozone ward that we see. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Najin Black Sword decides to play this, because they have a lot of information about where the lanes will be going from SK Telecom.
All right, guys, we are going to throw it back to the desk. Looks like we've sorted everything out on the stage. Let's send it back to the guys, the caster desk, for game 1.
Thanks a lot, Riv. And we are going to be getting into the game here just shortly. A little bit of a sound issue, all fixed now, so we can get things back underway. And interesting to hear the thoughts there. Probably going to be a very explosive start to this one.
I think a lot will be determined in the very early game, like they talked about before Shen hits level 6. But as Double Up is saying, if Lee Sin's right there when Leona goes in, then they have a good opportunity to turn around a gank. Watch knows this. So if Watch positions himself in one of the side bushes, then he can be there as well, turn into a 3v3.
So let's jump into game then. You can come back in a second, because we are going to get into game for this one and get things back underway. Very early stages still, just 1 minute on the clock.
It's going to depend on who can outthink their opponents in this one. The most difficult mind game possible. Both of these teams with very deep wards.
Also, after Najin Sword got their very deep ward that's going to see the lanes from SKT, they recalled straight from the jungle. So SKT did not see them exit.
It stands right now, SKT still on the invade, looking to set up a steal here on Sword's blue buff area. You can see the rest of Sword moving towards their lanes. They're going for that traditional 1-1-2 setup, and it doesn't look to be any sort of steal just yet. As I say, that Watch and Expression are moving towards the blue buff of SKT.
Right, it'll be a blue buff trade here. Bengi gonna be able to take off that purple side one. Meanwhile, Watch is going to answer. We'll have to see if Impact actually makes a choice to go check this blue buff, because a lot of top laners will go do that just so they can notify their jungler and make 100% sure where he's been going. They did see him move from that ward, though, at his red.
So blue buff taken then from both sides. We'll see what happens here in the early stage. We can see that Elise actually headed on towards that top side of the map. We'll see if Impact is going to be challenged by that. Actually not. He's going to walk over a ward as he goes over to the red. So a simple trade of the buffs coming in early in this one. We can see there, statistic for Impact. Not a single death in the quarterfinals. He'll be looking to replicate that here today for sure.
Yeah, especially on a champion like Singed, who's so good at split pushing and making a difference in those team fights. As it stands right now, Expression has had a little bit more alone time in this lane and is out CSing Impact fairly well.
I really like what Sword are doing right now. They come out with a very unified strategy. All 3 lanes are trying to shove their minion wave. So they're getting this quick level advantage in their lanes, and they're forcing the jungler on SKT, Bengi, to make a choice. Which one is he going to go to first here? Even mid lane, Nagne is making use of that barrel to put Faker towards his turret.
Well, we did see that Bengi did go home fairly early on in this one. Going to come back in towards that mid lane with some wards. I'll give him that extra maneuverability around as well. But, well, as I say that, he just goes straight off to his wolves. He's going to continue farming. Exactly the same as what we're seeing here over on the other side for Sword, as Watch was just doing. Wow, those raids. Bit of a Valkyrie out there just to avoid that damage. Prey not wanting to get too deep.
Piglet and Puendu making use of the range there on that Ezreal Zyra and just laying down the hurt onto Prey, completely disregarding Kayn for the time being. You see in the mid lane a little bit of poke going back and forth here between Faker and Nagne. And as it stands, both of these teams just trying to do the best they can to CS and SKT respond to the sort of lane pushing of Sword.
It's interesting because Expesin actually timed his recall with when he thought Bengi was going to be at his blue buff, which he got right. So he was out of danger there, but he didn't buy a ward on his back. He just picked up that Doran's Blade and the extra health potion.
See how well it works for him at this point in time. Got that crystalline flask to chug through any harass that Impact may lay down.
Yeah, Expression actually, we saw his statistics there, extremely good win rate with this Jax. Obviously come back into favor recently with that Trinity Force doing so well for him. We'll see what kind of impact he can have here in that top lane. Watch is waiting around the mid, but honestly, we see that Faker's pretty much stuck on his own turret at this stage, so I'm not sure there's much of an opening there unless he can get around the back.
Yeah, both of the junglers looking to make something happen. Watch was sticking that mid lane. Bengi actually moved himself into the bottom, bushes, but as you could see, the lane was pushed heavily against Sword. Now, all of a sudden, Watch is coming down into the river. He's going to walk straight over a ward and may be able to get it. No, their pink ward's timed out, and that ward is going to stay standing. That is a massive swing there.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's huge. They were able to scare him off just long enough to save that ward's life. But look at the top. We have no ward coverage for either team up in that top lane, and neither jungler making move towards him.
Staying very far back from that one, especially in Impact. Just going at it at this point, 28-32 CS it is in that one. So here, Bengi continuing on his way. Watch will be doing the same on the other side as they almost mirror each other and take away those Wraith camps. We have seen the first back from the mid laners coming in as well. Double Doran's ring coming out for Faker. The Chalice picked up for Nagne.
Nagne a little bit behind on the CS at level 6. We see Kane, he does manage to get the Zenith Blade. He's jumped in. Pumandu's in trouble. As you see Prey hammering down on Piglet, but now they turn it around. That's an arcane shift forward, and the exhaust is down. Kane has been rooted in place.
Root going down, but Kane's still pretty healthy from this one. Half of his health still in there. Is he going to go back in? Zenith Blade actually missing from that one, but Prey taking a lot of damage. There was Watch as well, and he will get himself away from that mid lane. Bengi had already started to come around for cover.
That was really some beautiful kiting there by the bottom lane here. Pumandu and Piglet showing that they are not to be pushed around.
Kane right now taking a little bit more auto attack damage there from Pumandu, using that very long range Zyra to the best of his abilities. No summer spells, but they've managed to catch Piglet. Prey's getting in. Barrier has been popped. Now Kane is in trouble. Piglet's out of mana though, and they trade back and forth. Barrier down for Prey. Piglet still both summoners up.
He still has his flash, but that means Kane is going to be all by himself at this turret. Very dangerous situation. They're making the call already for the roam from Pumandu up towards that river. Can they go for a 7-minute dragon here? With Lee Sin, they're going to try it.
They're going to go for this one. They've got 3 men there. We saw Faker starting to come down. He will just do his best to keep Nagne away with that barrel and stop him from getting in there for a potential steal. But there's no one around here from Najin Sword. This is going to be the first dragon of the semi-finals going over to SK Telecom T1.
Very well played by SKT. They're trading the tower the dragon damage between the champions, and actually not even using the Zyra plants to tank it up. You notice that Faker is level 6. Spirit Rush is available if they needed to get any escape, and there's actually a fair amount of mobility on the side of SKT, which we haven't touched on.
You really have to credit Faker there, though. With those wards that he bought from the mid lane, they did a good job clearing out the ward coverage. And because they had so many pinks around Dragon, they had the confidence to go for it. Watch had recalled up top lane, and SKT had no vision of him, so they just went for that move without even knowing where the enemy jungler was.
So Prey back into lane, got the workings of that phage, of course working himself up to the Trinity Force. No real surprises on that front. On the other side though, Piglet already got that phage in there. Nice little start for him. Is slightly behind in CS there, but it's so very early. Both of them in the lane, that's going to stay even as we go forward.
Well, Phage just completed the second you're talking about it. Joe Prey is going to come back to lane with very similar items. However, is that Sapphire Crystal down? So we're going to be seeing once again these two Trinity Force champions in the bottom lane. And I have to just mention that over the course of Worlds, Doublelift has been quite outspoken about Ezreal Triforce as opposed to Corki. He feels that Corki is a little bit stronger and has been mentioning it. We'll see how it works out for both of these AD carries. So we have hop back to mid lane. Faker does not have blue buff.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually dropped down there from Faker on towards Nagne. He'll just back away from that. Got that Crystalline Flash. He's able to chug straight on through. This top lane, again, no real visits from the junglers. Staying pretty quiet overall.
Speaking of Trinity Forces, you know, Jax is going to be working towards his very quickly here. And he's past that level 6 mark that Boy was talking about. That also means, though, that Shen has his stand united. And if he's able to get the distance away from Expessen, to be able to use that, then he can turn something around in that bottom lane next time they go aggressive.
Well, Watch right now up in this top lane. He does have that red buff available, still has not hit level 6. Expression has that option to land a stun, but Impact has got a massive amount of HP. Giant's Belt is up. He is going to get stunned in place as Expression continues to poke him down and harass him out. Can he pull Impact out? That's the question. Watch is still hanging around in those top bushes.
He was waiting for that one melee minion to be killed by Expression there to just be able to walk into the side lane bush. He's been undetected so far.
Oh, the cocoon does land. They've jumped on Impact.
Yeah, Impact having to flash away, but they're going to go in for this one. Impact's going to go down. First blood goes over to Najin Sword and Expression.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bengi's been setting up a good bush cake of his own.
There's the ultimate coming down. Mandu bursts down to almost nothing, but Bengi right on top. There's the kickback. Prey dies, but he takes one with him. And he's done well to get out of that in the way that he has.
It's not over.
Kane might not have the same. He's going to fall. Bengi picks up another one.
Oh, Kane sticking around there. He goes down now in the mid lane. Faker lands a charm. That one won't end up in a kill, though. Now we're at 2-2. If it hadn't been for Kane sticking around and going down there as well, I would have called that one in Najin Sword's favor. But they were able to shove the top lane. SKT coming out ahead in the bottom. Both teams going to lose out on those minions.
And the one thing you have to highlight from all 4 of those kills is that in Najin's Sword, it went to the AD carry and the top laner, whereas for SKT, it was the jungler and the support. So arguably better goal to be in the hands of the Sword players.
Now, in the past, when Banky has been landing the last hits for these early kills, he goes straight into mobility boots and goes heavy vision. He spends a lot of his money on early oracles, early wards. He's doing pretty much the exact same thing here. He's already got those mobility boots, plus a sight stone and an extra vision.
So, Expression here, we saw him there just jumping in on towards Impact. He's not going to be that scared of him anymore with that Phage, with that Vamp Scepter in there as well. And we can see that he's already hammering away. Counter-Strike going to go off. Impact having to Shadow Dash his way off, but look at Expression dive straight back on top of him. Impact finds himself all of a sudden with just a third of his health left.
Faker right now coming up from the river. He has all of his summoners and his ultimate available. Expression's going to be in trouble as Faker has snuck up behind. There's no wards here for Expression, and just his spidey senses tingling, he's backed away just in time as Bengi's now trying to set something up in the bottom lane.
I think he realized that lane pushed a little bit too far for him to be truly safe when the fact was Faker wasn't in that mid lane. Don't want to give that away. See here, Nagne and Watch actually moving through with a pink ward into the jungle of SKT. They're going to get themselves in position and gain some vision control and come down by the looks of it towards this bottom lane.
We'll see if they make their way down. They have decided to just back away a moment or two ago. We were getting excited about the prospect of a barrel knocking people out, but right now, this could be a two-man sword trying to set something up on Faker. Watch and Nagne just poising themselves. Mandu has managed to land the root on Kane. Kane's going to get caught by the Strangleforce, thrown up into the air. Pumandu and Piglet are hammering away. That's a great solar flare, but it's not over yet. It's Piglet and Pumandu pick up the kill on Kane.
Oh no, Kane's sticking around again, but you got to shout out Pumandu for landing his snares right there. Again, more money towards this bottom lane. That kill going to the AD carry here for SKT, so Piglet gets his hand in the honey jar.
1-0-2 now. Piglet is 1-1-2 on the other side for Mandu. So let's see how that one works out. Expression still bullying Impact in this top side. Impact knows he can't really stand and bang with him at this point. Got the workings of that Sunfire Cape, but not quite up there, as we are going to see Expression coming in, but Bengi moving around the side. Here comes Watch as well. Cocoon lands on towards Bengi, and from what was a big scenario, turns into a little bit of damage and not much else.
Now, the one thing I definitely think that SKT need to keep their eyes on is the fact that Expression has basically 1v1 Impact several times over the last couple of minutes, and we'll have to see how SKT decide to respond to this. A Jax that gets farmed and is able to completely control his lane can become a monstrous split pusher in the mid to late game.
I think that's a really good point. Everyone thought the carry potential for Najin Sword was going to come all from this bottom lane, but Expression has himself in a very good spot. That being said, we're already 13 minutes in, and all the analysts were saying that Najin Sword had to make their moves very early. It's already SKT's gold lead here.
Well, problem right now is that Piglet has a bit of a keyboard issue, so you saw the admins on stage there just working to get us through that one. A working keyboard is always a bit of a bonus.
It's pretty
for
important. It is pretty important. I know most of this is on the mouse, but you can't use any of Ezreal's skill shots if you're going to be using a broken keyboard.
That is definitely for sure. So that's going to get fixed up when we get back in. But that gives us, again, a little bit of time just to kind of break down where we're at this stage of it. 13 minutes in, 3-2 in kills over for SKT, and they have a nice 1,500 almost gold lead.
Right, so the kills have mostly been around the bottom lane where we thought they would be. Anytime you have a Leona, a lot of fights are going to break out. And we also had that one up top. There hasn't been much action mid lane here, and all the gold from these fights, top and bottom, have kind of washed out. Really, the gold lead for SKT is from the dragon that they got.
Yeah, I'm really happy you mentioned that, because it was such a good call on their part. They just shoved out Prey and Kane from that bottom lane. They dealt some damage to them, and as soon as they backed away, it was just SKT saying, we have an uncontested dragon. There's no ways that they can challenge for this one. 7 minutes on the clock. It's one of the earliest that we've seen this tournament, and it was completely safe. I mean, there was no fault in that, the thinking in that strategy.
It was such a good job. They coordinated their aggression bottom lane. They were able to turn around a play that Kane went in on and get them super low. Meanwhile, Faker had just backed with those two vision wards, or the one vision ward and one sight ward that we talked about. which enabled them to get control of that very early Dragon area.
So what does Sword have to do here in this scenario? I mean, we know Leona's one of those champions that you have to go into, well, that's what Leona does, isn't it? If you fall behind, you can't really do that anymore. I mean, are they going to need to switch things around here?
Right now, at least Prey is post-level 6, so he has a bit of an easier time using missiles to farm or harass from a long range. But I think more of Najin's farm is going to be funneled over to Expessen.
So here we go then, back into game. And as I said, 13 minutes on the clock. SK Telecom T1 have the lead right now.
Well, Expessen is the man of the moment, I feel, for Sword. If he's able to really get rolling on the Grandmaster at Arms Jackson, maybe that could be their way back into this game. They are only 1,000 gold down, which is not a massive number right now, especially when you consider how well the entire Sword team scales.
It looks like they're making the call to put more of their attention with Expessen up in that top lane too, because Watch has gone up there once again, even though Faker by himself taking that mid lane turret.
Yeah, first turret of the game going down there after almost 14 minutes of the game. Meanwhile, Expessen still pushing this top lane out. Impact gonna shadow dash away, and this could be a turret right back in it for Sword.
So trading back and forth right now, able to scare Impact away. Wasn't gonna run the risk of the very strong tower dive potential of that Elise. All of a sudden though, SKT now realize they've got the chance on Dragon.
Banky doing a good job right there. They got themselves into position. Watch showing top means that they can just rush this Dragon down, even though they're fairly low health.
A little bit of a miss on the smite there, but when it's safe and there's no one
in
around,
the top lane, so,
when there's no one around, but Expessen and Watch haven't left the top lane. Expessen's going to start hammering away on this tower. He's going to take a couple of turret hits, I think, actually. He hadn't landed yet. Now Impact is in trouble. They've left on him. Ignite's ticking. Expessen picks up his second kill of the game. Piglet's going to secure a trade, at least with a tower on the bottom.
That's a huge kill for Expessen because that's the one that they want to get rolling, but you're right, they answer here with the turret. So another objective for SKT, which is also going to open up this entire blue side, and we'll look for SKT to start warding up this golem jungle of Najin Sword so they can then control the blue buff, keep that away from Nagne, and that will just increase the lead that Faker's got over him right now.
Yeah, we just saw that blue being given over there to Faker. Nagne does have his running in there as well, as he just body slams away from most of the damage from Faker. One hit from his W landed. He's got that Athene's Unholy Grail now. Faker almost done with that DFG. He's probably got enough money for it right now even, and that's where he's going to get real scary.
We definitely see kind of a difference in styles here. Faker's known for just building and masteries and using his runes as well, all for offense. And he does not build too many defensive items very often. Already, he just finished his Deathfire Grass. The Cocoon does land here.
Oh, they've caught him out. The barrel throws backwards. Pumandu forced to flash out. The Solar Flare comes down. Stand United is going to keep Pumandu alive as they turn the pressure back onto Watch. Now Watch is doing the best he can to get away. He manages to repel away from the taunt, but here comes Faker.
Kane is dead in this one. He's not going to be able to escape it. Are they going to keep going for it though? Expessen going to dive in. Here comes Prey from the side. And all of a sudden, he gets the first kill on towards Faker. Impact and Banky. Oh, Nagne going deep. He's going to die from the tower. Piglet picks that one up in the end. A crazy fight. Ends in 3 for 2.
Man, dude just waited way too long. Way too close right there. But Faker uses his ultimate going in to answer so he can get another support kill. And that opened up Faker for counterplay right there. Really good job by Najin Sword, pushing the objective after they get the one-man advantage.
Definitely having the numbers advantage. Here's a replay. Talk us through it, Kobe.
All right, so the ultimate was already been used by Nagne. At this point, Mandu needs to lead. His life has been saved, and Shen is just going to feel really bad right now. Oh, I saved you with my ulti, and now you walk back in to die. But Faker comes to answer. 2 uses of Spirit Rush right there already used up, so he only has 1 left, and actually doesn't use it. Oh no, that was 3 already used, so he didn't have 1 left and had to burn the flash. Really good job here. And then Nagne, this is a 1-for-1 trade, but I like the style. He's going aggressive. He's not playing scared.
And it's definitely something that we haven't seen either of the mid laners doing up until that point. It had been a very passive sort of farming lane between Faker and Nagne. Nagne now 2-1-1. He's picked himself up a needlessly large rod, still yet to complete his boot. So we'll have to see if he gets caught a little bit out of position.
And Faker now has a blue elixir as well. So he's going huge power spike. He finished the early Deathfire Grass, and the extra ability power and cooldown reduction from that elixir is going to mean he has a huge amount of potential for making plays by himself.
We'll see if anyone falls prey to him in this one. As watch here, kind of just back away. We can see him, he does have that Oracles on. That was, by the way, unintentional, but worked out, whatever. Hopefully for Sword, it won't be Prey that falls down. He's now 2-1-1 after picking up that kill earlier on, with that Trinity Force now finished as well.
Yeah, I'm happy you're pointing that out because there's actually 3 completed Trinity Forces in the game, as well as Prey going for the Sorcerer's Shoes. This is something that we've been seeing Corkis do all throughout the world, is picking up those early Sork boots and then going for the likes of a Last Whisper next, really getting lots of penetration to round out all of Corki's spells and auto-attack damage. Piglet, of course, also trying to pick himself up a Last Whisper, got that pickaxe and longsword already completed, and the lane's basically resetting. We'd seen SKT trying to set something up in the mid lane, but nobody from Sword was running into them.
Yeah, we see with the CS there as well, mid lane is pretty much bang even. Obviously Expression in that top side, 2 kills, 2 assists. Impact's died 3 times now, and obviously he's had a lot of time to spend free farming in that top side. But with that Trinity Force already done with Advanced Scepter, they've got to be so careful of this Jax now.
This Jax actually can handle Shen by himself at this moment, but to do that, he needs ward coverage very deep in that top side. And we've already seen an elixir picked up by Mandu. So Mandu is going to be clearing out this ward coverage that Expression needs to fully utilize his leverage that he has over Shen.
Right now, Prey and Piglet alone in lane. You can see both Pumandu and Kane are roaming around the map. Expression's got himself that Bilgewater Cutlass completed, so going to be working towards that Blade of the Ruined King. And I don't feel like it's going to be it's going to be possible for Impact to deal with Expression if they're going to come down to this 1v1 split push. So if SKT can pick fights and get that stand united while Expression's not there, that could be one way to bring themselves back into this game. Sword, only 700 gold down, as Dragon will be respawning in about 40 seconds.
See, watch there, just making sure that they've got the pinks in position as well. Of course, he can move around and take down wards of his own, but with 2 pinks now around this Dragon, they can hold it that little bit easier. And for SK Telecom T1, they need to get down there if they're going to contest for this next Dragon. 20 seconds to go until that one spawns. We see that Expression is starting to come down. Impact does have Stand United available, and Sword get ready to start off the Dragon on its spawn.
Well, 10 seconds left before that goes up. This is the first time Sword are going to be in range to even challenge for a Dragon. You can definitely see that they were just waiting for some time to ramp up, waiting for Jax and Corki to become impactful. However, because Expression has to run down to the lane, it's going to allow Impact to split push that top lane uncontested. SKT have grouped up as a 4-man on the bottom of this river. Dragon already secured. SKT thinking about going in, but they're going to have to commit deep if they want to, and they decide against it.
Now that the Dragon's down, they really do not want to pick that fight. All they want to do is try and slow Najin Sword down so that they can buy Shen time to try and answer up in that top lane. But he's not getting any work done on this turret, and the whole squad for Najin Sword is headed up there.
Yeah, we saw he was trying to get rid of those minions, didn't really have many of his own to deal with there while that Dragon was being taken out. And once he realizes that the rest of the team probably coming up here from Sword, he will recall back off to base. So that turret staying alive. That Dragon going unanswered, and we can see that the gold from that has really evened itself up now. Just about 150 the difference between them.
Yeah, very, very tense game between these two teams. Only a single kill separating them, a couple hundred gold, which is basically already spent in wards. And the only real difference, I think, between these two teams is in the top laners. And that Expression is just further ahead of Impact right now and is going to have a much larger effect on these team fights as and when they break out, especially when you consider the damage threats from SKT. There's a lot of pressure on Faker and Piglet to win the team fights basically on their shoulders. Bengi can clean up, but Impact's a tank.
If we even do get to team fights, because both of these teams have really high potential for picking people off in just small skirmishes. They've got Leona and Gragas over on Najin Sword side who can make plays from very long range. Meanwhile, SKT has Faker, so the ward coverage is going to do a huge part here, and whichever team can get that pick first is going to be the one dictating the next few minutes.
We can see that the teams know that. Look how many wards are down there. SKT got a complete line on the edge of their jungle on that bottom side of the river. See Sword just setting things up there. Leona, Elise, Gragas. A 3-man team that you don't want to face check against.
I also like how they've got Watch buying the Oracles here because Leona didn't do that great in lane. She needs her money.
Oh, here comes Faker. Solar Flare lands down. Expression's going to stun him up. They've turned it around. Watch it survive. Now they turn onto Pumandu, but he flashes away from the cast.
It's those picks that we were talking about. Faker was looking for his. But the Vision War, Najin Sword knew that they were going to go for that when they set this one up beautifully, using them as bait. They were able to capitalize, just stacking all of their suns very, very well.
So, the turret now going to be under pressure. Bengi taking a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage actually flashing to Bengi. He's gone in there. Not sure that's the best decision. There is a Strangled Thorns will only aid Gragas as Kane goes low, but it's a double kill for Expression here. Prey now having to flash away from that one. Piglet gonna chase through. He's gonna pick up that 1v1, and that is leaving us with a 3 for 3 here in the end.
Watch is still uncontested in this bottom lane. He should be able to pick this tower up though, and at the end of the day, picking up that objective is good for Sword.
But this means that SKT can run straight down the mid lane here. This is Ezreal with a double buff. They're going to be able to just melt through this turret. They're actually going to tank it even.
They are going to tank this one up. Impact feeling strong enough at this stage of things. Piglet just going to be hammering away on that one, as Impact actually leaves him there for a little while. Minions do come back around, and they've got something to tank that one up with. They need to be careful because Nagne is coming around the backside and sort of started to spawn it.
Nagne does have his ultimate, but he has to wait for the rest of his team to make his move, and SKT able to finish off the turret just before Najin Sword revive and get out to defend.
So Faker and the rest of SKT able to secure the blue buff steal there from Sword. And what we've seen from the two big team fights is that the first one, and Sword had enough members reinitiating as the team fight wore on that allowed them to pick up the victory. And in this fight, it was the reverse. SKT had more numbers coming in from the back line, and that allowed them to pick up those extra kills and that extra tower at the end of it.
That was some really decisive play from SKT after the fight, I have to say. Taking both of those objectives, just the difference of a matter of seconds would mean that Najin Sword could either defend the mid turret or the blue buff there, but SKT came out with both of those.
So another 2 minutes for a Dragon to be coming up. Last one went over towards Sword, and SKT didn't really say too much about that one. They were thinking about it, but didn't go in after it was already taken down. We'll see how that one is all going to face off. This time around, Bengi just doing the job of clearing out a couple of wards here around that mid lane.
Now, the one thing that I think SKT are going to be more aware of is that bait that they played with Watch clearing out the wards and Faker diving in. He should be aware now that Sword are going to be willing to play that death bush, and they may not be able to pull the same trick off twice in a row.
And now the Vision Ward around Baron is starting off already. So both of these teams are going to have to use everything that they do have available to them, because we saw already how quickly you can even turn around a pick by either team.
So Shen up in that top side. Stan United is now back, and Sword, although they took that last Dragon, both teams having the timer on it, and they need to be careful that they don't show themselves here. Sword down on that bottom side, because I'm not sure that SKT would have too many problems of just going straight in towards that Baron at this point.
I also want to note that this team for Najin Sword is a pretty risky team here. All of their pick potential relies on skill shots hitting. Leona's ultimate, although it's long range, isn't that easy to land dead on. Same thing for Gragas. If Gragas misses his ultimate, then they are at a huge deficit if SKT are able to force a fight right after.
Well, we'll see SKT securing that top lane tower. The Impact has taken himself a couple of minutes to actually get that one down. He does have that Sunfire Cape and a Spirit Visage completed, and we see that Prey is sort of mixing and matching his items there. He went for double long swords. He's actually sold one of his long swords, picked up a BF sword and that pickaxe there as well now. So, you know, double dipping a little bit on his items and hasn't worked his way towards anything solid. Piglet, on the other hand, getting very close to having that Bloodthirster completed. With Dragon respawning, it looks like Sword are going to make their way down towards the pit.
I like how Sword are clearing out wards as well. When they had a single person go down, clear out the ward, they usually have 3 or so hiding in the Fogger ward, just so they can actually pull off that same play they pulled before.
A lot of pink wards being used there in that mid bush, just to make sure that they've got the vision of any more that go down. Dragon here is down to less than half HP. Is going to be taken away here. Can they get around and pick up kills? Shen, the one knocked back here by the barrel. The stun going to go down onto him. Impact's going to fall from this one. He's trying to get away, but he will be finished off in the end here by Expression. That's just a 1 for 0, but Dragon went to Sword. And again, that 5v4 in middle, we'll see if they can do better with it this time.
Again, Najin Sword are being so decisive here. They just burn down the Dragon, even though Bengi landed his Q on it. And then Nagne uses his ultimate just on Impact.
Beautiful, beautiful capitalization.
And not only that, they've picked up another tower, so that evens it up at 4-4. There's only 600 gold separating these teams. Sword clearing out those wards as they continue to roam around the map. 15 seconds left on Impact to respawn. He does have his Stand United available, and Sword are going to be aware of that, so they're not going for any risky Baron play, but they're just making sure they've cleared out the vision, and they make SKT check. Ooh, True Shot Barrage almost coming in there for Piglets.
Yeah, that's what they got to be real careful of right now, making those risky plays, because the gold lead, even though it is over there with Sword, it's really not a lot at this point. It's the amount that can change so very quickly in just one pick. One bad engagement from Sword could throw them back behind from it. So I think we might see a bit more passive play here as we get a little bit of a farming phase going on again.
That's also why we saw Najin Sword right after they take that mid turret. They went immediately to clear out all the vision around Baron, because ward coverage in that top side of the map right now is an objective in itself.
Oh, see right now, Prey and Nagne pushing through this mid lane to try and shove the wave out. Some big items have been completed there. Nagne's got a death cap as well as another blasting wand in his pocket, while Faker's picked himself up a needlessly large rod. We'll see where he decides to go with that one. And another massive pickup for Expression. He's had that Blade of the Rune King for a couple of minutes, but now he's getting some HP to back it up. Got himself a Giant's Belt as well. And you know, it's already incredibly difficult to take a Jax down, especially when he throws on his ultimate and gets all of those bonus defensive statistics. But with all that additional HP, it makes the problem even more difficult to deal with.
Notice how they aren't having Impact push side lanes anymore either, because he's very scared of that Jax finding him. So now they sort of turn to the point where they want Impact with the rest of the group, and then someone who's extremely mobile like Faker to go do split pushing. And then if Faker does meet up someone else 1v1, they can have Shen ult from the rest of the group over to Faker and turn that into a 2v1.
Yeah, I haven't really felt like Impact Stand Uniteds have been very meaningful this game thus far. We've seen one or two being used, but they haven't exactly completely turned the fight around. You know, in the mid lane earlier, Pumandu actually got saved by it, and they've stuck around a little bit longer to eat another barrel. And as it stands right now, Impact just doing the best he can to get even more tanky. Is defending fairly deep in his own territory in the bottom lane, but Expression has backed away and gone to mid.
Got that line of wards in there for SKT as well. That's some nice juicy gold for Sword, should they head up on that side. See that SKT trying to hold their ground there. That pink wood gonna reveal them. There's the all landing onto Kane, and Charm not quite got the range to do that one. And there is Sword moving in to clear out pretty much everything that SKT have been paying to put down.
And in the last couple of minutes there, we see that Infinity Edges have been picked up by both Prey and Piglet. So they've got another big spike in damage, and Piglet really cleaned up after that last fight in the middle lane. And, you know, Sword are going to have to try and take him out. Bengi looking for something in this mid, has managed to catch out Kane. Cocoon lands, that's a flash over the wall for Watch. Now Kane has re-engaged. The Solar Flare locks down Faker, Stranglethorns throws him up in the air. They've traded 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but Mandu surely will fall. Actually managing to walk away for now with Ignite ticking. There's a double, the barrel coming down. Now Expression going very low. Mandu will finish that one off with his passive, but there is another barrel coming in. Nagne picks up the triple. They're going to keep chasing here, but do they have the damage? Prey going over towards Bengi. Bengi will walk away for now. They chase down Impact off to the side. Nagne going to keep track of him here. Is he going to be able to hold it off? There's the belly slam and the barrel. Nagne cleaning up.
And Nagne comes up huge for Najin Sword. Who would have thought he was the one going to pick up the rest of these kills? They also are able to get onto this inhibitor turret here.
I'll take a look at this. They're bashing away. Nagne with that bonus AD from the Drunken Rangers. Surely going to be able to pick us up. Bengi wants to play with Prey. There's no mana here for him. The barrel's going to knock Bengi backwards. The tower still standing, and Bengi sneaks away. He saves the tower, even though it's on low HP.
Some good pressure put down for him there to keep that one safe, but SKT are going to be losing their blue. Let's have a look at that fight again.
All right, so right here, we're going to see Kane go right back in and engage. He lands the double stun onto Faker into the Nagne ultimate to just explode Faker. Pumandu, once again, he walks back into another barrel. This is just tough break for him. But again, the stun here comes out from Expression. They're able to get the tanks away from Piglet, and another barrel from Nagne. He is just on point that entire fight. He actually gets one more after that as well.
So amazing here from Nagne. We heard in that video before the game, you know, a lot of change has been made here for Sword. Looking very, very good for them right now, though. Nagne currently sat at 6-1-3 on this Gragas.
Yeah, you've seen Bengi there moving towards that Baron pit, dropping a whole bunch of pink wards as they move along. And look how many pink wards there are in the inventories of both of these teams. It's definitely something to keep notes of. 33 minutes on the clock, and with that mid-inhibitor turret sitting so incredibly low, Sword see a juicy, juicy target. Most of the ultimates are available. In fact, all of them are here for Sword, and they're looking to siege up this lane, especially with Prey having blue buff. That's going to be missiles for days.
Also, a really interesting point about Corki nowadays is that cooldown reduction helps him out so much. His missile spam actually gets the attack animation of it. The spell animation is quicker, and the recharge is quicker when he has cooldown reduction. So not only the mana regen, but that CDR from blue buff really helps him out.
We'll see if they can push through this line of defense that SKT are trying to set up from this one. And in the end, Sword start to back away. They've gone over towards Baron. Are they going to be able to lure SKT in?
Yeah, and something you've got to remember about Baron is that with Jax on the side, if you've got 1 or 2 more people in there, it's very easy. We do see in the mid lane, they have caught up Bengi. The barrel throws him back with that jump on. He flashes over the wall, Stand United on his back arm, but that is the ultimate down. Impact is not going to be able to impact the fight later without Stand United.
Stand United is a much longer cooldown than the Gragas ultimate here from Nagne, so that's a great trade for them. They got a huge win right there, and they can continue to force SKT into a dangerous situation because Kane still has his spells all available.
Oh, this is a dangerous time for SKT. Just one jump over the wall, which pretty much everyone can do on that team as well. That's the danger of that one. Prey just coming around the side as well. There are a few pink wards being put down now to clear out here for SKT. There's a cocoon landing though. He will shadow dash away, especially decides not to keep going.
Oh, that was very, very scary. No other CC followed up from the cocoon, and Impact manages to get away with his life. About a third of that Stand United has come available as the Dragon has respawned. Sword aren't necessarily in a position to try and force a fight around it, as I think the focus on both of these teams is definitely on the northern part of the map around the Baron pit.
It is very dangerous for either team to go for that Dragon. Neither one actually has vision right now though, so they could burn it down very quickly.
Moved into more the Baron side of things in this point of the game, that's for sure. We can see once Bengi leaves there and his icon moves, exactly how many pink wards are down on that top side of the map. That's a lot of cash spent here for SKT to hold on to that vision of their own side of the map.
So Sword are going to start off this Dragon, and one thing that we can highlight is how the CS numbers have stayed very, very even as we've hit this 35-minute mark. There is still that 35 deficit in the top lane, but it's been 35 for the majority of this matchup. Mid lane, 20 CS difference. AD carries Piglet is doing better on finding some of that CS. It's given him a 2,000 gold lead, and it's just getting him a little bit further ahead, but these two teams are still incredibly, incredibly close at the 36-minute mark.
So, again, things slow down somewhat as both sides looking for a pick here towards that next objective. As finally, Sword come back in with a pink ward of their own and start to clear a little bit more out. They know that SKT have had that time here to get the wards down of their own, and they don't want that to last for too long. Kane running that Oracle will be moving around with the rest of his team to try and sweep those out and get some gold back.
Randian's Omen now picked up in Expression's back pocket, so if he dives in there with that Leaf Strike, he's got the ability to slow everybody else down and just lets the rest of Sword land all of their crucial, crucial abilities. Faker's sitting at about 2/3 HP, so he's got to be a little careful if a fight were to break out. Nagne waiting in the wings, see if they can pull a Faker and pull Faker in.
Yeah, the vision ward right now is really key because Najin and Sword have shown that they will not hesitate to all in on whatever champion they catch. Even if they catch out Shen, all the members are ready right now to use all of their damage on that tank and burst him down immediately. So as long as they can get any member caught out away from the rest of SKT, they're going to go for it.
Just using those plants there was Mandu to make sure that there was no one hiding inside of those bushes to start things off onto that blue buff here. Going to be pulled right around the corner so that Faker doesn't have that one stolen away. He will get himself a hold of that. And Expression now showing himself on this bottom side of the map.
Going to continue split pushing, pick up some more CS and shove the wave back towards SKT side. Now, SKT do have the positional advantage here for Baron. They're clearing out the wards though. They're using their numbers advantage to get in there, drop some pinks and get out.
Yeah, they really don't want to start that Baron, even if they see Jax all the way bottom, because again, we talked about red side Gragas here for Najin Sword. They have a huge potential for not only stealing Baron, but also doing a ridiculous amount of area of effect damage while SKT are grouped up in that pit. It's so dangerous for SKT over there.
So a bit of a push back down middle. And then the retreat back off towards Baron. This ward clearing expedition that's gone back and forth for, well, a good 10 minutes at least now of this game, just showing how tense this one really is. And talk about best of series all the time, and a best of 5, very crucial as the barrel goes over the top there, but not really doing that much to SKT. Ooh, Faker just used his ulti.
Spirit Rush used from Faker, and that's massive, although both Spirit Rush and that explosive cast, not the longest of cooldowns, and will be back up and available in the not too distant future. I want to mention that Faker now with another needlessly large rod, he's decided to just go only for the needlessly large rod item. He's going to work himself most likely towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, and over the other side, Void Staff, almost Hourglass, Death Cap. That is very, very scary damage from Nagne's Gragas.
And we just saw Nagne right there, again, not hesitating to use his ultimate on just the potential of catching someone out. Humandu had gotten bursted down to about 30–40% right there, so Nagne immediately chucks over his barrel. Look at this. Very sneaky Baron over the back.
So sort of started this one out. We talked about it earlier that with that Jax on your team, you have such good potential at taking it down.
Oh, they're going to get it.
It's coming in. They've secured it. They're rooted in place, but Sword with the Baron buff, completely sneaking it from SKT.
The long vision battles lulled SKT to sleep right there. And the small amount of time that they lapse, and Najin Sword just jump on it. Really good job getting over the back of that wall, using Jax's ability as well as Corki's to hop it.
Timing that one to perfection. It's increased their gold lead now to 3,000, which is definitely still not a lot between these two teams. Could still change very, very quickly.
And unless I'm mistaken, that's the largest gold lead we've seen for either team during the course of this 40 minutes. That's without the added statistics that that Baron buff is going to give you. The question is, what do Sword want to do? This is a very cheeky move, as every single member of SKT that can hop has hopped into the tri-bush. They're waiting to see which member of Sword is going to come down and deal with this wave. They're playing this very, very patiently. Piglet and Pumandu still hanging around on the river, and it does look like they want to jump onto Expression. Here comes Piglet.
Shen Standing Bandit is available too.
Expression's going to be jumped on here. He's throwing down Grandmaster's Might. He's in trouble.
There is the counter-strike. Will he be able to get away? No, brilliant top from Impact. Kane comes along. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Impact will pick that one up, but that's now 5v4. Despite the Baron, SKT are pushing.
Now we'll see how they can do with this numbers advantage. And even though Sword do have that Baron, they don't have the CC of Leona, which is so crucial to their comp. They're deciding to not defend this bottom lane inner turret. It gets dropped, and SKT back away. Great death push.
SKT, they counter the wall jumping of Najin Sword with some wall jumping of their own, and they pick off not only taking down one of the Baron buffs, but they also were able to get the turret after that, grabbing the objective, and then walking right down into blue buff. A huge win for SKT while Najin are wearing Baron.
Such a close game from this one. Dragon is coming up here in about 15 seconds time as well. SKT don't have a time on it, but they've got wards down there, so that's an option for them to come even further back into this one to really start to level things up again.
All right, we'll see how it works out for them. Neither of these teams have really got much further than those inner turrets. We've seen a little bit of time where Prey and Expression, I believe it was, were able to get some damage on that mid inhibitor turret of SKT, but other than that, it's been all about this vision. It's just been both of these teams trying to see more than their opponents.
At this point, Najin really want to use that Baron buff to their advantage too, because they have champions that benefit from both the attack damage and the ability power. Corki and Jax get even more out of Baron buff than most other champions do because they can use that hybrid damage.
Well, Sword right now have stacked up. The Cocoon did not connect with the champion. The tower gets dropped with one single auto attack from Prey. So now they've got an open, exposed inhibitor. Let's see if Leona can land some CC, because that's where Sword will want to create an initiation. True Shot Barrage flies across and not a lot of damage lands. Now, Bengi, does he want to kick Prey in? Not this time. Sonic Wave has timed out. The rest of Sword just continue to focus on this inhibitor.
The initiation is all skill shot based here. There it goes.
Mandu getting caught out from this one. It's going to flash, but it won't matter. Expression picks that one up, and that will open up the inhib. Sword take it and back away.
Great play there by Sword. The barrel from Nagne starting it off and finding Pumandu before he could even get his Stranglethorns off. Now, Najin Sword with a 5-man stack, looking to steal away the blue buff. Remember, their blue buff was stolen by Faker not less than 2 minutes ago. The rest of the team is going to shove the wave down, and they're going to try bash away on this top inner turret. There is a wave pushing against Sword's bottom lane, but it does look like the inhibitor turret should be able to fend it off, as now Sword are focusing on this tower.
The good news for SKT is that the Baron buff is about to fall off, though. It's not in time for them to save the outer turret.
Will it be enough to save that inhibitor turret from this one? Kane, he's going to get burst on this one, but not quite going down from it. He gets away with hardly anything left there, and Sword keep going. They're not too phased with that one. Lee Sin going to dive in, but they've managed to catch out Impact. They go back there as a kick from Bengi, but the tower's gone down, and Sword get away with another one.
Najin Sword managing to get the inhibitor at 3 towers in total there. That is a definite win for them as that Baron buff times out. And SK2, they did the best they could to hold on, but just Pumandu, he's been caught out so many times in all of these team fights. His Stranglethorns has not had that disengaged potential that SK2 were hoping for.
I would expect Najin Sword not to let up on this pressure at all either. They can go force another fight at that exposed inhibitor. Even without the Baron buff, they now have such a large gold lead that they can go over there and be confident enough to poke down that inhibitor with no threat of that turret around it.
So Dragon being picked up there for SKT. Will bring that gold back. They've done so well to close that gap earlier on. Just grown back against them. See, they've taken 2 out of the 6 Dragons had so far. Baron is coming up in about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, the one thing I do want to highlight as well about this matchup is that Faker's Ari that we've famed, that we've lauded, that we've talked about all tournament long, 0-3-4, is not able to insta-burst Elise or Jax, and hasn't been able to stick to Gragas or Corki, and just hasn't really had that game-changing impact that we've come to expect from them. But this is sort of what we know from SKT. They do start best of 5 series a little bit slow, and we'll have to see how they bounce back, because as it stands, this is Sword's game to lose.
Well, Najin Sword, they are grouping up at that exposed inhibitor, and right now, if SKT want to make a move, it's going to have to come very quickly. A flash taunt or something from Shen.
They were trying to get in there from the side, and speaking of Shen, he is still waiting. There is a ward down. Sword know exactly where they're coming from. Expression's going to dive in. He focuses straight on towards Bengi. The slow comes down. Expression starts to back away, and SKT have held them off.
Great play there by Expression, pulling the gun before anybody from SKT could do that, forcing out the members of SK Telecom. Now Sword, with a little bit of a numbers advantage, they didn't use any of their important abilities during that previous fight. Randians wasn't popped, Blade wasn't popped, and now Sword are going to start trying to get on the second inhibitor here. Prey has been caught by the Sonic Wave. Bengi plays this one safely, decides not to go in. Keep your eyes on Pumandu, because he might just get popped. There are minions doing work for Sword in the bottom lane. They may be able to get that tower.
They can play it very carefully right now, as long as they just wait around, get one Trinity Force proc attack from Corki off onto that inhibitor every few seconds, then they can slowly whittle it down. But now with Baron coming up, they can actually run this down very fast, because that Jax with the Trinity Force plus Blade of the Ruin King, so much extra damage coming in.
Tower's gone. Baron started here for Sword, and SKT, sadly enough for them, they're nowhere near this one. This is going to be the second Baron of the game going over to Sword. Nothing that SKT can do about it, and it just gets harder here once again.
Prey is going to delay that push a little bit because he wants the red buff, but they're going to go straight back to the exposed inhibitor.
And they extend that gold lead even further and get that regenerative stats and all of the bonus attack damage and ability power that we've been talking about Watch on Elise right now, 008 has yet to die, has been involved in 50% of his team's kills. Now the team and the rest of Sword have stacked up in this exposed lane, but like we were talking about, they're going to have a full-on 5v5 expression hanging out right in front of Impact and just taunting him, just daring him to pick a fight. You can see Prey does have flash available. The taunt comes out, he sidesteps it, in goes Faker. Nagne does manage to get off that Zonya's Hourglass. He's alive before he gets kicked back into the fight. That is a massive toss. It knocks everyone from SKT aside, and the rest of Sword are on the inhibitor.
Piglet here, getting caught up, they're going to lock him down. Flash comes in from him. Piglet, Mandu, and Impact, the last 3 men alive here. Sword managed to take down the inhib. They may try and close out this first game right here.
SKT were the ones that finally were able to initiate there, but Nagne, with the Zonya, is able to stay alive and get his ulti off.
A massive ultimate that was knocking everyone from SKT aside. Sword have a 5 versus 3 here for another 40 seconds. Cleanse comes out there from Prey using their Quicksilver Sash. They're trying to focus down Impact. Tower has fallen. There's only one tower standing on before the Nexus here for SK Telecom. Sword are going to pick up game 1 in the series.
Great win from them. They force it through there in the end. And we said it before, SKT not the best starters generally in these best of 5 situations. Sword take that early blow. They've got to win 2 more here though to get themselves through to that championship match.
And I attribute so much of Sword's success there to their just lack of hesitation. They were so decisive. Even though sometimes Nagne would throw out his ult and not get the target that he wanted, so they'd have to wait the cooldown, they still, the times that it mattered, they were able to burst down their target. They continually got the picks.
And the one thing I also want to highlight on top of that, not only did they instantly pull that trigger, they played so patiently outside of that. They waited for the moments. They hid in the bushes. They set up the ring of vision. And only once an opportunity presented itself, they didn't force bad opportunities is what I really want to highlight from that.
And the interesting thing as well, Freak said before the game that SKT are going to have better strategic playmaking opportunities from this one. But if we think back to that one scenario where Faker thought he'd managed to catch Watch, thought he'd outsmarted him, didn't quite work out that way. There were 3 men waiting for him in the brush, and that was just real perfect execution from Sword.
It was a really good job using the knowledge that Faker's going to want to pick off whoever's clearing out that ward, so they group up in the fog of war right behind him. Just very well played by Sword.
And the question is now, how does SKT bounce back? Because Faker had very little impact in that matchup. He wasn't able to burst people. There was a super tanky support from Sword, so he couldn't eat the support, which is what we've come to know and love from Faker. And he's going to have to find a way to kill people in this next game because he simply didn't do it. And as one of your primary damage dealers, he needed to.
Well, best of 5, game 1 taken here by Sword. We're going to send it over to Riv and the gang for a breakdown of that fantastic game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I know Freak absolutely enjoyed that game because 3 Triforces were built and used effectively. Also, right out of picks and bans, we kind of talked about it a little bit before, as we went into the pause, that the Shen was huge and the Ahri was open. Mani, I know you want to get in on this.
I'm actually really excited about the picks and bans here because I think this was a really good coup by Sword, and we can see how it played out as well. Basically, Sword had the superior 5v5 as well as the superior split push. You got to say they baited that Shen right now because even if Shen and Jax had gone even in that lane, Jax would have come in. Now, what this did was it made SK Telecom's composition very one-dimensional. They needed picks. And we saw Faker getting the early home guard much earlier than he normally buys it on Ahri because he had to be there to make the picks. And then we saw that trap get laid for him. And that put him even further behind because he had to spend the money on home guard. And they really just read SK Telecom beautifully here, and a great comp coming out of Sword.
Before we jump into those fights, I definitely want to get the early game. Crepo, lead us through what happened in that early portion of the game.
Yeah, what actually really impressed me is how SKT1 controls the pace. Basically, Leona and Corgi got to bot lane first, so they should have a huge advantage. That's actually, I wasn't as impressed by Kane's Leona in the small skirmishes. He played his teamfights really well, but their lane handling wasn't the best. That allowed SKT1 to get back into bot lane. They later transitioned that into a little advantage, allowed Bengi to get a Drake of that. Bengi got stronger, counter-gang bot lane again. So this is this is the flow and the pace of the game that SKT controls so well, up until a point that we'll cover later, where actually Sword comes back in a really good team fight. So their fights were better, but individual small skirmishes, especially bot lane, it seems that Piglet was doing a really good job of getting back into the game.
Yeah, and people would probably wonder, like, why did SKT get all those dragons? The first two, actually. And big reason for that is that Watch camped top lane and killed Impact and actually took Impact's tower. But on the flip side, you see Bengi camping bottom lane, killing Leona over and over again, and that's why, because the jungler for SKT is on the bottom side of the map, they're easily able to capitalize on that with the dragon.
And what may have been missed as well, too, is that Faker was doing an excellent job of shoving mid, and he got some really good tower chip in, and that allowed both the mid and bottom turrets, because of what happened in the bottom lane, to go down in favor of SK Telecom. Now, probably a better game plan for them here would to do some deep wards, gain vision control over the bottom side of Najin Sword's jungle, and try and set up those picks.
Absolutely.
Instead, they engaged in that fight in mid lane, where Mandu got a little bit caught out. And what that caused to happen was their own mid turret to get destroyed, and then with that went the possibility. So if they hadn't gotten caught out a little bit in mid, they would have been able to aggressively ward and pick better in the mid game.
And a lot of this game actually felt a little bit like deja vu for SKT in their first couple of semifinal games against Ozone back in Champions Summer, because the actual same ward bait was used in game one there, where Dandy sets up a pink ward and says, Faker, you're going to kill this ward, with Elise, mind you, and kills him there. And the exact same ward happens here, which at the very least tells me that Sword's smart, but also that they probably watched that series like, well, they took 2 games. We could do the same thing. Faker likes to kill wards and makes the same trap. And then also sort of, we didn't get to talk about this during the pregame very much, but SKT doesn't come back very well in games. And what they've tried to do in those sort of, when they try to make comebacks, is try to force 5v4s. And they've got Shen, they've got Stand United. They're going to try to jump into fights with a numbers advantage, even with a gold deficit. And we've actually still never seen those fights work for them.
Yeah, and Faker was never able to actually get back in the game because there's nobody on Sword to pick. There's Elise and Jax who have ways to like make themselves invulnerable. Gragas and Corki are extremely safe, and normally he feeds off supports. There's a Leona on the enemy team. She's so dangerous, and she's actually so hard to kill that Faker, after he made a misstep twice, overextending and dying in teamfights, he was never able to get back into the game.
And actually, let's pull that replay up on your screen right now. We'll kind of see where Najin Sword took these advantages, how they kept themselves up top, and really just got the best of SKT in each one of these fights. As we pull this up on your screen, Crepo, take it away.
Yeah, this basically what happens is Mandu will get caught here, which actually is a recurring phenomenon during the game. So that's where Sword does a good job. Then SKT tries to counter, gets really aggressive. We can roll the clip already and see what happens. So Mandu gets caught, gets Stand United, makes it out alive. He'll eventually walk back into a barrel. He does good Zyro ult, a good disengage. Watch does another really good repel. This is what Kane does good in fights. Disengages, that's the aggro, exhaust on Faker, forces Faker to use everything. But here they get too aggressive, and this is where Expression comes in. You see 2-man stun, Corki comes in, no hesitation. And this is what I really like. Gragas will now E into the fight and then flash to carry on the E impact, which basically shows he's playing with no hesitation. Ezreal barely manages to kill him afterwards, but it just shows that how well Sword plays with no hesitation, good synergy. We saw at least, I think, 3 of them E flashes from Gragas.
Yeah,
Nagne playing so much better than his previous match.
Yeah, and you look at what happened in that fight as well, is both Expression and Prey were not in the fight for the very beginning. So there were only 3 members of Sword there, and they had to run across the map. And, you know, the early pick happened, nice pick and whatnot, and then the rest of Sword backed off, despite the numbers advantage for SKT, right? Shen ult comes in, numbers advantage, and Sword backs off till the reinforcements arrive. And then these guys re-engage with once more the numbers lead here. And that kind of team fight dictating was really good. And I wanted to talk about Expression a lot, because
Triforce.
His Jax was banned all 3 games against Gambit. And
I guess they know why now.
Right, and we had the pause at the beginning of the game, and I'm like, guys, Sword planned this pick and ban. We saw SKT first pick Shen against Gamma Bears, and they're like, you didn't ban Jax. Please first pick Shen. I dare you to first pick Shen so that Expression could have a field day. And he managed to build a CS lead over a global teleport. Mind you, Expression ran Ignite. He has to walk back and forth across the map, still managed to take down minions, still managed to get into fights. And end of the game, 8-2-4. Expression did amazing that game.
And this comes back into the story we've been telling about Najin Sword. This is a fantastic patch for this team. Prey has always been one of the strongest Trinity Force AD carries in Korea, and of course, Expression really known for his ability to carry out of that top lane. So it's all coming together now. They look like they've shaken some of the rust off, and I am so excited for the rest of the games in this series.
At the same time, we were talking about this Shen and Jax interaction. I just think Nagne is a really, really key piece into this, because Shen first pick forces you into actually not being able to pick Ahri because it's really hard to play an assassin into a middle laner like Faker supported by a Shen ulti. So basically that means Nagne is saying, hey, we're getting him Shen, but I'll have to play against Faker's Ahri, which is really hard. And he played Gragas, and he did really, really well. He played really impressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, I agree. This game was really dictated by the solo lanes because you see Nagne, people say like, oh my god, Faker's going to crush this guy. He played a safe farming champion like Gragas. He actually did really well.
Right.
And then you see Expression, he counter-picked Shen. I feel like SKT's game plan coming into the next game needs to be throw their bottom lane under the bus, early pick their bot lane and jungle, and just let their solo lanes counter-pick Sword, or else it's going to just be a repeat of the first game.
Final thoughts, Monty Freak?
Yeah, and going back to the Gragas pick as well, Nagne did a great job throughout the game of when he saw Stand United coming in, using his ult to disrupt, and therefore it eliminated a lot of the potential for a Shen engage right there.
I just want to really point out that the way they siege as well, Barrel at one side forces them to group out at another side, and then Expression can go in, pop his E, AoE stun, really good siege power, and Sword play that really well.
Yeah, and all I really want to say is that Doublelift, I think your analysis is right on the money, where you're right, Faker's crazy, and he's going to kill you, and so the safe farming pick, I was actually going to say that myself if you hadn't, where he's like, yeah, I'm going to go Chalice Gragas, I'm going to get a Flask as well, and I'll just clear minion waves, clear minion waves, clear minion waves, and so now actually coming into the next game, you almost need to completely switch your ban strategy as SKT and let Faker make plays, remove some of the safe farmers.
We'll see what they do. We'll see if the Faker mind games continue. Right now, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if Najin Black Sword can make it 2 in a row against SKT. Plus, Dignitas's jungler Crumbs will join us to dissect tonight's semifinals. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. The next match is coming up fairly soon, but first I am joined by Alberto Rengifo, or Dignitas' jungler Crumbs, and I want to ask your expert opinion on this match. SKT1 heavy favorites, yet they dropped the first game.
Thank you, Efter the Portere. Now, going into this match, I feel like many people predicted SKT to perhaps even 3-0 sweep Najin Black Sword, and I really like seeing how Najin pulled out their strategies. They're really comfortable with the top lane Jax, and they completely steamrolled with it. They played their strategy, played their game, and SKT didn't seem to have an answer to it. They got shut down in the Shen lane, and Faker didn't make any plays that he's sort of expected to, and they won the game off that, and I'm really looking forward to the next games now. You can't count out SKT, though. They've done it in the past. They've lost first game. They've even lost the second game on the best of 5 and won 3 games in a row. So this game is still anybody's game.
Absolutely. Now we've seen Bengi and Watch in action. Is there anything in the tournament that you've picked up as a jungler or that has really impressed you?
I think what's impressed me the most in this tournament is how selfless some of these junglers are. You'd see they make these plays and item choices that are completely for the team. They don't think about themselves at all. They'll buy first item sightstones. They'll buy oracles very early on. So they're really just looking forward to increase their pressure and their overall what the goal as a team they have, not in increasing their own personal strength. So for instance, in North America, you'd see many junglers, their first item buy would be Doran's Blade, just because they want to be themselves stronger. But these styles are so different, and I really like seeing how they play against each other, especially in matches against junglers that are selfless. As a jungler myself, that's something I really enjoy watching.
Maybe going on that, learning a lot from this tournament, maybe, because what has the off-season been like for you guys?
Off-season happened for us as soon as PAX was over, and it's mostly been a lot of vacation. As soon as it's over, you know, you're very disappointed. We didn't make it to Worlds, but then you got to look on the bright side. Bright side is we get break, so we get to just go relax, visit family, visit friends, and a loved one, and it's really enjoyable for me. And then you can just sit back and watch the game, and for once, instead of watching it as a professional player, you can just watch it as a fan. And it turns out a lot of us are big fans of the actual game, even if we weren't a part of it. So that's something that I really enjoy.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your time here. As for us, we're going to be going over to the boys at the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Shox, and it is time for Game 2 in this best-of-5 semi-final series between Najin Black Sword and SK Telecom T1. And like Monty and the analysts predicted, Game 1 went over to Najin Black Sword.
Yeah, the one thing I really want to highlight about that game was the Nagne versus Faker matchup. Round 1 went heavily in favor of Nagne. His Gragas, 6-1-4, and he was in complete and utter control of that matchup. I was particularly impressed by his explosive casks.
We'll see if he can pick as a winner in the next one.
Oh, wow. The other solo laner, I want to give credit to Expression. He got his favorite champ, the signature Jax there, and he was able to make it effective in the late game. He didn't have any problems early against that Shen. Really, really nicely played.
Well, we're going to be moving here into picks and bans for game number 2. Voyboy joining us once again. Voyboy, what were your takes, first of all, on game number 1 and how that all went down?
I was really impressed with Expression and Nagne in particular. The solo laners of Najin's Sword were kind of, I guess, not disrespected, but people were just like, oh, obviously Faker's just going to do so well, he's just going to carry the game. And they actually came out really strong for their team, while the opposite actually occurred for their bot lane. Kayn and Prey didn't really show up. They kind of lost lane a bit. A lot of pressure from Bengi going out there, but people kind of expected the opposite to happen. So I was really impressed by Expression just stepping up and being able to carry his team to a victory. But you actually have to give props to Watch for that first stun through the creeps that picked up the first what onto the Shen and just snowballed the rest of the game.
That's what I was going to talk about. The junglers here came up big. We didn't see the Watch Nunu. I don't think we're going to see the Watch Nunu again. With the success that they have already had with him on Elise, I think he'll probably return to that.
Well, let's have a look then. Bit into the bans and the picks here for game number 2. They come quickly here, so let's skip over them. For Sword, Fight, Caitlyn, Fizz banned out. For the other side, Twitch, Zed, Shen.
Interesting. So again, they ban out the Vi and the Fizz so that SKT don't have that combo in the mid, but they leave up the Ahri.
Yeah, very surprising. Nagne, while he had a bit of a rough start to this tournament, I think he really became comfortable very soon, and I really would not be surprised to see an Ahri pick coming out. I think he's just testing us with the Jax, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a first pick. Oh my god, he went for it.
All right.
That's confidence right there.
Yeah, so again, we're going to have Expression on his signature champion here. But you're right about the Ahri, because that's when, what Nagne has gone to over and over again. However, he played so well on Gragas. I think that they're fine with him having on that as a playmaking champion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now we see them considering picking up Thresh. Thresh would actually be a really good pick versus Najin Sword. It was banned out in the last game, but Kane has been known to pick it continuously when it is up. He picked it all 3 games in the series versus Gambit, and he made a lot of plays picking up kills on Voidal and just being able to snowball their bot lane to victory. So I would not be surprised to see SKT taking that away from them.
So let's see if they maybe heading towards that Ahri here, whether they take that one early. Of course, they'd have last pick and be able to counter whatever comes up next, but maybe that's a big priority for them at this stage. I say will be Thresh, and they pick the Elise.
All right, I want to return to the Jax just a little bit, though, because we have Voidboy here, the top laner. If you first pick a Jax, what kind of counter picks are going through your mind when you're looking at what SKT are going to go for next?
Really looking at Impact's champion pool, I would not be surprised to see maybe a Renekton come out. Renekton has been really the unsung hero of this tournament. He's gotten picked and banned continuously, and Renekton can beat Jax early game, which is what I really think SKT has to do to take home the game versus Najin Sword. If they can't find that groundbreaking just kill after kill early, I really think they might struggle later on. So I would not be surprised to see that come out.
All right, so Najin do lock in 2 champions that they've used already. The Elise again for Watch. That's going to be huge. Early game potential very high on that champion. He also got he was able to get first blood for his team when they played versus Gambit as well. So he's had very good success on that. And Nagne, we can't say enough about that Gragas. He was able to hold off Faker's lane phase and then make really good picks in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what we see here is Najin Sword just going for the picks that worked out for them in the last game. They picked up Jax, Elise, and Gragas. All 3 picks going phenomenally. They still have their bot lane available to counterpick whatever SKT picks up, and there we do see their Renekton coming out as expected.
Yeah, and Expression actually, obviously has played a lot of Renekton himself, but on the other side, Impact also has a 100% win ratio with that Renekton at this point. 3 wins out of 3 for that. What are we going to see coming up here, though? Ooh. Faker looking like he might end up taking out that Orianna this time around.
So this time around, he passes up the Assassin. This is one of the very few times in any recent history of League of Legends where Ahri's left up and not picked by either team. But Faker also going to go with a little bit more utility-oriented here, more teamfight-oriented with the Orianna.
Yeah, for sure. Orianna has really good counter-engage potential. So right here we see Jax, Gragas, and Elise, 3 champions that want to get in the mix, get in the fight, and Faker's just looking to counter-engage, be able to group them up, and make the AoE happen for his team to follow up on. I'm pretty expected to see the Orianna pick. She's pretty much the safest mid laner you can go for. All 3 of his main assassins have been banned out. I mean, Ahri is still up, but it did not work that well in the last game for them, so I'm not surprised to see him go for that.
Wow, so Najin Sword looked like they're going to go with pretty much the same strategy here. And that classic combo, we already talked about how well these 2 champions work together because the Leona passive can be triggered by Corki. He changes it up on the last second of me. Of course, take the words right out of my mouth. Zyra definitely more safe, though, than Leona. That takes off a lot of the early game pressure that they were facing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zyra is actually a really good pick here. SKT has picked up Renekton and Lee Sin, 2 champions that want to dive into your backline and just create as much disruption as possible. And by picking the Zyra, being able to throw out that Stranglethorns and just prevent them from getting onto their carries and doing anything is going to be really, really powerful for Najin Sword. They've last picked the Vayne. Piglet going towards his comfort champion. When in doubt, you go for the Vayne, trying a hard carry. Very interesting pick. Corki and Zyra, I think, can do fairly well versus Vayne and Thresh, so I would not be surprised to see them go for a 2v1. Renekton is a very, very good 2v1er. He's very hard to dive. Just can basically farm it out, but I think they might go for the 1v1s just because I think that Renekton pick is aimed at shutting down the Jax early game. So that's probably what they're going to aim for.
And if they do aim for that, then that means the bottom lanes matching up against each other. Piglet still holding on to that cleanse, so that is not as effective as the barrier is in those level 2 skirmishes down bottom. And the early edge is probably going to go to that Corki lane there, running barrier.
We talked about the fact that SKT are not the best team in the first or maybe second game as well of a best of 5. But if you run the same comp, at least almost the same comp against them, surely that's the best way to let them figure you out.
Najin Sword, I mean, really, they're the ones with the success first, so they're going to stick with what worked. But you're right. If SKT are so good at adapting, they need to win this game. If they don't win this game, then it looks really, really bad for them.
Well, thank you very much, Voyboy, once again for joining us and helping break down Champions League. We'll see you back here before the start of game number 3. But for us, we're going to jump into game number 2 as we see if Sword can take a 2-0 lead or whether SK Telecom T1 can bounce back here in game 2 of this best-of-5 semi-final.
Well, we are in game right now. SKT this time round wearing the red trunks. We can see them barreling down this mid lane as they're about to clash into Sword's 5-man invade. Remember, in the previous game, both teams went for that deep red side invade. As it stands, Sword have not been spotted up. The Sonic Wave didn't connect, and this is very, very risky as both teams are setting themselves up in a position to challenge. Remember, Kane wasn't there, so there was no grasping roots. The question is it going to connect? The grasping roots goes out. Faker's able to sidestep, and he's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, a lot of damage going in. Expression not quite able to get in there, though, and get the stun off. Could have flashed, but that would have been very, very positive at this stage of the game.
He could have traded flashes there. That would be a top lane flash for a mid lane flash, though, and Expression not willing to give that up.
Well, that definitely could have been different if Kane had been in a position to land that route as SKT were moving in. Instead, he was setting up some wards down on the bottom half of his jungle. You can see some fairly deep wards now from the side of Sword. Once again, outranging SKT's wards, sort of going to be well aware of where those solo and duo lanes are going to go. We'll see if Piglet can avoid stepping into that vision. We've seen these Korean teams sort of skirting the walls to try and dodge as many wards as possible.
SKT starting off here on that bottom side, going to be a 3-man team kicking off with that blue buff. Looks like a similar thing over on the other side there. You can see the pings from SKT, ping the exact position where those wards were put down.
I also want to point out that Piglet and Pumandu stayed by their first turret there for a very long time, delaying the information that Sword can get with that deep ward until the minions are out, and then they make the run for the top lane.
Well, they are going to get their way up there. The rest of Sword, rather, are still hanging around in that mid lane. It does look like Expression is hanging out by the Wolf camp, and you'll see the duo lane trying to get to this bottom lane as quickly as possible to challenge off against Impact. You do see that Watch is now going to start off his red buff, as this Corki and Zyra are very far behind. They actually haven't got any CS at all right now. Impact has had quite a lot of time in that lane, completely alone.
Definitely. The duo here running all the way from the top side of the map down bottom meant that Impact got a nice little boost of experience there with the first free minions in his lane. And even so, the minion wave's still going to be pushing against his turret, so he won't be zoned out.
Let's talk a little bit about these 2v1s here. I mean, Jax and Renekton, the two unlucky ones, I guess we could say, for both sides in these 2v1 scenarios. Who's going to have the better time of this? Or is it really dependent on those junglers as we see Watch up there now?
It really is dependent on the junglers, but we also saw Jax doing that wolf camp first, so he actually came out ahead, even though Impact was down there with the minions early and got some first minion kills. The whole wolf camp for Expression actually gave him more experience, and he's starting this one out a lot better.
So Expression right now hanging around in this top lane. Piglet getting some auto attacks down onto that tower. And you see Pumandu lashing Expression's back with those Thresh auto attacks. We did see Watch hanging around the top lane, but has decided to back away and is going to move towards this mid lane to see if he can get in behind Faker. Does look like that ward is just timed up, but Faker would have seen Watch entering, so he's going to realize that he's been spotted, and the gank's not going to work this time.
Yeah, just before it timed out there, actually came in on that one. Is Bengi going to go aggressive here on towards Prey? Just heads straight back off in towards Impact, and doesn't really lose any health from that one, but good damage put down. He's going to stick around with this one.
This is something we see from these sort of early ganking junglers with Elise and Lee Sin. They have the kill potential. He's sticking around here. If he can land that Sonic Wave onto Prey, may work out, but does get spotted by that little seedling of Zyra, and you see Bengi getting out cleanly.
Now we actually had Elise going for another camp before coming to aid Jax in his lane,
and make it a 2 versus 2. So even though Lee Sin up a lot of minion kills.
Going up towards Piglet from this one, he will actually make his way away from that one with the flash, and Expression took a lot of damage in the meantime. This bottom lane has also had some more pressure put down, but in the end, both duos staying safe.
No flash though, nor an exhaust for that Piglet. And the top lane right now, Brain Kane have been jumped on.
Oh!
Impact's gone in, Ignite's ticking, first blood's been secured. Now Impact's been hit by the tower shot. True damage lands. Oh! Flash from Prey, Impact gets out. That's a second kill for SKT. Bengi and Impact over the move.
And the bottom lane gets destroyed here for Najin Sword. Oh, now Faker's under attack in mid as well.
He's managed to dodge that cocoon though, just sidestepping that one cleverly, and that went disastrously wrong. Prey thought he had the damage there to finish off Impact, and well, you sometimes think you have it, but you don't in the end, and that's the real
Expression
down of
gets
them.
hooked.
Expression is going to get hooked and flung back there a little. There's a knockback from Piglet, but Expression's safe there.
Fantastic counter-strike, locking up Pumandu under the turret. He's going to get out. Now remember, Pumandu does not have his exhaust available, so if Watch is able to get in there, and Expression and him can get onto a target, it could work out. Faker now, landing those auto attacks onto Nagne, having a better work of it right now. They trade Ignite for Ignite. Nagne's down to 100 HP, he flashes. Faker takes a tower hit, does get out, and both mid laners stay alive.
Ooh, Nagne there. Very, very confident. He goes back in on Faker, able to leave with trading summoners. So actually came out pretty well with that.
Crazy, crazy stuff there in that mid lane, but look at this.
Bengi's on the
Lee Sin.
hunt.
He's blind, but he can sniff blood here as he lands it on towards Nagne. He was stood stationary there around the corner, and Bengi landing everything that he needed to, and they've got time here for some tower damage as well.
Oh, we do see right now, Faker's decided to back away, gonna allow the minions to die to that tower. And this is an early 3-0 lead here for SKT. 2-0-1 on that Bengi Lee Sin. He's already got a double Doran's Blade start, so it's a slightly different item build than we've seen from the previous game. He is going to make his way down to this bottom lane, has his Dragon Range available. Impact does get rooted up. Bengi is looking for Prey. Can he catch him? Does land the Sonic Wave.
Prey at half HP. There's Impact slicing him once again. The stun not quite holding him up for it long enough. That's a great grasping route. SKT not able to follow through.
I'm very curious why Bengi's deviating from his normal build here, where he rushes those Moby boots and puts so much emphasis into that vision. You're right about that double Doran's Blade start. He's really going to have to make an impact in these early fights.
Well, it does seem like his roaming has been working out right now. Almost able to secure the 4th kill there for SKT. Prey was forced to use that Valkyrie over the wall. Did manage to get out with the aid of Kane's roots. Now, after a little bit of passiveness in this game, we do see that there's a CS advantage in the mid lane. 20 CS for Faker over Nagne. In the bottom lane, as far as the AD carries are concerned, I mean, Piglet is ahead of Prey as well. Prey finally returning to lane. So all things looking very good for SKT, a 2,000 gold lead.
Very rosy indeed. That 2,000 gold definitely different to what we saw in that last game, isn't it? It took us a while to see first turrets, first blood coming in there, and certainly a long time until one team really started to pull ahead. Here is a blue buff pass over on towards Nagne, who took his eye off the ball a little bit earlier on, was taken down by Bengi. Can't afford to let that one happen here again.
Looks like this time around, Najin are going to put a lot of their emphasis again onto Expression. But because they were 2 versus 1 lanes, both of the solo laners very low farm. It's going to take Jax a long time to get to the point where he can carry the team.
Well, we do see that Watch is moving up to this top lane, trying to set something up on Pumandu and Piglet. In the end, it doesn't work out, and I think we see another difference in itemization here. If I recall correctly in the previous game, Nagne rushed that Chalice of Harmony early on, as opposed to going for those double Dorans, and this time around, feeling he can risk it against Faker.
Ooh.
Now we see the shockwave catches Expression, but Watch was able to repel away from it. Expression's in trouble. He's going to leap over to Watch. That was a flash hook. Comes down from Pumandu. They picked up a kill onto Watch, and they turn their attention to Expression.
They're not done here. They're going to keep chasing the Jax. Here comes Thane. Not quite able to knock him there against the wall. The barrel's coming in. Piglet going a little deep there. The command protect, making sure that tower not able to do too much. But this is going to open up the outer mid turret.
We're going to dash away on this one. They've got a numbers advantage. Expression just out of sight there from SKT. This will be the first tower of the game. And SKT set up a great roam. There's some pretty good damage there from Nagne, but it's not going to be enough to save this tower. In fact, it is, as he cleared the minion wave.
Now let's look back. That was all set up
by this very deep ward up top, this pink ward from SKT, which saw the invade from Watch and Expression. And the lanes did exactly what you need to do when you get that amount of intel, and without Najin Swords knowing that you know. They did a great job collapsing, able to come out with the kill and the extra pressure on the mid turret.
Lock down that scoreboard right now, and specifically at the creep score. 46-27 in the top lane. Similar coming out of the jungle. Similar lead there in that mid lane. The bottom as well. Piglet has that lead over Prey. It's going extremely well on pretty much every single front here for SKT1. They're approaching that 3,000 gold lead 10 minutes only into this game.
Yeah, Piglet already got that Bilgewater Cutlass completed. He's returned himself to lane. There's so many more wards in SKT's inventory right now than there is in the side of Sword. Sword just doing the best that they can to hold on right now. We do see Impact and Expression now going toe-to-toe.
King's out on Lee Sin.
Impact's thrown down the Dominus. He's chasing down. Expression is going to stun him up. Here comes Bengi from the side. Can he land any abilities? That's the question. Grandmaster comes on from Expression. He sidesteps a Sonic Wave, and at the end of the day, Impact and Bengi make it easy as they run him down.
This is going to be very difficult for Najin Sword to come back. Not only did their mid laner get killed and their bottom lane, but also that ill-fated invade up in the top side jungle really cost them. The jungle pressure from Najin Sword isn't going to be there either. Very difficult always to invade on the dual lane side. Now it's Prey and Kane that are under attack.
Faker's got his shockwave available. We'll see who decides to go in first. The death sentence doesn't land. Here comes Faker from the side. He's got the attack down.
Oh, but Prey and Kane still sit there behind them. Sorry, there goes a shockwave. Prey tried to flash it. Box goes down. Good disengage there. Pumandu tanking up the turret. He's actually going to fall, but it will be a 2-for-1 in the end.
Great roam by Faker up top. Nagne way far behind him. Now going to come in, try and clean up some minion kills. But now, every single lane here going very well for SKT. This is a completely different story from last game.
Now the first kill of the board for Sword, and it goes to Kane's support. You know, in the previous game, it was the carries that were able to get that advantage. This time round, it's the support securing it. Now Expression, a very different game. He's sitting on the makings of a Phage, not yet completed, and he's trying to challenge Impact Sunfire Cape. We do see Impact once again chasing Expression down. Expression's just going to leap away, but he cannot trade with Impact. He cannot pick fights with him. It's not going in his favor at all.
Yeah, not at all. That was the right statement for it as well. I mean, we saw Expression coming once again, has a leap strike away from it. The fact is Impact didn't have his ultimate there. Could have been even different if he'd have stuck around with that ultimate available. Right now, though, SKT going in for Dragon. Sword not going to give this one up for free. They're coming around the back. There come the Gragas barrels, but it's picked up by SKT. They're pushing in. Kane's going to go down. The Lantern bring Piglet through into the action, but they walk away as Sword back off.
And Najin Sword being this far behind, they can't play the team comp the same way that they played it last game. Last game, they could use all of their cooldowns on just catching one person out and have the confidence that they had the damage to back up that pick with an absolute kill. Ooh. But since they're so far behind this time, they actually don't have the damage to follow through on one of those, and they need to stall it out. SKT right now, running away with this game.
Pumandu's thresh hooks have been phenomenal. Right now, Prey is in a little bit of trouble. Fake is coming up from behind, and Bengi is over to his right. Prey does have Valkyrie, but nothing else. Can he get away? He's going to Valkyrie over the wall. Sonic Wave does miss as he sidesteps away. That's a lot of traded damage back as Expression is now going to get caught up by Piglet and Pumandu, but thanks to the aid of the tower, he's going to survive. Here comes Watch from the side. The Cocoon doesn't land.
Cocoon missing from that one. Pumandu is going to thrash them back, but Piglet popping his ulti. He's going to knock them away. Mandu will go down, but will Piglet be able to survive this one? He's going to be forced to flash over the top to the safety of the Lee Sin.
One kill on the board there for Watch in a 3v2. It's something that Sword are going to need vitally in these next few minutes. They are 6,000 gold down right now. A Dragon down, 2 towers down, and Sword are just scrambling to find CS as they're about to lose their third and final outer turrets.
Right, they did get a kill onto the support, but because they committed so many resources down bottom, Impact got the turret. This is a good bait here.
Oh, see them jumping onto Impact. Dominus is up. Prey gets caught out. Impact knocked away by the cask of Nagne. He manages to flash away from the slow. They're going to chase this one down, and it should be a kill secured here for Sword.
Brilliantly done there. Just a case of a nice bait coming in, but will SKT be able to push something for this one as well? They're on that middle turret. We will see Watch coming around the side. That should stay safe, but he's taken almost half damage.
SKT committing pretty heavily to this one, and the duo coming up from bot can close in on them. Beautiful!
Manages to repel the
And
shockwave.
catch him.
Lands the cocoon, but that's a massive amount of damage from an attack dissonance.
That was incredible there, reaction-wise from Watch. Throws the ward in there, repels away straight out of that shockwave, and is still able to get a cocoon on them as they try to escape. So nicely done from Watch, but also doesn't really gain too much from that side, from that shockwave going down, which is going to be back on. I mean, it's already at half cooldown already.
Right, that duo going through the jungle, trying to collapse. We're not able to get anything out of it, and it opened up the free minion wave farm down bottom for Vayne. Good job securing his red buff there, though. At least Watch is able to get it with the smite.
Yeah, Prey was so close to it, but I think that Sword was just too scared of that buff being stolen away. So Watch secures it with that smite. We do see now SKT once again just returning back to the lane and pulling even further ahead. It's about a 40 CS difference now between Bengi, Impact rather, and Expression. So Bengi is tied with Watch in the jungle, but that's a 3-0-3. He does have those boots of mobility, which is something we've seen him do traditionally on that jungle lead, but he still hasn't gone from that side stone, which is something he tends to do when he gets ahead.
Well, you're going to have to eat your words now because he just bought it.
Damn!
Going in for that one this time around, and Expression again coming up to this top side against Impact. You can see that Impact is not scared of having to go at him from this one. Almost half of Expression's health being taken away. Impact moving in. The stun's going to actually pull Impact here underneath the turret, but it's still Expression losing more health overall.
You can see Impact much happier to be on Renekton, a character that could handle Jax 1v1, but it's making him very, very confident. Piglet comes in, stuns.
Expression going to go down from this one, and almost a double bait coming in from that. We saw Expression trying to pull Impact in. Gragas was coming along at the same time, and Impact just says, that's fine. We're going to have the Vayne moving in. Meanwhile, Mandu down at bottom is in trouble.
Prey's going to do the best he can to chase. Does have his flash. Is using those missiles. It actually catches onto the minions, though. Now Mandu in trouble. We do see Watch gets caught out. The Condemn doesn't land. Watch gets shredded down as Prey was unable to secure the kill in that bottom lane. The rest of SKT now, a 3-man pressure on the tower.
And Mandu got away down in the bottom lane, so they didn't even have to give up their support kill. I have to say, the initial top lane fight was also started out because of the 2 pink wards spent up in this top lane that allowed Vayne to come down and know that there was no vision of him. Really well played here by SKT. They're not giving anything back.
That's Prey down in the bottom, trying to pick up the first tower of the game here for Sword. Let's not forget that. They've not been able to do that up until now, 17.5 minutes into this one. You see Prey just keeping the minions away from that tower, and that will finally get pushed down. Let's have a look at the overall score and how it stands at this point. 10-3 in kills, 4-1 in turrets. And that gold right now at 7,000, the lead for SK Telecom.
The thing that's more scary about that is where that gold is clustered right now. You can see an Athene Sorcerer's Shoes and a Needlessly Large Rod completed for Faker, in comparison to just that Athene's and those Dorans. A completed Blade of the Ruin King for Piglet, Sunfire Cape, and the Cowl for Impact. They are just so tanky and have so much damage to back up their front line. It's very difficult to see how Sword are going to get their way back into this game, especially if Expression gets caught out. Bengi's going to chase in there. We do see the attack at distance. He's connected with the Sonic Wave.
Oh, I'm going to push through this one. Actually kicking Watch away, but there's the shockwave. Expression dives away. The Q will hit him. It's Faker that picks up the kill in the end. Nice chase down.
Good job there. Bengi actually dodging the stun and then kicking back, maybe the wrong target right there, but they got the kill anyway, so it was all worth it in the end.
Right now, SKT hold onto this lead. Dragon has respawned, and knowing that Expression's not going to be able to jump in to help them out, may decide to go for this one. Instead, they're going to use Dragon as a bait. Sword are going to be aware of the timing. They're hanging around in the bush, and they've started it all.
I also really want to point out that Impact is doing a better job split pushing on Renekton than he did on Shen. Even without the global ultimate, the possibility to join his team, he has the confidence in this Renekton to 1v1 people, and he has the ward coverage to back this up.
team there just stood.
Not anymore,
Pretty much watching Sword come in, come back out. Okay, no problem. We know you're there. I am not scared of you at this point. Meanwhile, Faker and Mandu here coming around the side. Sword, see that as the hook comes in, and there is a steal. Faker says thank you very much and walks away with the blue.
Mandu and his death sentences not only securing kills, but making sure the buffs are secured for SKT. They're completely controlling this game here, and Sword is scrambling to find their way back into this game. They've got Impact split pushing the top lane. They've got Piglet split pushing the bottom lane. And it's a very difficult situation to be in. Faker now, with everything available to him, is staring down the barrel of Nagne's Gragas. And as it stands, neither of them have gone toe-to-toe. It's once again, it's been a farm fest for our mid laners, and it's really been about the jungler helping out the other lanes to get this early stage of the game going.
So a bit more farm back here on that bottom side for Prey. Trinity Force Sorcerer Shoes is what he is working with right now. Other side, we can see that Seal now added into the Blade of the Ruin King for Piglet's Fane. And look at this, the start on the Baron. There is a reward there, so I think that they've seen this happening. And Sword are actually closing in now.
So here comes Sword from the side. They're aware of this. The death sentence goes out. It doesn't manage to connect though, and Sword are a little bit split up. Faker using the movement speed from distance. Bengi wants to catch somebody. Can he get the kick? The Sonic Wave doesn't manage to connect with anybody though, and he's gonna back away. And SKT lose a bit of HP to Baron, but no fight comes to that one. Expression alone in the top lane.
They have to be very careful here about the steal that's possible from Najin Sword. So SKT have to be very careful clearing out all the vision. Right now, they're just trying to bait someone close enough from Najin Sword that they can grab a pick.
What the bait on the hook.
Kane, don't take it.
Will they bite here? Kane moving forward step by step. Nagne here around
They
the
got
side.
Watch.
There's the barrel coming in. Watch is going to be taking a lot of damage there. Repels away. There's a barrel over the side. This is good damage from them. Mandu going very low. Bengi is low. Impact comes over from the side to shield some of that one. And there is a Valkyrie off from Prey. That overall wasn't that bad from SKT.
Yeah, the area of effect magic damage in the back line just destroying SKT, taking their health so low that they could not commit.
Right now, Sword realizing they've got some HP advantage, have stuck around in this mid lane. We're definitely toying with the idea of shoving this tower down. However, a wave clear from Faker is so good that the minions were just melted before they got anywhere near it. And SKT hold on to that 9,000 gold lead. However, at 22 minutes, it is a little less impactful than it was at 15 minutes. And while it's still massive, Sword have to keep hoping for those defensive starts. They have caught Faker out.
There's a shockwave though, he lands it onto two of them, and look how low both Prey and Expression got. Here comes Bengi, are they gonna fight?
Oh, he wants it!
Gonna get locked up, he does go in there, but he's gonna pay the price. The shutdown coming in for Nagne.
His Dragon Rage was still on cooldown. Just another second there. Bengi flashed in and could not finish off Prey.
Well, right now we do see Bengi with his life down. He's going to be unable to help out. He has a replay of that fight.
All right, so this is where they catch out Faker, but the beautiful shockwave right there isn't able to get Prey and Expression low enough. You can tell Bengi's going around the side to try and land that Sonic Wave, and even though he gets Expression, he flashes over to try and finish Prey, but he just pulls out a kick instead of the actual Dragon ultimate right there. Not right available, and he can't finish him off.
Little bit unfortunate for them there on that one. So let's take stock again. 23 minutes we are into this game. That 9,000 gold lead still standing. 4-1 in turrets for SKT. It's not looking good for Sword. We talked about the fact that SKT are an incredible team at adapting. And so far they seem to have done that after Sword picked a very similar lineup in game one.
Yeah, right now Sword just doing the best they can to hold on to this matchup, and they had a very advantageous fight that allowed them to not only prevent the Baron from going down, but actually almost get some kills. And we'll see if they can find that situation again. I feel like SKT may not group up quite as tightly to run the risk of being caught by Nagne's ultimate. The one thing that is different in this game from the previous game is just how much less emphasis there has been on wards and clearing wards. And it really feels like there's a lot more action-packed as SKT are stacking towards this top lane.
Walking straight over the ward there, and that Cocoon came around the side just to push them away from that area. SKT not going to be gambling anything at this stage on that one as Impact dives in, and so far for him, I said it before, that his Renekton is incredibly good. 3 for 3 so far here in the World Championships, and right now looking like a 4 out of 4 for him, to be honest.
I think that, you know, SKT are probably going to finish this one out by the split push as well, because they don't feel like going for that Baron. After Bengi right there literally had 1 second left on his Dragon Kick, his Dragon Rage, and he couldn't get it off. It doesn't seem like luck is on his side, so they don't want to go with that Smite Wars, and they'd rather just shove down turrets.
Yeah, they're focusing it down. Tower is getting dropped very, very quickly. Barrel comes up from Nagne, but does absolutely nothing. A decent Strangleforce will interrupt SKT from re-engaging, but here they come!
Wow, the shockwave comes down. Prey, he's going to be finished off, and look at Piglet ripping through Sword here. That's 3 men down. Triple kill. Is he going to be able to pick up 4? The barrel comes back. Piglet won't be able to catch up, but it's 4 kills for them coming in. Oh, in total, only Nagne stays alive. They're going for the turret.
Piglet was so deep right there. He was closer to Najin Sword's base than Najin Sword were, in the middle of 3 people, able to hunt them down and finish them off. This is going to be an inhibitor.
The inhibitor has been taken out. SKT tanking up that tower until their minions have conga lined in. Death sentence from Pumandu, running enough interference. Sword, 11 kills down, an inhibitor down, and a massive amount of gold. Here's the fight, Cody.
Let's go back through this one. What a dodge by Piglet right there. Getting out back away from the Gragas ultimate, and then they were also able to get around the Zyra ulti. He finishes off the turret, and this is where he goes deep, flashing in, lands the last hit, and now he's tumbling through the rest of the team, chasing every single man down.
Amazing, amazing play here from SKT. And they look like well, this looks like a different game completely to that first one. A one-sided affair so far here for SKT. We'll see, though, how they're able to close this one out. We've got Dragon up here. Baron, of course, is still available for the taking.
A slightly different itemization here from Piglet as well. After picking up that Phantom Dancer, he's grabbed himself a Hex Drinker, and I guess against the immense amount of burst that comes from Sword, as well as every single member doing magic damage, that makes perfect sense. Now, with the super minions in the bottom lane, SKT are going to pick themselves up at Baron. They've got great control of vision, and this is completely uncontestable by Sword.
All right, so they will take the Baron when they have total vision, not only of Baron Pit, but also all the paths leading to Baron Pit.
Pretty much the safest Baron you could ever hope for, I think there. Complete control of everything going in. SKT, meanwhile, pushing in for turret number 7 here, the inner turret in this top lane.
They cannot defend this one because Expression is still split pushing bottom. Very dangerous for them to even be close.
Well, right now you can see without the numbers advantage, Sword haven't even tried to challenge. Pumandu was looking for that death sentence from over the tree line and didn't manage to connect with anybody. Right now, SKT, they keep the numbers. There's a 5-man team in this top lane. There are super minions getting closer and closer to the Nexus. They have caught watch. Pumandu decides not to go in. Shockwave is available. If it's going to come down, Faker holds on to it this time around, and SKT haven't exactly jumped on this fight, waiting for the minions to back them up.
No need to take a risk here for SKT. They're going to be regenerating all that poke that comes out from Sword slowly but surely, and probably going to put down a lot of damage on their own as things go through. Just waiting for that next wave of minions to come down the turret. There it is. Actually, we saw the flashes going in from that one. Impact having to get himself back away, not quite going to plan.
Nagne's explosive cast was used in that engagement though. Faker has held onto his shockwave. Now we have a 5v4. Expression is close by, but it'll take him a couple of seconds to get there.
This is going to be very hard for Najin Sword to continue defending. Expression actually going in on Bengi here. Probably won't follow it up though.
Pumandu almost connecting with that death sentence. Not managing to grab a target just yet. Expression and Watch toying with Impact, but that's definitely not something that'll work in their favor. Piglet once again landing a couple auto attacks onto the tower. Sonic Wave connects, but no follow-up. Watch once again repels the Shockwave. He comes back down, almost gets caught by the death sentence. And Pumandu once again applying so much presence around these towers.
And they've been able to defend until Nagne's ultimate comes back up. So he's only got 4 more seconds left on that one. The Gragas will be available. If Najin Sword want to make a play, it's going to have to be with that barrel landing in a perfect position so they can follow up with their skill shots AC and chain it.
Look at this here from SKT. Going to the top, bit of damage. Mid tower, top tower, mid tower, top tower, exchanging themselves between the two there as those minion waves streaming on both sides of things. And again, they push on towards that mid. There is Expression jumping in. Gonna get a good start up there. There is a barrel as well. Strangled Thorns will knock Mandu. The hook has landed on towards Prey, but SKT going a little bit low from this. Looks like they want to back away. There's the damage onto Watch. He's coming straight down on top. Piglet gonna pick that one up. He's now dominated.
Now right now, Sword doing the the best they can to hold on with 4 members. They've held off for the most part, but Impact untouched. They've caught Prey. Prey's down. Here comes Piglet. He manages to cleanse off the root, manages to pick himself up a kill, and he focuses the rest of the damage to clear out the minions. SKT hammer down the 8th tower of the game and their 2nd inhibitor.
Impact is so ridiculously tanky on Renekton. Don't think Najin Sword can ever take him down. Now they're going on Nexus turrets.
Now look at the shield there onto Piglet coming out from Faker. They are going to take down that first Nexus turret. Nagne on the top side here with Gragas is going to get jumped on. Expression comes out. There's a barrel flinging him off towards a fountain, which won't make that much difference. Nagne moves off to the top side. Second Nexus turret goes down. Nagne does pick up the kill on Bengi, but they're pushing in for the finish here. They're trying to take down the Nexus, and they will take down the Nexus. SK Telecom T1 pick up game number 2 here and bring us all square at 1-1.
And compare the way SKT used the Baron to how Sword used the Baron in the previous game. Sword waited until the last 30 or 40 seconds of Baron to try to force those objectives, try to force the towers. SKT planted themselves as a team in front of those top and mid lane inhibitors and refused to be budged. They just kept waiting for minions, get some auto attacks down, rotate, auto attacks, rotate, over and over until they found the opening they wanted.
SKT looked like they were not going to wait for anything all game long. They kept on taking objective after objective. Really, really quick start for them. And Najin Sword, basically, they showed them the exact same plan coming into the game. SKT did make their adaptations, and they definitely answered big, bringing it to 1-1 already. This is an exciting matchup.
Does that mean that we're going to see a complete switch of ideals and strategies coming out, do you think, this time from Sword?
I think now it's definitely on Sword to make the changes here. I mean, they came out with the first strategy, worked great the first time, but we've seen that it's not going to be reliable.
I'm trying to test my mind here and think back to any other series where a team has run basically the exact same comp 2 games back-to-back. And I can't think of an example in a very long time, if any. And more importantly, that would work. If you lose to a composition at this level of play, and you know what it was that you lost, where the mistakes were, you're not going to play the same going into game 2. So I've got to question the decision-making from Sword here, running 4/5 of exactly the same comp and playing it in the same manner.
And I think a big part of why it was successful the first time is because they were able to bait SKT. They got them to pick that first pick Shen, which is basically how Jax got to the late game, and they got the super-fed Jax. They had no chance of getting that super-fed Jax this time. Going into the 2v1 lanes, he never got there.
Well, we're going to send it over to Riv and his crew for a look at SKT's dominating Game 2 victory.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, that game showing us that SKT can look at the same composition almost without Leona there on Najin's side and pretty much make it seemingly not work at all. Right out of picks and bans, Monty. How are you feeling about that game?
Well, I think this really shows the strength of SK Telecom to rebound and make those adjustments. We talk about how they typically lose the first 1 or 2 games of a best of 5, but the problem is once they get rolling, once they win 1 game, they usually win 3 in a row. So to come back for Najin Sword is a tall order, and what the adjustment that they made here that was very important is, I've talked about this before, but there aren't that many teams in the world that are comfortable with a solo Vayne split push. Right. And that is exactly what Piglet does. It's also what Mr. Doublelift likes to do, and it's a strategy that we have on CLG. If you can rely on your player to make plays, and Piglet also doing the heavy roam there, repeatedly shutting down Expression, this is just one of the characteristics of SK Telecom's playstyle. And I think you do have to question the delayed lane swap. Sword intentionally switched into those lanes, got behind early, and I know some of the fellow analysts here have some pretty strong feelings about that.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Sword couldn't react to the lane swap properly is because their duo lane was losing. They actually died in the 2v2. Both of them, both Prey and Kayn died to Lee Sin, Renekton, which is a really devastating 2v2 jungle top lane combo. And it's no coincidence also that Sword has lost every game that they've gotten 2v1. In the Gambit series, the Gambit 2v1 them in the first game, they came back every time Sword 2v2s the enemy duo lane, they win. And that's because Prey is such a big part of Sword's play style. He needs to get fed, he needs to get ahead, and he can't really get ahead if he's 2v1ing. That means he's splitting even with the enemy AD.
Yeah, and actually one thing that played out there as well was you talked about Prey, but also Expression here, who's stuck in a 1v2 and had a really, really rough time of it, didn't get much jungle support. And the one thing that stood out to me was that SKT, I mean, granted Lee Sin, actually, yeah, in either case, they sent the Lee Sin to go gank for the Renekton. to have a 2 versus 2 matchup there. Instead of 3v1 diving and killing the turret off and breaking the lanes apart, they extended the laning phase. He supported his dying turret, got a kill, kept the lanes in a 1v2, and especially got farther and farther and farther behind Impact.
See, I think this game came down to play and not to compositions, because I think both teams had the means to deal with each other, depending if they just played it right. We could see when SKT struggled a tiny bit getting that Nasher once they actually dropped the split pushing, and you could see that Sword's comp was actually pretty decent at dealing with them. I just think they completely got outplayed, and I really want to give props to Bengi here, because the way he plays his Lee Sin, gets an early lead, transition that in mobility boots, goes around the map, keeps ganking. There's a lot of vision control coming out from the entire SKT1 team. Basically, that's what SKT1 does. You give them a lead and they will strangle you to death with perfect vision control, really heavy roaming by the jungler, just snowballing the lanes one by one, and then just, yeah, good mechanics to top it off.
Bengi has been playing so well. He's part of SKT's first 5 kills. And even though he did that derp where he flashed into the enemy team and died because he thought he had a kick up, I mean, he's just been playing so well. He's been setting up these amazing like insect plays where he kicks the enemy carry back in. I mean, you got to hand it to this guy. He makes SKT snowball the other game, gets every dragon.
And I actually want to give some credit to Najin Sword, because I know at the beginning of the series we talked about how the mid-game decision-making was going to be so much better for SKT, but we saw a mid-game victory in Game 1, and here I actually wanted to commend how Sword played the Baron dance at around 20 minutes or so, because fully blacked out vision, no one face-checked a Thresh Hook, and Sword actually chunked SKT off the Baron. A really good Gragas ultimate into Prey on the side, landing a bunch of poke damage as well, and took over map control on a unwarded Baron attempt, and it's like, wow, that's really, really good mid-game play, good play calling.
This is something where Zyra actually excels at. The range she has on her seedlings makes it really easy for her to get mini wards into brushes she otherwise couldn't get into. The same way she can hide behind the plants, she will pop out of those seeds to dodge possible Thresh Hooks. So the Zyra really helps, especially with Gragas as well, being the long range disengage in case somebody does get caught, like Watch, who then has a repel. So Baron Dance definitely wasn't the answer for SKT1. The split push, as Mondi pointed out, with Renekton being in a lead and Vayne being able to individually split push as well, probably was the way to get the chokehold onto Sword.
And with a little bit longer to go over this, I definitely want to touch on a point, Crepo, that you brought up during the quarterfinals and within that game, and it's behavior in the lane, playing with or without your jungler there and kind of faking out the other team. How were they, putting that forward within their lanes?
So when I was watching Prey and Kane 2v2 against Renekton and Lee Sin, they're both level 2, okay? This Lee Sin is level 4 with double buffs, and he walks in and they play like he's not there. Or sorry, they play like they don't care if he goes on them. And to me, I'm like, they're playing as if Elise is there. And I don't really have the replay to pull up, but they played so disrespectful of him that he actually didn't go in on the Zyra. He's like, oh my god, Elise is here, they're trying to bait me. And it's like this next level mind game that they played. In the end, I was like, actually, they're actually playing kind of dumb. And they both died because they played so far up. But yeah, there's a lot of like lane behavior things that trigger like, oh, the jungler is here, they're playing aggressively, I shouldn't do this.
All right, well, we'll see if the mind games continue as well with the baits and everything else that goes along with it. Right now, while the teams take a breather before Game 3, it's the perfect time to check out the best responses to tonight's Twitter question. Earlier, we asked you, all of you, how has the World Championship influenced the way you play League of Legends and why? And here's what you guys had to say. WarX Pro says, it's shown me that confidence and trust in yourself and your team is absolutely fundamental to winning. And I think from the beginning of broadcasting, any team would have told you that, and it's huge.
It really is, and we saw that actually, especially from SKT's games, both in their group stage win over OMG, that final game, as well as this match here, is ruthlessness. Is we caught someone, everyone go win, we'll capitalize, don't worry about it. And being on the same page and starting those fights has worked really well in a lot of cases.
Yeah, you say ruthlessness, and I kind of translate that into, like, these teams have no hesitation. When I look at SKT1, they have no hesitation to make plays. It's because they trust that they have the ability to make this play, and they trust that their teammates will follow up accordingly. And everyone's on the same page. The second this happens, I'm going to react with this.
All right, Koshi93 says, all these great dives have made me a more gutsy player. As Doublelift was just saying, I used to be way too cautious. It's really paying off for me. That's kind of a double-sided coin there, but Crepo?
To be fair, to learn diving, you have to fail at it many, many times. So
this is true.
I do hope for that player that he watches it a lot before he tries it, because knowing from experience, you will have some mishaps happening.
Yeah. All right. Instalock Ari says, since watching Worlds, I've used vision wards much more. Keeping the enemy blind means opportunities for me and my team.
And you really see that with a player like Faker, who on his first back, you know, in the first game we saw Minari pick up both a pink and a green ward coming back into lane, because it gets you just so much more control. You can play more aggressively if you know the jungler isn't there. If you can deny a ward as well, it makes the other mid laner play really scared because they don't know if your jungler's. So, all about wards, right, Double It?
I hate wards.
Surprised we didn't see any Trinity Force Kog'Maws in there. Just not impressionable enough. Guys, those are some great tweets. The rest of you, keep those answers coming our way. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. Then head over to bit.ly/Worlds Semis and give us some feedback on everything related to our coverage of the World Championship.
This week, we want to know your thoughts on the Off the Rift segments and find out what types of other shorts you'd like to see in the future.
All right, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, SKT and Najin Black Sword head back to the Rift for Game 3, tied at 1 win apiece. But up first, we take a look at tomorrow's semifinal showdown. Expect and Fnatic teleport onto the stage to battle Royal Club and Uzi in front of a Galen Center full of fans.
It's really crazy when you can look and see people everywhere cheering and going crazy.
当赢的时候，台下的观众一起欢呼你，或者是欢呼一个团队的时候，那种感觉是最好的。
I think it can work more to our advantage than theirs because we are really used to playing in big stages and having a lot of pressure. And yeah, I don't know if they're all really used to it.
But even there is like a million audiences looking at me, it's the same. All I want to focus is how to beat Fnatic.
아직 이렇게 잡거나 실제로 본 적은 없겠지만 가져가면은 엄청 이렇게 자부심을 엄청 느낄 것 같아요. 그래서 꼭 너무너무 우승을 하고 싶어요.
오, 보고 싶다. 이거 뭘로 만든 거예요? 저 깨끗해요? 깨끗하면 콜라 넣고 먹고 싶은데.
아, 제가 반대할 거예요. 왜냐면 그 콜라를 따기에 좀 너무 아깝지 않아요? 그 소환사 컵이.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. It's time for Game 3 in the semi-final series between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. And tied at 1 apiece now, the teams will look to make the adjustments necessary to pick up a second win in the series.
Yeah, one of the things I want to highlight from the previous game is that Faker made a big adjustment to his game. He didn't pick an assassin. Ari was left untouched during the course of that game. He picked out Orianna to deal with Gragas, who was drinking from his cup, as some of the teams are saying. And I think Orianna on Faker in that game played a lot better because they had all of the utility to offer, because Ari's burst just didn't kill anybody in game 1.
In the bottom lane, too, I really got to shout out Piglet, because everyone was kind of writing him off, talking about, you know, how good Prey is. But man, on that vein, he got so strong, he could split push, and then he was ending team fights deep in the enemy team at the front of his, and he got out with 0 deaths.
So we have Voyboy with us once again for this one. Voyboy, your thoughts on game 2?
Well, as Kobe said, Piglet did have a really good game. He posted up big numbers. But one thing you have to remember about that is because Kane and Prey got 2v1 and died, they gave up a double kill early on in the laning phase, which was basically what allowed Piglet to get so far ahead of his counterpart and just end up slow pushing like a monster. And Expression, he got 2v1. He didn't do that badly, but just the fact that your bot lane dies like that in such a way and gives the enemy top laner 2 free kills or 1 free kill just allows them to be so much stronger in every pretty much aspect. And I really hope that Kane and Prey can step it up for this game, because people have been talking about they're so instrumental for the success. They've been kind of letting us down for these last 2 games. So if they want to win, they gotta step it up.
So you're giving credit to the jungler. Nice, I like it. Bengi made some big plays there very early here. We'll have to see if he does go with that Lee Sin again. I'm pretty sure whatever it is, though, it will be one of the early junglers, either that or the Jarvan, maybe even the Elise. Bans coming out so quick here, though.
Yeah, Twitch, Thresh, Jax all banned out here, not wanting Expression together. Jax again on the other side, not that much of a change really. Zed, Vi, and the final one was, of course, Fizz.
So immediately we see Shen picked up right away. They did ban out the Jax, so that counter pick that Najin Sword was looking for in their first game that was so instrumental in their success is not available. So we're going to have to see what Expression chooses to go for to counter pick that Jax. We know in their game versus Gambit, he did go for that Diana. Singe is still on the table. There's a lot of options available. We just got to see what he's going to go for.
The Diana game definitely comes to mind. In that one, I believe he was 2 versus 1 as well, though. So really the importance is in those deep wards. And if they can get the deep wards, so that SKT actually walk into them. We've seen SKT pull a lot of tricks as well. Them waiting in their base till the very last second when they rush cross over to the minion lines. They really don't want to give away how they're setting up the lanes in the beginning. So I think the level 1s even are extremely important in this matchup.
So we see there for Sword, the Sona and that Lee Sin. We're going to see Watch on the Lee Sin, something that, of course, Bengi has done so well within the last couple of games.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think taking Lee Sin away from Bengi when he's posted up such big results is a really smart move. Bengi has been picking it right away if it is available. I think that's a really smart move on him. He's just been playing really well. Even in the first game when he lost, he got their bot lane, he got them ahead, and he's just been making play after play. So Watch, we haven't seen him play it in this tournament yet, but no doubt he's going to be able to post up some results as well.
Oh, so Bengi hovering over that Aatrox, which is another jungler that's very strong early if he has his passive available, though. That's someone with a lot of counterplay. When you're jungling Aatrox, you feel really strong when you have your passive up, but very weak when you have it down. And with these junglers at this level, the whole team can take advantage of you if they know that your passive is not up, and they can all just come in, invade your jungle, and really shut you down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Faker still has his Ahri on the table, so I would not be surprised to see him pick it up. Ahri plus Aatrox is a really powerful 2v2 combination, so I would not be surprised for them to put a lot of pressure onto Nagne and try to take advantage of the less experienced player on Najin's Sword.
So we see the Ahri coming out there as the final pick anyway, so kind of expecting that one while it's still on the table for Faker. Other side, just to step back a little bit, the Renekton coming out in there for the top laner Expression plus the Corki as well.
It's really interesting that SKT team, they've got a lot of split pushing potential. Not only do they have the Shen, but also
as mentioned before, Piglet on Vayne gets to the point where he can split push himself, and then Faker, as always, he's confident in his 1v1 abilities.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not surprised at all to see the Renekton and Gragas picks picked up. Renekton has been huge this tournament. It's just Impact and especially his go-to champion. When you want someone who's just going to consistently do well in their lane, push out and put pressure, and allow the rest of the team to carry, Renekton is your go-to. And Nagne picking up that Gragas, it worked phenomenally for him in the first game versus Faker's Ari. He's just looking to repeat that success once again, so let's see how that goes.
And this time around, there's no Bengi Lee Sin that's going to come around behind his turret and snipe him. So hopefully he'll be able to hold on to his life a little bit longer.
Well, there is the Aatrox that could come behind his turret and snipe him off. We'll have to see how that one goes. But, you know, the question again that I have to ask is, can they adapt here to things? I mean, they did adapt, let's be honest, for game number 2. It was a very one-sided affair, that SKT win. Is this composition different enough now from Sword?
I mean, I like the change, especially taking away that Lee Sin, because he was the one who got it rolling, especially down in that bottom lane. You know, if they won't adapt their in-lane play, then taking away that champion's huge. But Aatrox is something I'm really a fan of, and I like this substitution here. Bengi going to that one next.
Yeah, no doubt. They gave Corki to Prey again. He's picked it basically every time it's been up. We've seen Corki huge in this tournament. Triforce, of course, a big factor in all of that. He hasn't had that much success on Corki in the last 2 games, so I'm actually really surprised that they chose to go for it again. But I mean, obviously, that's just showing confidence. I definitely think they're going to step it up for this game. So.
Also, that dual lane, Sona was banned out in the first game. So SKT, they know that that's a high priority for this bottom lane. We'll have to see if they can execute with it.
Well, thanks again once again, Boy, for joining us for the picks and bans on this one. We'll see you again before game 4. However, we are going to move into game number 3 right now as SK Telecom T1 take on Najin Black Sword. The scoreline, we're tied at 1-1 here in this best-of-5 game.
And we'll see how well Sword can do in this matchup. In the very last game, we see them actually stealing away 2 picks here from SKT. That Lee Sin and that Renekton, locking them in for Sword, and we'll see if Sword can have the same level of success. As it stands, SKT with a heavy 5-man push down this mid lane already.
All right, so SKT also coming out with the 4 Doran start here. 2 blades, the ring, and the shield. They've pretty much got the whole set here. And I like the fact that they've got Shen with the Doran shield. He can go very easily into a 2-versus-1 situation if they are able to get the ward coverage down to find that out. And Aatrox as well. Jungle Aatrox always starts with a Doran's Blade because he doesn't need any sustain from items. He won't buy a lot of potions. His W will sustain him up easily throughout the jungle. Whenever he gets below 50% HP, it triples the heal.
So look at this here. Sword did exactly pretty much the same as we saw from them at level 1 in game 1, where they headed down towards that bottom side by the red buff. Not quite getting the same wards in there. They've got one by the red, but not one a little bit deeper. And we saw that SKT set up this trap, but Sword not going to walk through.
Sword right now, they're stacking up towards their own blue buff area. Gonna hang around, play a little defensively. This is the first game that we've seen Sword not getting those very, very deep wards down on the SKT jungle. And this time around, they're just going to have to do a little bit of guesswork as to where those lane matchups are going to go. Nagne playing his Gragas once again, coming up against Faker's Ari. It went very well for him in game number 1. He'll be hoping to repeat the success here in game number 3.
So blue buff start for Watch. He's going to be helped out by Expression, who will be taking his 2v1. As I say that, 2v1, he's moving down into the bottom lane, and it's looking like it will be a 1v1 as Impact is moving over. This is an interesting start from SKT.
So both of these solo laners shared blue buff experience with the jungler, but actually it's going to be Expression down to the lane first, so he's going to have the experience lead on Shen in this situation. And both of the junglers are looking to steal away red, so it's going to be a red trade for each of them.
Well, Bengi has already secured that red buff, still looking very, very healthy from this early start. Watch will secure the red buff a couple of seconds later, going to clear out the last stragglers of that camp, and you see Bengi continues to stick around in Sword's jungle. He's now gone into that Wraith camp and will be stealing that one away. It looks like Watch will most likely be doing similar as he's moving up to the Wraith camp, and both of these junglers reading their opponents and copying their plays.
I also want to shout out that Bengi is going 6% lifesteal, so 3 lifesteal quints on his jungle Aatrox,
Whereas the European Aatrox, a lot of them just like to run straight flat damage on him. And he might even make use of his passive very early here. Aatrox loves diving turrets because he can just revive in the tower aggro reset. Looks like they make the call for him to just back off, though, as the good ward coverage for Najin Sword.
So it does recall there after stealing away some of the golems, the Wraith Camp and the red buff. You can see that Watch once again still sticking around in the jungle here of SKT. Gonna pick himself up as double golems. Piglet and Pumandu have been pushing Prey and Kane extensively in this top lane. Every time we flicked up, Piglet and Mandu have been against Sword's tower, but Prey is doing well to CS, just a couple behind, and he does have that full wave in front of him.
Yeah, someone forgot to tell Watch that they've switched sides from this one around because he's taken everything on that bottom side of the jungle here. We just saw Bengi actually going over to the Wraith to see that there wasn't anything there. Of course, nothing on the red buff, and when he jumps over that side, he'll see that the big golem is gone as well.
Bengi sulking a little bit as Watch has cleared out most of the large objectives. Watch going to return to his jungle, going to clear out that golem camp as well. Now he's going to go in to try and aid Prey and Kane. If there's any sort of harass down, they could burst Piglet, but there's no CC. Without that crescendo available, they're going to be relying on the summoner spell and the power chord slow of Kane. You can see Watch still milling about at the back there, waiting to use that safeguard in. Vision is not available. He's actually snuck himself in, so SKT are not going to be aware of Watch's position. However, look at Bengi sneaking up from the lane. Aatrox is available to counter gank.
Now, in the early 3v3 situation, if SKT don't have Pumandu being initiated on, then Aatrox will come out ahead because he's got his passive.
Gonna dive in onto the side. It will be Watch that they focus on. He's actually knocked away there by Piglet, and everyone losing a little bit of health. Prey down to half there. Watching a similar scenario, but no first blood here.
Yeah, more flashes burned on the side of Sword though, so overall, SKT come out a little bit further ahead. We'll have to see how it affects them. Impact right now, farming up under his tower. Expression gonna be doing some lane cutting, as it were, getting between both of those towers and just really holding on to the wave, knowing that junglers were top lane. Prey takes a massive condemn into the wall. Continuing the aggression here from Piglet and Pumandu, but you've got to give props to Prey. He's only a couple CS behind.
Look at Expression, they're going to be stealing away those golems as well, something that Watch did a little bit earlier on. Knowing that Bengi was on that top side, he's feeling very, very safe to do so as well. There's Piglet actually chasing it on towards Prey once again. As he said, he condemned him right underneath that turret against the wall. Not quite got the ability to do that one again. Finally, in the bottom side, we're actually going to see Impact trying to stop Expression doing that farming, but what are you going to do? Pops his ultimate, and he's all fine again.
And there's nothing in the jungle for him to steal away either, so he's not going to get that much out of the ultimate. Meanwhile, when Impact does hit level 6 and he gets his Stand United, then he will actually be able to turn around something like this top lane gank that's about to go off. Will he get level 6 in time, though?
They know that Lee Sin's coming through there from that one. Impact does hit level 6, but the fact that Watch hadn't committed there.
Right, they wanted to bait it in, but since he wasn't quite level 6, don't want to take any chances.
Well, we do see Impact and Expression still trading blows on this bottom lane. Expression playing confidently, but hasn't built himself up a lead. Remember, he stole this pick away from Impact. Impact does have Stand United, as you can see. Watch moving towards the top lane. Bengi is very close by. Watch has committed, lands the Sonic Wave. They've jumped onto Piglet. He manages to get over to the ward. First blood is going to potentially be picked up here by SKT. Here comes Shen. He may have been interrupted. I don't think he landed. I think he Renekton got in the way. Now Prey still alive. Bengi continues to focus him down. Gets the auto attack. Here comes Nagne. They pop Bengi's passive. The Bloodwell's going to come back up, and that's going to be another kill for Sword.
Great win for Sword right there. They were able to get the Stand United as well as the Aatrox passive down in addition to their kills. It did cost Expression his life, though, because he had to dive the turret to get in range for that stun and interruption.
Well, this was waiting a little bit there for that first blood, but it certainly comes quickly. Now 2-2. It's Najin Black Sword that have a slight lead coming off from this one, having the farm lead and that top side of things. Impact once again going to be pushing on through. He's not really been back to buy much up at this stage. His opponent, Expression, who did go down just a little earlier, has now got that giant spell added into a Doran's Blade and shield coming into this bottom lane again.
So Faker once again, after hitting level 7, got some good wards. Watch is just going to get melted. Faker's got another Spur Rush, is going to get forward, picks himself up a kill, and just melts Watch in the jungle.
Faker had to pull that pick off by himself because Bengi still coming from the base. Now they have all 5 members around Dragon, though. And because of the play made by Faker and Faker's warding, they're able to grab that objective.
I have to say, he struggled a little bit in game 1 to make these kind of plays. He was baited into almost a similar scenario in a similar area of the map in that one, but this time around, things working off nicely. They get that objective straight away afterwards. Job done here for Faker. He goes 1-0-0 with that Finnish Codex now added in to his double Doran's rings. And Nagne changed his build up a little bit again, going for that chalice again this time.
Yeah, what we actually noticed there was Expression helping out Nagne with that blue buff. Expression pulls it up, Prey and Kane now trying to challenge and interrupt Bengi and Faker on this blue. Watch is nearby, does have his smite available, and there's no smite for Bengi, so this is going to make Bengi and Faker back away. That blue buff went on a very long walk as it does reset itself and secured there by Watch. So a good steal by Sword to give themselves a little bit of an advantage.
All of this jungle action is causing both junglers to be quite far behind. You can see it's a level 5 and a level 4, whereas the supports are already level 6.
Oh, Expression taking a lot of damage there underneath that tower. The Zyra Vayne combo doing a lot here against him. He does have the ultimate available should he need to pop that for safety, but in the end, with those minions being knocked down, they're able to force Piglet and Mandu away to stay safe. And in the meantime, Prey and Kane are going to come back down into this bottom lane. We finally have Crescendo in there for Kane as well. Just a bit of added danger.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make it work for him. We do see that Phage sitting with Prey. Going to interrupt the recall of Pumandu, but not going to commit further than that one. Summon a Flash and Barrier almost available there for Prey. So if a fight were to break out, he does have that potential to survive some burst damage from Piglet, who's once again running that cleanse. Does have a 10 CS lead, so as it stands, Piglet's Vayne a little bit further ahead thanks to all that very early pressure in that 2v2 lane.
Up top, we do have Watch getting positioned for a gank, but he misses the Sonic Wave.
Sad times for Watch there. Trying to get in. Nicely dodged though by Impact. Will just whistle by, and he will be living to fight another day up on his top side. Between the two of them, 81 to 73 CS. Expression having the lead on that one, despite the fact that Impact was able to pick up that kill onto him a little bit earlier on. You can see that he's playing that one quite aggressive. And with that Giant's Belt, with the Chain Vest, the main ingredients of that Sunfire Cape, Impact not taking too much damage from him at this point.
This would be the first match, I think, of the 3 that we've seen so far, where Impact and Expression have basically been even during the course of the game. In Game 1, Expression got very far ahead of Impact Shen. Game 2, they went in 2v1 lanes, and, you know, Impact got very far ahead. And right now, they're sitting basically even. 5 CS difference, and you see all 3 Dorans with Expression right now. Pumandu and Piglet trading back and forth. There's a Crescendo!
Crescendo coming in. After his Watch, there is the stun united. Is it going to be enough for Mandu? No, it's not. They managed to lock up Watch, though, and they'll be able to bring it back. Mandu stealing that one. Probably could have left that one off for Piglet, but they will trade. It's a jungler for the support.
He definitely should have left that for Piglet, because that was double buffs. Bengi here once more.
Here comes Bengi, doesn't manage to land the Blades of Torment, and Impact and Piglet not really all too keen on that one. They're going to be happy with putting a lot of damage on this tower, and if nobody comes to contest, this could be the first tower of the game in favor of SKT.
Will be the first tower of the game here. I think they've got a good wave coming up. Vayne is just making sure that the next one doesn't come down to that one. Meanwhile, Impact joins him, and that will be surely the first one of the game going down in favor of SKT. Well, it's taking its time, that's for sure, but it is generally on its way out. Faker, meanwhile, has gone up now to this top lane to go up against Expression. Meanwhile, they're still having to tank it up. Finally, it goes down. There we go.
What I like about that is the tower is denying the minions, the gold, the levels, the XP from Prey. So even though it's only a 10 CS difference, it is a little higher thanks to that sort of strategic decision-making there of Piglet and Pumandu. Right now, Prey, with that Sheen completed, is now once again returning to lane. But I anticipate that Piglet should have his Blade of the Ruined King or be very, very close to it, which is a massive, massive spike for him. He's going to be able to out-duel Prey in a 1v1 situation as long as he doesn't get instantly burst down thanks to Kane's Crescendo.
Just saw Faker there actually trying to lure in Expression. Well, didn't quite work out for him. He did have Bengi there to help him if that would have gone down, but the plan not coming to fruition. However, in this bottom lane, it is once again 2 versus 2. Those grasping roots, as we've seen before, have been a real game changer. Currently, Kane doesn't have Crescendo up and available. Expression going to come in there. Charm actually did land onto him, but Expression had already got himself out to safety. But is it really safety? No. Bengi's coming around the side. There is the knockup. Ulti popped here by Aatrox. Bengi actually going to have his passive pop from this one, but Expression won't escape with his life. It's Faker that picks up the kill.
Expression staying there because he wanted to pop that. Oh, here we go down bottom.
Strangleforce comes down, throws Kane. No, he flashes over it. Now Piglet, tablet forward.
Oh, he got hit.
Catches him just with a tip. He manages to flash away. Now Prey, way up front, secures a kill onto Piglet. Throws down the barrier. Piglet is alive in the background, or rather, the tower drops in the middle there for Sword. A very good fight going in favor of Prey and Kane. It's not over, as here comes Watch. If the Sonic Wave lands, Piglet's in trouble. He connects. Barrel comes out a little wasted.
He gets the Sonic Wave to land even as the Condemn comes out. Really good confidence right there, and a little bit of overconfidence from Mandu. Continuing to try and fight that actually cost them his life, so that's the bottom turret as well being traded for this top.
So that brings the gold. Where should we should probably wait a minute, because SKT are pushing that middle outer turret as well. We do see Nagne coming around the side just to stop that one from happening as the minions get wiped out as well. And funnily enough, that does leave us level here. 2-2 in turrets, 5-5 in kills, exactly the same gold count.
Game 1, Sword were able to maintain this level game up until the 35-minute mark, where the Vision and the Baron Dance went in their favor. And we'll see if they can continue to do that again here. Of the 5 kills in Sword, 4 of them are with Watch's Lee Sin. There's only that single kill on Prey's Corki. Dragon is up, they've started this one off, and you can see SKT looking to challenge.
There's no Faker though, and Piglet's pretty far away as well.
Oh, Impact's actually going in for that one, but it was already taken down. Smited nicely by Watch. That will be a Dragon going over towards Sword. Impact needs to be careful here. He stood on top of the ward. Sonic Wave landed onto him and realized, oh, that position has been spotted there, but no follow through. That will just be a nice little addition to Najin Sword's gold token.
Piglet once again split pushing with his Vayne. There's no tower now to focus down in this bottom lane. He's been dead for a while. He's going to keep farming up. Bengi and Faker just waiting out of vision range. If Nagne steps forward, he could get caught by the charm, as Faker does reveal himself. Now, Piglet and Pumandu looking to play here with Prey and Kane. Trading a little bit back and forth, and Piglet and Pumandu realize maybe they're a little too far if they chase past the river and back off safely.
Top lane pushing back here on towards Expression. He's started to build himself that lead up at this point. 25 CS in the lead. 3 assists in the kill though over for Impact. He's level with him on items. Even got that Negatron cloak above his opponent and the boots as well.
He's also buying a decent amount of pink wards to keep that top area vision in SKT's favor. Now if Impact can keep his distance and know where Expression is at all times, then he can safely use his Stand United with confidence that it won't be interrupted this time and turn around some plays elsewhere on the map.
Well, we do see Nagne being collapsed on here by 3 members of SKT. Bengi has got himself a Vampiric Scepter to go with all that additional lifesteal. He's going to knock Bengi backwards, doesn't connect with the slow, but Watch kicks him backwards. A great dark flight over the wall is going to allow Bengi to get out cleanly, but it's not going to be enough to get past the Ignite. Now Expression is jumping onto Impact.
Impact here down to half, but Expression not got the damage to finish things off, and Impact able to stay alive there in that top side of things. Bengi a little bit unlucky, managed to jump away before taking, you know, that deathly damage, but the Ignite was still running on him as he went over the top of the wall. Nagne picked up that one.
Yeah, Impact was caught up in the fight that he was having with Renekton. Even if he had gotten off the shield from Stand United, would have saved Bengi's life.
Well, the rest of Sword now stacking up towards this top lane. Impact is alone. If the rest of Sword were to collapse, that would be a 4v1. And I think Impact is aware of the potential. He's backed off way down the lane. Sword secure the 3rd tower of the game and extend their gold lead to 2,500, maintaining control of the game ever so slightly.
Yeah, going to plan for them at this point. You have to say that. See that Mandu now has almost leveled up with Watch and picked up that Oracle's Elixir as well, so we'll be seeing a bit more ward clearing coming in. Bengi putting down pressure on that mid turret. He does have his Bloodwell back up and available for him now, but they do take down the turret, and that leaves us at 3-3 in towers, all outer turrets down on the entire map.
Question is now, where do Sword go from here? We've seen this sort of back and forth play from both of these teams, securing objectives when their opponents were not there to defend them. we haven't seen sieges or you know, picks leading to these things. So we'll have to see how both of these teams play this one. Vision is the step that happened in game 1. And you can see a multitude of wards across all of these players. Nagne now looking to play Pumandu. He flashes over the wall. Pumandu's seen this movie before, and it didn't end well for him.
He knows that Sword will not hesitate to follow up when they do get the pick on him. So blowing that flash right there, very, very well done. But it cost him a flash for just a ward kill. So it was just making the best of a bad situation here.
A couple of times too many, maybe we could say, that Mandu's been caught out so far in this game, and he wasn't going to let that happen to him again. Flashing away, stay safe. But look at this, Bengi in the jungle off Sword right now, and maybe a little bit too deep. He's going to have Piglet coming up there with that Vayne to support him. In the end, just jumps away from it. We also see Impact pushing that top lane right out. He's going to try and steal a golem while he's there.
He does have Watch coming in behind him, though.
There's no taunt available. Now Impact is in trouble. Expression lands the stun down. We do see Impact gets kicked backwards. Slice goes through once. Crescendo over the wall. Dice now lands as well, and Impact gets dropped. Sword commits a fair amount to that, but they do get the kill.
Impact was spending so much money on these pink wards, but there's a small path through the jungle that Watch took, getting through the vision, able to get behind him, and they take out the global at the source. Really well played there from Sword.
Piglet making sure that that bottom lane is not going to go too far and too dangerous on towards that inner turret on the bottom lane. So he's just down there picking himself up some much needed farm, keeping that tower safe at the same time. He's got that Blade of the Ruin King now finished in. If we look over the other side, Prey added into that Trinity Force and Sorcerer Shoes now with a pickaxe.
Well, we'll see how quickly he can get that Last Whisper completed. Prey once again going with that. I'm going to start calling a traditional Corki build right now, because we're seeing Sorcerer Shoes as almost the standard boots on this patch version of Corki with a Trinity Force, and a lot of people, you know, not deviating from it. Right now, Faker's going to secure that blue buff for himself, and if we go all the way back to just before Impact died, when Bengi and Watch were battling in the jungle, I felt that Watch came out way ahead as far as damage was concerned, and he's built more tanky. I mean, Bengi is going glass cannon, basically. Yeah, he's got a single ruby crystal as his tank item to back up his lifesteal Quince and his Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, going for the Bilgewater Cutlass, he's looking to be able to pick people off there and have another slow in his kit, but it did cost him in those jungle trades. Lee Sin has a very strong kit for those trades. He can slow the attack speed of Aatrox, which is really where Aatrox is shining, and it mitigates a lot of his damage, especially if Aatrox does not hit his 2 spell combos that are hard to hit at long range.
Just over 10 seconds for Dragon to come up there, as we saw Sword move down to that Dragon Pit. In the end, it was SKT who started to push up through that mid lane, and he forced Sword to back away from the Dragon takedown. And now they're headed up top with Shen pushing that one through. SKT might be able to pick that one up or even make a play on mid. Look how clever they are right now.
Yeah, great play by SKT, playing the map perfectly. They've got a stack in the mid lane. They've got the split pusher up top. And we always talk about when you've got that global, the best way to do it is shut down the source of the global, then go for the rest of the team. And as it stands, Sword, they saw a big juicy dragon and almost got pulled into it. Now, Stand United is available, and you can see Expression going to challenge Impact. But if a fight breaks out, it's going to be SKT with the advantage that they can pull him down there.
Expression has to keep vision of Impact this time. That's why you can see him chasing Shen to the ends of the earth right now. The rest of his team cannot engage unless he has vision on Shen, or else it's going to be a 5 versus 4.
Oh, risky play here coming in, the barrel
He lost
thrown down.
vision.
They've done a lot of damage, and there is Stan United coming in. The flash over from Bengi. They're going to get involved in this one. Where is the taunt from Impact?
Everyone
There it
backs
is.
off.
They flashed it away. They have pulled away. Dragon picked up here by SKT. Are they just going to back away through that bottom side? Yes, it looks like it. The charm did land there onto Lee Sin. They followed through Impact. Prey picks up the kill, and they're going to keep going.
It's not over yet. There's a flash over the wall from Kane. Expression has his dominance running. He's flashed. He stuns up Piglet. That's been cleansed. The resonating strike follows through. Crescendo catches Bengi over the wall, but it's not going to be enough. And the Ignite is survived thanks to Watch's safeguard. Dragon was secured by SKT, but they lost a single kill, and now they're red buff.
Those cleanses from Piglet so far have been clutch.
It is a pretty good trade, doing Dragon for just 1 kill, but they also lost mid-power.
Oh, Faker's in trouble there. That was a flash body slam
he
from
got
Nagne. He gets him with the ultimate. Now Bengi's caught out. He manages to get popped. The Bloodwell's been activated. Nagne's going to throw down a barrel. That explodes. That's 2 kills now for Sword. If they want the tower, they can get it. Instead, they're going to back away.
Nagne creating plays once again on Faker. What a beautiful job right there. And they also bait in. Yes, the body slam into flash once again so that there's nothing Faker can do to dodge it. And then he ends it with his ulti. Baiting Bengi in is just icing on top of the cake because not only do they get another kill, but they also take out his passive for another 3 minutes and 45 seconds of Aatrox's downtime.
Yeah, Faker's flash out there. He actually flashed at the exact same time there and didn't quite get away from it. Not the ideal play coming out, but it's another kill over towards Sword.
That's why people do the taunt into flash or the body slam into flash, because it's so hard to dodge that, whereas if you flash and then throw your spell, they can dodge the animation of your spell with a flash of their own.
Well, right now, that is great Gragas play from Nagne. 2-0-3. He hasn't necessarily shut down Faker like he did in game 1. It definitely feels like those barrels are having an impact in this matchup. He's played Gragas in all 3 games. If Sword pick up a win here, you have to imagine SKT may consider banning that champion in the next one. We do see now that Prey as well as Nagne hanging out in the mid lane. They managed to root up Nagne. You can see the rest of Sword grouped up towards that blue buff and top lane area. They want to now stop playing the map. They're playing the same game SKT were a moment ago.
Especially at this top side impact, the only man currently to defend that tower as Sword moved 3 or 4 men over to defend it. SKT having to do the same there with Piglet and Bengi coming around, but that Corki taking chunks out of everyone.
So the siege from Najin Sword works like Gragas clearing waves with his normal barrels and then saving the ultimate. When he knocks people away, it allows Corki to get Trinity Force procced auto attacks onto the turret.
Oh, we do see the taunt almost landing there for impact. Not going to connect this time round. The ultimate is not available for Nagne. You can see it was popped in that last little trade. There's no Bloodwell for Bengi. He's forced to use that Dark Flight to get out. A good grasping route's going to lock up Sword, but this should be the tower as Prey continues to hammer it down. There's this Trinity Force proc you were talking about. A little bit of an extended siege, but Sword come up with a 4th tower kill of the game for themselves.
And they're going to turn that into another blue buff here. That's very important for Nagne. He can continue to zone SKT on those tower pushes, and they can siege up.
Now, let's have a look then down some of the items while we've got maybe a little bit of a breather in this one. I'll not call that one just yet. For Faker, DFG obviously from earlier on, moving himself up to what looks like will be that death cap within the Sludge Rod and the Blasting Wand. Other side, very similar side obviously from that first item. The Athenes was picked up first, and their farm between them very, very even at this stage. The AD carry is a little bit different from that. We can just see the gold there is so close, 8,900 to 9,000 gold between the two mid laners.
I also feel like this particular game, Expressions Renekton is having a much bigger impact than it did in the previous matchup where he was playing Jax into that Renekton. He's being a presence in these team fights, that dominance and the meat wall that he's been playing is working into Najin Sword's favor. We also seen Prey securing that blue buff for himself, which is also something that Sword did in game 1.
Again, we talked about the effectiveness of a blue buff on Corki, and now that they are able to have that plus the blue buff on Gragas, they have a huge advantage in the next push.
You do see now Sword roaming towards this bottom lane. We always talk about going to the source of the global and killing it, but it did look like Impact got out of vision of Expression, and the rest of Sword backed away, realizing actually Baron was a very juicy target. If they focused Impact down, it could have allowed SKT onto the Baron. And we get a little bit of a misposition here as SKT could collapse on Sword from multiple angles. Recall pings come in loud and clear, and Sword back away. And I still want to highlight, Bengi, no additional items after that Ruby Crystal and that Bilgewater.
He doesn't get any combat effectiveness from those home guard upgrades that he got for his boots, so you won't see him coming out ahead in those trades anytime soon.
Oh, as Expression just walking in towards Impact. He had that pink ward down in the brush, and he continues to push this bottom lane out there as Bengi going to be the focus for those Walkie Rockets as well. Now Piglet, they're playing a bit of a dangerous game, just seeing how much they can test each other in that middle area. Gragas and Lee Sin both off to the side from it, but the Dragon coming up here in 20 seconds would be another welcome addition for Sword. But look at this, they're actually heading around towards that bottom side of the map. They're trying and close in on towards Impact.
They knock him backwards with the barrel. Dominus is down from Expression. He's trying to get in range for that area of effect damage. Bengi comes down, but he misses his shot. Nagne pinned against the wall. Piglet is in a little bit of a dangerous position. They get stunned up by Expression, is melted. A great kickback from Watch. Nobody gets caught up by the Stranglethorns, and now you can see Prey and Kane rejoining the fight. The HP is with Najin Sword as they get on the tower.
That's the tankiness of Expression you were just talking about. He doesn't go down, and Impact, since he got caught out with the early 2 versus 1 there, does go down, and Bengi missing that Dark Flight was it only hurt them even more.
Sword picking up another turret in this one. 5-3 now they lead. Have a solid 4,200 gold, let's call it. They lead. And in game number 1, they certainly took a lot longer to close things out. Guaranteed it wasn't such a one-sided match as we saw in game number 2. They've just taken themselves another Dragon now, but slowly but surely, they're getting the job done. It's not about how fancy you do it and how quick it's about getting that job done.
And Najin Sword do have longer average game times as well, so they normally close them out a bit slower.
Well, we do see now Sword continue to build up the tankiness. There is a Negatron Cloak now sitting in Prey's back pocket. We can see that Randian's Omen plus a Negatron Cloak with Expression. He's got no additional offensive items, just going to rely on that sort of ultimate percentage HP damage and the Sunflare Cape to shred through your opponents. And when you got over 3k HP and great resistances, it's very difficult to get rid of him. So you can see Expression shoving out that top lane while the rest of Sword grouped in the middle lane. Stand United once again available from Impact. And I have to say, his Shen has not necessarily blown my mind. Game 1, it was first pick, didn't offer that much. Game 3 now, first pick, still not offering as much as I think SKT were hoping.
Since Najin are all grouping up in the mid lane here, it's gonna force something from SKT. SKT having Shen split pushing, he's gonna have to join the fight if there's a hard engage. This is all on the next Gragas ulti.
Oh, Barrel's rolling in there as well. That turret now down to half. They managed to avoid damage and knock up out of Bengi. There is Watch right at the front trying to get involved. Bengi, oh, blown up. Well, his passive is there to save him. Will he be able to escape? There is Stand United coming in. Stranglethorn's going to knock Najin Sword into the air. Prey is going to fall here. Faker from the side. Crescendo comes around. SKT doing great in this one. Now Kane going to be the target. Exhaust goes down, but it won't make a difference. Expression is going to try and chase down Faker here, but with Impact to get that taunt down, will he have the finisher? No. Faker is still alive. Charm's going to land onto him. Is he going to be able to walk away? Faker is still running. Damaging him. There's another taunt, and Expression goes down. What just happened here? Faker magic again.
Faker timed that re-engage just at the beginning of the fight. Let's look at this again. He times the re-engage perfectly with the Aatrox revive and then Shen shield on top of Aatrox. Faker went right through that fight all the way to the back and takes out Prey at the very beginning, taking so much damage away from Sword. And then he's able to land the combo onto Sona. Now right here, it's up to the very coordinated play. Impact with the taunts at the perfect times. Right after the stun goes down, he gets it onto Faker, and Faker heals up the minion. He sees that he has the passive up. He gets the full Orb of Deception, which does the most damage and will heal him for the most. Then times the charm onto Expression for the last hit, which spaces out perfectly for taunt to come back up.
Massive, massive play there for SKT. Going to give them an immense amount of confidence. The tower did fall during that engagement, so Sword maybe tunneling a little too hard on that objective and chunking down Bengi. Thought that they could get away with a little bit more. We'll have to see how this affects them. 5-1-1 on Fakezari. And right now, Piglet's Vein 0-2-3. Not really a big factor in that engagement. Sword still hold a 3,500 gold lead. And we'll see how they play this one out, clearing out the vision all around the barrel pits.
Don't think we can ever count SKT out at this stage when they can make plays like that, when Faker can come in and do incredible things as he once again lines up the charm there. Didn't quite connect this time around. Kane can thank his lucky soul for getting him out of that one. Meanwhile, Impact pushing, surprise, surprise, that Shen down in this bottom lane. He's going to be joining a little bit later once that stand united is called for. But a bit of a standoff, similar to what we saw in game number 1 now, around this same time.
SKT are going to do their best to stall this out because they actually can't make that same play again because they don't have the revival from Aatrox, and without that, he's extremely squishy. He'll just go down very quickly again. So SKT really, really going to do everything in their power to barely hold on to some vision around Baron and stall this game as long as they can.
Well, the rest of Sword right now stacking down this mid lane. That's all 5 of them. They have their ultimates available if they want to start a fight. Pumandu off to the side. He's going to have to be careful.
Oh!
We do see Prey going in. Strangleforce comes down. Now Prey, he's on the wrong side of the team. He's still alive. Crescendo locks up the backline there. Oh, SKT is Prey secured the first kill of the fight. They traded support for support, but now Faker and Piglet are going to Sword side of the base. Prey gets taunted up. Prey gets knocked up. He's still alive though as he focuses down Piglet. This is a fight going in Sword's favor. Impact still alive. Fails his dash to the wall. Flashes away. He's gonna get shut down by Sword.
Faker died there at the end as well, and honestly, they can leave Impact alive. He's going to have to recall here. Meanwhile, Sword going to push through. Oh, he's going to go out. Prey going to chase this one down, and he will be another kill. He's still alive. Surely can't escape this one. I'll happily eat my words, though, if he does. He's headed off in towards the base right now. Meanwhile, they're still pushing off. Here is Impact. What's he going to do?
Oh!
Close.
Flashy finish right there. Taunts his face right into the wall, and Prey's able to finish him off. But that was he'll delay long enough that the ace didn't come through. Now they have control over Baron, and they're turning on it very quickly.
Well, Prey and Watch now hammering away on this one. SKT, even though they've got a lot of mobility, are miles away. Baron's going on. Talk to us through this fight. As you can see, Baron and picture.
So like we said, SKT wanted nothing more than to stall this game out, but because Mandu gets caught out of position, Faker takes the initiative again to go answer. He takes out the Sona, but then, you know, impact into the Bengi stun from Dark Flight is not enough to hold down Prey. And Bengi, without that passive we talked about, after he goes down, not coming back up, Expression this time able to chase down that Ahri and finish off Faker.
Revenge to be had there, I think, from Expression after that previous encounter in mid. The Baron was taken while we were watching that replay there by Najin Black Sword. That gives them just an incredible advantage now moving forward with that inhibitor down in the middle lane, with the top lane and the bottom lane only having the inhibitor turrets left remaining. This is close stuff once again. SKT just holding on to this game.
Yeah, and so crucially in that previous team fight, Prey actually committed, jumped onto Pumandu, and I panicked for him. I was like, you're going way too deep, man. He had Shen and Aatrox jumping onto him, but so crucially was able to survive. Well, you see Expression has now caught out Impact, throws down the Randian's Omen, does get taunted up. Now Watch has chased him from behind. He's landed the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, it's going to kick him straight back into the rest of the team as well, and well, I'm afraid you don't escape these ones. Impact did manage to get the taunt off there finally, but that is the Shen down. That's a minute death timer now. Bad news for SKT.
Second time in a row, someone from SKT getting caught out. Najin now gonna push in.
See how this works out for them. Sword with a 5 versus 4 in the best case scenario. SKT 40 seconds without Impact Shen. The rest of the Sword are now hammering away on this tower. The barrel comes out from Nagne. Doesn't throw anyone towards him, but Faker's low. Expression does get the stun onto Bengi. His Bloodwell still alive. Hasn't been popped yet. His Expression is going to slice and dice through the minions. They've taken down the inhibitor. That's the second inhibitor of the game, all thanks to Impact being caught out.
Still 20 seconds here until Impact actually comes back in, but super minions coming down middle. Faker, Bengi getting himself sealed up as well to come back into the fight, and see Sword back down to the bottom lane where it's the last place with those inhibitors remaining. This is the next juicy target for them to put on that pressure so ridiculously hard and get those minions streaming in from the base, the super minions from every single lane.
Sword has a pretty easy time of sieging up here. Not only do they have the Baron buff regen, but they also have Sona and continuous rockets coming out of Prey.
All I have to do is wait for that Gragas ultimate one more time. He can split up this SK team, and they can take down the last turret.
3 seconds on its availability, 2-1, and all of a sudden that cask is ready to be thrown out by Sword. The question is, will anyone from SKT stand far enough forward to actually get caught out? Remember that Bengi still has his Blood Well available, as well as a Locket of the Iron Solari, so a little bit more survivability in these team fights if they break out.
Even if Nagne just pushes all members of SKT back with the barrel, then that opens up the turret for Sword to take down pretty quickly as well. So even if they don't get someone forward, it's going to be some tower damage.
We see the rockets all landing nicely there on towards Faker. Prey gonna step himself up there and get a couple of auto attacks off, actually tanking up the turret and sort of actually moving into this one. It's watching Expression caught by the grasping hooks, but they just don't care about that one right now. They are gonna take the third and final inhib. Can they win the game?
Well, see if they can chase this one in. This is gonna be a 5 versus 5 on the Nexus turret, but Sword have got those streams of super minions pouring into the base. The barrel comes out there from Nagne, as we do see Bengi gets caught by a couple of auto attacks. Expression has his Randians, has his ultimate. Bengi started the fight.
Bengi is going to go in for this one, but there is a crescendo coming away. Piglet going to use that cleanse on the backside, but he's going to be chased completely out of the fight. Stan United actually coming down onto him. Piglet did survive. Not so lucky here for those Nexus turrets though. There is Impact getting himself locked up. Piglet almost being blasted down. And there is Prey going in with the Valkyrie to pick up another one. That's 4 men down for SKT. And that is the win. 2 games to 1 now for Najin Black Sword.
Top of that, 3 red side victories. And what a great turnaround. Najin Sword stealing away those crucial picks, the Renekton and the Lee Sin, and you have to give props to Watcher's Lee Sin. It was particularly strong in that game, and I really feel like that those are going to be some very contested picks going into that game number 4.
I agree, because also the Aatrox from Bengi did not work out very well for them. He built into the upgraded mobility boots, and with the early Cutlass, he did not have the combat stats to play with those early skirmishes. When you play a jungle Aatrox, you really have to consider your farm, and you can't play it quite the same as the other junglers and ignore that for so long.
So the trend that we've had at this point is Sword win game 1, SKT come out and know how to beat them in game 2 because they play pretty much the same thing. Will Sword go for this kind of combo once again, or are they going to change it up to finish off the game? Let's bear in mind here that it's now 2-1, which means that SKT have to win 2 games in a row.
You're right. I mean, it's been all red side wins so far. So if we continue the trend, then we'll go all 5 games.
I feel like picks and bans is going to be drastically different in this game, because or at the very least, there's going to be more emphasis on stealing the picks away, because we've been seeing this going back and forth. The Thresh is still a priority. I don't think either team's going to let that one through, and if they do, it'll be early picked. But like that Renekton was game-changing in game 2, and less so in game 3, but still had a very, very big impact.
It also raises the question to me, this Gragas. Are we going to see anything about this Gragas too? Because Nagne has been performing on it, but not really anything else.
Well, we'll find that out in just a little while. For now, we're going to head over to Riv and the guys at the analyst desk for their take on Sword's Game 3 win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as usual, we're going to start this one off with picks and bans. We'll just go over it a little bit, what happened. And pretty much what happened is we kind of saw the same thing coming out again. Nagne going back onto Gragas as well.
Yeah.
Freak, talk a little bit about that.
So I really, really like, again and again, the Gragas vs. Ahri pick. It gives him good dueling potential. We've actually seen him fight Faker very successfully with Gragas, which is, I think, very impressive from Nagne. The other thing that I really like is Impact is on a guy who fights things for a living. His Jackson game 1 was crazy, drew a ban in game 3. Then he played Renekton, got ahead, and single-handedly destroyed the backline.
Yeah, I just want to point out how well Nagne is playing on that Gragas. He has done and landed about 5 E's into Flash, basically making it impossible for Faker to do anything against it. And yeah, they're playing so solid, and I just really hope they take out Nagne's Gragas to throw him off, get him out of his comfort zone. That's what you need to do. Like when you're in an extended series, don't let people play the same comfort picks over and over, because even if it's not the ideal matchup, you might actually just win it because you're so used to playing it.
Yeah, it seems like Nagne really steps it up on Gragas, and that might be a problem because Faker's supposed to be winning mid really hard, and Nagne's able to just push him off and farm safely, clear the waves. And another thing I want to point out is Bengi on Aatrox. Not only is Aatrox not his style, because Bengi likes to go around tap lanes, gank a lot, and if Aatrox doesn't get really farmed, he's actually useless. You can see this game when Aatrox is behind, he had mobility boots and like a Bilgewater Cutlass. He's completely useless compared to Lee Sin. I think Bengi should stick to utility junglers.
Not to mention that no Korean team played Aatrox until we saw SK Telecom play it against Gaming Gear, and that wasn't the best representation of a highly skilled opponent like they're facing here in the semifinals. And so it did seem like a little bit of a weird pickup for them.
And with the pickups, we actually saw a little bit different style of gameplay, which we'll actually bring up in a replay. Monty's going to take us through here. 6 minutes, 50 seconds into the game, the first blood, but really the fact of watching, I think we talked a lot about emotion and doing the wrong thing kind of when you need to do the right thing here.
Well, yeah, and this is a great cross-map play right now. So let's go ahead and start rolling this with Watch coming in from the side. And yeah, he gets the hit onto Piglet right there. W's to the ward, gets condemned backwards, but Mondu here trying to deal some damage to Prey. Nice exhaust, and here's the Shen ult. It gets canceled by Renekton in the bottom lane. Now Prey's going to have a great dodge here on the slow as well as the Zyra ultimate, or passive rather, and that baits Bengi in there. So even that little juke bought them a lot of time. Now what happened in this bottom lane actually was Renekton dove underneath the turret in order to stop that ult. So it was pretty good positioning by Impact, and he took a bunch of tower shots. He ate a taunt under the turret as well, and that really, that's why that kill was able to happen right there. So a little bit of variance across the map, nice trade, but I praise little juke there on the Aatrox slow and the Zyra passive was pretty nice and made sure they got that kill. Faker was based, so it allowed Nagne to roam up into that top lane also.
Speaking of Zyra, speaking of Pumandu this game, Crepo, we just saw kind of a lackluster performance, to say the least.
Yeah, that passive missed, and then in the bot lane, his passive took a kill that otherwise would have granted double buffs to Piglet. Generally, in these games, he's been getting caught quite a few times. I don't want to discredit him because he's been making really good plays, some really nice teamfight ultis. But generally, his awareness hasn't been good enough, and he's gotten caught. Oh, a lot of other players are making mistakes as well. We've seen fail flashes in this game, 2 taunts into a wall. It's really important to see how these teams, how their mental agility hangs in there, because in an extended series, the players with the best mind, not necessarily mechanical skills, but just how the mental agility fares up one team to the other.
Interesting.
Yeah, and while Faker had a really good game, I think SKT's bot lane this game had a lot of trouble. They were really lackluster. I mean, they turned it on at certain points, like Mondu had great ultis, but the entire game, I was looking at Piglet. I was like, this guy's playing Vayne. He should be split pushing with Shen ulti, because if somebody goes to 1v1 the Vayne, she's going to win. And if somebody 2v1s the Vayne, she's still going to win because she has Shen ulti. So, like, she should have been splitting pretty much the entire game. And all I saw was group, try to team fight, lose the team fight, group, try to team fight, lose the team fight. And another thing that really confused me was the fact that she built Negatron and Hex Drinker when she's up against this super tank Renekton who has an Omen. She should really have what's it called, a Last Whisper, and just try to dodge the Gragas damage. I think she was really just too defensive with her build, and she was never able to kill the Renekton. He was an unstoppable like beast.
And I actually want to talk about the Renekton a little bit, because I talked about, just for a bit, about Expression playing sort of a more carry-oriented top laner, playing the Renekton, getting into the back line. And one thing that I actually liked a lot from the Sword lineup is that they created a lot of plays, and they specifically created a lot of them against the Shen. That these guys ran around picking up kills and making a lot of plays. And one thing I wanted to point out, actually, in the mid-game, Faker at one point was 5-1. Or at the exact same time, Nagne was like 4-1-5. He had made almost twice as many kills for his team in the mid-game. And Impact kept getting focused. And we talk about when you want to gank a lane, you actually gank the global because you can't help him. He's the guy who's supposed to leave the lane, help someone else out. They repeatedly went after Impact, repeatedly kicked him down a notch, which meant that he could never 1v1 Expression. And he had such little impact in late-game teamfights. There was one of the battles where Expression basically 1v2s Vayne and Ahri, whereas Shen's in there trying to deal some damage and doesn't do very much, doesn't stop Prey. And I think those were they had really just different impact in teamfights.
And I think that Sword has Shen on just downloaded. You know, I don't think Impact needs to play Shen anymore, because it seems like Expression not only has a counter, but they're willing to just camp the crap out of Shen the whole game.
And not only are they willing to just camp him, but the way they play against Shen too with their aggressive style, if you can get that Gragas burst down, you can force the Shen ult to be used more defensively, and he will not be in typically a good position for taunts after that. So if you play aggressively against Shen and you prevent that Shen ult from being used aggressively in turn, you force that defensive ult, then you really have an advantage against the Shen teams a lot of the time.
All right, well, we get a chance to see what these teams have for each other. We got to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it is Game 4 between SKT and Najin Black Sword. With one more win, Prey and Sword will lock down a spot in next week's finals and get a shot at the Summoners Cup. Plus, coming up, Team Coast's top laner, Zion Spartan, will join us to break down the fight in the top lane. But first, we look in on Najin Black Sword as they celebrate their Game 3 win.
Okay.
Nice, nice.
아, 힘들다. 한판 남았다. 한판 남았어.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. We'll be seeing the next game of this epic best of 5 soon. But first, I am joined by Costa top laner Zion Spartan. Welcome. And I'd like to start by asking your opinion on this series, and especially the matchup between Expression and Impact.
It's been a really interesting match so far. I'm actually really excited to be here. First time I've been at the Galen Center, and the atmosphere is just impressive. All the fans here getting really loud, the music, the lights, it's just so impressive, and I'm really glad I could be a part of this. And the top lane matchup, Expression versus Impact, it seems like the junglers have been deciding a lot. Bengi from SKT hasn't been there a lot of the times when Watch is there, and Watch and Expression just keep diving Impact over and over again and just keep snowballing leads off that. And it's really impressive, the champion picks. I'm kind of the top laner that likes to get in there and play champions that do a lot of damage, but it seems that the most effective way to play is just doing a lot of playing tanks like Renekton and Shen and not actually playing the champions that do a lot of damage, because that's not as effective. And have the mid laner be the person like Faker, like the Gragas, Nagne on that Gragas, just having impressive casts throughout the whole series.
I'd like to pick your brain a little more. You say you like to play champions that do a lot of damage. How do you feel about the current changes of Triforce? Is that something you applaud, or?
I love the Triforce. I like to build it on like almost every champion, but it's probably not the most effective thing to do, because it's much more effective to play Renekton or Shen again. But it seems a little strong on ranged champions like Corki and Ezreal. Just seem really strong with the new Trinity Force changes, but I still really like where it's at for the Bruisers, and I hope I can use that.
All right, looking forward to that. And in that same spirit, we see you rocking the Team Coast shirt. What's the future looking like for Team Coast?
The future for Team Coast is really bright. I know we kind of got relegated, but we're looking forward to coming back and making a strong showing in Season 4. And the amateur scene's getting started up right after Worlds, so we're going to be right back in the thick of the competition and really hungry for getting our spot back in the LCS.
We'd love to hear that. Thank you very much, Zion. As for us, it's time to dive into the next game of this epic matchup. So let's go back to the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Shox. It is time for Game 4 in this best-of-5 semi-final series between Najin Black Sword and SK Telecom T1. And with just one more win, Prey and Sword will earn their first spot in next week's finals.
Yeah, we've really talked about SKT's ability to make adjustments and counter their opponent's abilities, but it's actually been Sword who have made adjustments to their game to pull a different comp in Game 3, and more importantly, steal champions away that SKT was successful with in Game 2.
And that was the second time that Nagne and Faker faced off with Gragas and Ahri, and the second time that Nagne has led his team to victory. He's coming up with some really nice end game plays. I mean, all the analysts talked about SKT giving up first games of series. They didn't say anything about third games.
Something new here from this one. And once again, Voyboy joining us for the picks and bans here. Voyboy, are we going to see that Gragas taken away here, do you think?
I really expect to see some bans thrown towards Nagne's Gragas. He's been playing phenomenally the past few games. I really think they're going to throw a respect ban there just to get it out of the way, because I feel like that's his most comfortable pick right now. It's what he's been going for, and they just probably want to put him on something that he's less adept at. I really actually think that SKT is going to have might run into some prizes. I feel like Najin Sword has been playing the same champions over and over in this series to draw some bans and potentially free up some of their more comfortable picks. Maybe they have some strats in their back pocket for the deeper games of the series. For example, the Jax has already been banned out. SKT has been getting rid of that every game. We may see a Gragas banned out here, and that's going to actually allow Najin Sword to go for some of those comfort picks that have been taken away from them in the past few games.
Just before we get into picks and bans, I want to highlight that SKT have been focusing their bans on the duo lane. Twitch and Thresh in Game 1, Twitch and Shen, that was towards the top lane. Game 3, Twitch and Thresh again. Yeah. They've banned Zed once. Other than that, it's been top lane and bottom lane that SKT have been banning out.
It's pretty interesting. I think that they might stop taking that Shen, as Doublelift was talking about too, because it seems like Sword are very, very fine with playing against a Shen. They also talked about camping that top lane over and over. The jungler top laner synergy seems to be working for them really well.
Well, here we go then into game number 4. Into bans and picks. We'll see if anything changes here. Vi, Fizz, Vayne taken away here from Sword. And there is the Gragas ban along with Twitch and Zed.
So Ahri is still up. So this is the third game in a row, fourth game in a row. We're going to leave up Ahri here. And actually it's up for either team to take. Sword have to decide between which solo laner we'd rather grab that champion for. Would we rather grab the Ahri or the Jax for our top lane?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I saw when they first picked Jax in the second game, it didn't really go so well for them. They kind of got counterpicked by their Renekton. I actually would expect to see a very early Renekton pick here. They're hovering over the Thresh, but Renekton has been absolutely like a monster in both the games that he was played, and I definitely would like to see some priority placed on him.
Now, when they did get Thresh, when Sword got Thresh versus Gambit, those were the games that got everyone start to talk about this bottom lane. Frey and Kayn, oh, they're amazing. They crush everybody. It's because Kayn had Thresh and he was making all these plays. So maybe now
we will see that bottom lane actually exert their will on this game and actually have a really early strong pack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's exactly basically what I was talking about. SKT was forced to ban out the Twitch, the Zen, and the Gragas, and that allowed Najin Sword to pick up the threat, which is what they're so comfortable with. SKT taking away the Corki from Prey. We're going to actually be seeing him on a new AD carry for this series in this game, so interesting to see what he's going to pick. And Bengi, of course, going for his signature Lee Sin. Definitely expected that one. He's got it. He's comfortable with it. I'm looking forward to the plays.
I don't think that watch will go with the Aatrox now that Bengi's taken away Lee Sin, so we'll have to see. Probably something more along the lines of Elise. Maybe even that Jarvan. We keep throwing out Jarvan, but we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Elise, Nunu's still up. Nagne hovering over the Jax. Would not be surprised to see that come out. Renekton is still up. Like I was saying, I did expect them to pick it up on this rotation, but I guess they're going to go for that comfort Jax.
All right, and the Elise as well. So Watch going to have those early gank impacts that he's looking for. Talked about him getting a lot of these first bloods initiated when he's on that Elise, and he actually focuses that top lane a lot as well. So him going to look to get that Jax going early could probably be the early layout here for the Sword team. Meanwhile, a Renekton and Lee Sin is pretty beast. If you meet up a 2 versus 2, which side would you rather be on here?
I'd probably say the Renekton and Lee Sin.
Yeah.
It's very potent, a lot of kill potential. Prey is actually hovering over Ezreal, a very safe AD carry for this purpose. He really does not want to die in that 2v2 skirmish versus the top laner and the jungler. In the game that they dropped, him and Kane got double killed, which was huge in securing that loss. So right here, I think they may just go for that safe Ezreal pick when Corki is banned out and just hope to carry through the laning phase, allow Jax to reach that late game potential where he starts to shine, where he starts to overtake Renekton, make it through that early game, and really just hit their sweet spot where they can take this game home.
I think the last one is the interesting one though here, right? I mean, the mid laner, Nagne, what's he going to go for? The Ahri was left open. SKT leaving their mid lane until last here, so it's all about Faker and what he really wants to go up against this Ahri with.
It's pretty interesting because this was the original champion that everyone thought was Nagne's main. But with him performing so well on Gragas, they actually switched it up, banned that one out. And I have to say again about that Ezreal that you were talking about, I really like him for the late game too because we've seen how beefy Renektons have been getting, and he can kite back pretty easily with Renekton. As well, he can skirt around the outside of Zyra's Stranglethorn, so it's always nice to have a very, very mobile AD carry. And pairing that with a mobile mid laner, I think there's a lot of versatility in this Sword lineup.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very hard for SKT to reach that Ezreal. He's going to just be able to E back, flash back consistently. Orianna's not going to be able to get a good ultimate off and just secure kills on him. I'm really excited to see Nagne on his Ahri. He's been playing really well in the Gragas, and like I was saying, they drew out those bans. They may have gone in the comp they were looking for after all in the first place, so this may be the strategy they had in their back pocket.
Playing safe at this point of the day, and it's always hard to call, I think, when you're at game point, you've got 2 more games to play. Do you play something a bit more risky and try and throw SKT off here, or do you go the safe option? I think this is a pretty safe, comfortable lineup overall for them to be going into game 4 with. And as I said, they got 2 chances to win this game against SKT.
And SKT, with the Orianna and with the Renekton, their set of champions that they're rolling with here seems to be a little bit more team fight oriented and more focused on that early dragon, whereas Sword would be happy with having just lanes win and then spreading out the mid game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jax is going to be coming huge late game if he can make it there to split push. Ahri is just going to be a beast with the Elise. The skirmish potential is huge. They're going to be able to look for those picks. If Ezreal indeed goes for that blue build, he can start sniping people off with those Qs, get the slow, and then look for picks with the Ahri charm or the Thresh hook. So that could be a strategy that they're going to look to employ.
Well, thanks a lot, Voivoy, for joining us again. We may see you between the next game if Sword, of course, drop this game and SKT bring us back to a game 5. But we're going to be jumping into game. It's game number 4. Najin Black Sword leading this best-of-5 series at 2-1. That's game point. A win here will put them through to play the winner of Fnatic and Royal Club in the championship match.
And while it's very early on to remind viewers, remember when Watch was playing Elise and Faker was playing Orianna a couple games back, I believe Watch dodged 4 out of 4 of Faker's shockwaves, if my counting was correct. So we'll see if Watch's reflexes has degraded over the course of the series, and if he can continue to avoid that immense damage on Faker. Right now, Sword are grouping up as a 5-man, going for this very deep invade. They didn't do it in game 3. It's the only game they haven't gone for those super deep wards, and they're doing it again now in the 4th game.
So Sword started this level 1 off by waiting by the mid lane there, hoping someone would come into a bad situation and check it. But since nobody did, they actually end up going for the very deep ward so they can call the lanes once again. Just too bad, though. Impact has already passed where that ward was placed. So if he wants to stay top lane, there will be no information gained from Sword's very deep ward.
Same happened over the other side there for SKT, getting in on towards the red buff. You can see that Sword actually pinging down onto that red buff ward, and the one just above it there in the brush as well. Meanwhile, Piglet is waiting off in the tri-bush here with Bengi. Also going to have Mandu coming in there as well. They're going to go for this one.
The late invade. This is going to be very interesting because both junglers have smite, and Watch runs right into him.
Oh, he's going to go down. This is so close. He's still alive. Gets into Spiderful. Bengi gets taken out for first blood. Prey goes huge.
Cade with that hook at the last second, and then the reflexes from all members of Sword. Expression also using his flash ignite and stun instantly to chain it and grab them that first blood.
Absolutely incredible start here for Najin Sword. Let's have a look at that one again.
Let's probably watch this slow, because initially Watch gets chunked down. Right after Bengi does the second activation of Q, Watch flashes away. So he knows that Bengi can't follow him any longer, and that brings him right into Kane's hook.
And it's Prey that gets the first blood as well. That couldn't have gone any better for this 2v2 lane down on the bottom side. They are going to be going head-to-head from that one. Dream start to game 4 here for Najin Black Sword, who are on game point, who are on championship game point here, essentially.
We also talked about how important the jungle presence has been top lane. This is a huge jungle lead for Watch. He already has both buffs, and he's heading up there already. The small thing that's good for SKT here is that there's no flash on Jax.
Oh, we'll see if this works out for them. Watch, level 3 with the buffs. Does get the poison down, does not actually even throw out that cocoon. His impact was quick enough to get away with that slice and dice. And Prey and Kane now returning to lane. They haven't spent that first blood gold, so even though Prey secured it, he hasn't shown it or got an itemization advantage at this stage.
And something about that gang top. Never mind, there's a hook.
What a hook as well. Piglet here having to Valkyrie away already. Mandu is going to stick around. There's a barrier used by Prey. He's going to go in. Piglet will use the barrier. Mandu now chasing down. Trying to get the finisher. It's still alive. Prey, don't come back in. The plant was waiting for him. And in the end, Prey walking up to the side. Kane survives. And SKT coming out with the most health. Here comes the Lee Sin. Flash over. He's missed the Q. And Prey will walk away from it. Incredible stuff.
What a dodge right there. Wow, the Lee Sin blasting his flash off as well. At least they are able to run them off the turret, so it's going to be turret damage. But watch, since they see Lee Sin bottom, he's going to answer.
Yeah, but look at the CS now. Their Piglet's built up 24 to 10. Even with that first blood, the Prey is losing out on so much XP and so many lost hits. We do see in the top lane, Watch is now coming in behind Impact.
This time, he needs to get better positioning, because last time there was no ward and he came through the bush.
Oh, Cocoon goes through, but the slice will bring him to safety. Is Watch going to keep going? He's at least going to put down some damage onto him. Can't quite see him there in
That's
rush.
a bluff. So what I was going to say about the positioning, though, when he knows that there's no ward from Impact up top, he doesn't have to walk through that small bush that's not all the way behind him. He can come straight through the river, knowing that there's no ward, and get a really nice positioning all the way behind Impact and cut off his exit.
So Faker here in this mid lane putting down some good pressure on towards Nagne, who's pretty much out of mana right now. Sorry, not quite taking the beating I think that Faker would have hoped for, but he'll be happy if he can bully Nagne away from some CS right now. Already built himself up somewhat of a lead, but look at this, the Spider coming to middle again.
Well, see if we can get the cocoon down. Faker flashes. I think the cocoon missed anyway.
Yeah.
So flash blown, Watch will be happy with that one.
And that's right before Nagne is going to hit level 6. So once Aura has 6, Faker's going to have to play pretty defensively here.
And we can see that Nagne's actually gone home from this as well, picking himself up 2 Doran's rings, going to give him more, and he comes back into this lane. Might be a good time for Faker to get back as the hook going to land onto Mandu here, down in that bottom lane, but Piglet going to dive in there. Kane, Julie going to fall from this one. Piglet picks up that kill. Prey tries to get the kill. It's not got him though. Prey going super low, and he will fall. Piglet picks up the double.
I know our analyst desk is going to have something to say about that bottom lane mechanics, because Prey missed a couple shots there and then didn't even finish off the support trade.
I also think he stopped to auto-attack a minion during the course of that. Might have been an attack move posture from him. We'll have to see what the analyst desk says about that one.
So, top lane, which has been a bit more of a face-bashing competition. We've seen Watch, of course, visit it twice now with no success. Meanwhile, Bengi now coming through in towards this mid lane. Should mention that Nagne hasn't hit that level 6 mark just yet at this point. He's still waiting on that one. Faker has hit 6 though, so that shockwave gonna be available for SKT.
Well, we'll see if we can make it work for him. Nagne, this wave is very, very overextended. Doesn't manage to connect with a charm, so unable to follow up with more damage. We're seeing this Renekton versus Jax matchup, and I recall Voyboy talking about it, saying how Renekton wins early on. We do see that expression about 13 CS behind, and there's also a similar number in that bottom lane as Prey has yet to recover from that early dive. I almost feel like Kane has baited him and Prey into those dives because he's landing phenomenal hooks, but you don't always follow up on a hook that lands, and I think Prey and Kane have to be a little more cautious with their engages.
They might be reconsidering how they use that first blood money. Prey was the one who got that extra very, very big lead and didn't make very good use of it. Meanwhile, we just saw down bottom, Kane had just used his Dark Passage to grab some souls, and so that's why they didn't go for that gank right there. No Dark Passage for the gank.
Oh, Bengi here being caught by the charm. What? Decides not to go in for it. There's Expression in the top lane. Will get the stun down onto Impact, then go away. Another hook landing here up towards Piglet. But look at the damage of Valkyrie in. The playback will keep Kane alive for now. Prey that's actually playing offensive on this one, trying to keep them from pushing around. But again, the hook landed, but not really helping Sword.
Yeah, good call by Kane to not dive in for that one. Manages to keep himself alive. You can see that Expression has been pushed off the tower by Impact in the top lane. And Impact coming to help out Bengi and Faker on this blue buff steal. They secure that one uncontested. And Najin's Sword falling further behind. 1,300 gold at the 8-minute mark.
That's why Renekton's such a big pick between these two. He's able to push off Expression from the turret, and then they steal away the blue buff, effectively not turning that win in the top lane into a win for the mid lane.
So we'll see whether that blue buff is kept over for Faker here, or whether Bengi will just take that one away for himself for that extra cooldown. We'll see about that one. It actually looks like Faker is going to be coming over, but it'll go to Bengi. I think Faker thought he was getting that one, you know, he was headed over there. But in his top lane, Expression and Impact going head-to-head once again. Actually, Ultimate being used here by Impact. Busts down the stun on towards Expression, and half of his health disappears like that. Meanwhile, SKT are doing Dragon.
Oh, they should be able to pick this one up. Nobody from Sword in position to contest. Another early control Dragon secured here by SKT, the first in the 4th game of the series.
And that's why Bengi has this jungle style that he plays where he ganks for the pressure in lane. He just pulled off that mid gank in the middle, and even though they didn't kill Nagne, they forced him to use his Spirit Rush and back, which eventually turns into an objective for them. They grab the dragon on top of it.
Yeah, it's going to allow the rest of his lanes to snowball even further. Expression jumps in, loses off on this trade. He's going to manage to get the counter-strike down. Now Impact re-engages. That's Expression throwing down his ultimate. He's really not trading evenly. He's now 33 CS behind. Watch does have red buff available, sitting just outside of sight. But Impact isn't going to take the bait. He isn't going to dive past the tower. Kane, I think, was just trying to get a last hit there. We do see Piglet. He's gone forward. That's a flash burn from Kane. Very, very scared of the damage that Piglet can put down.
Yeah, interesting choice there, I think, to flash away from it. He just used that Valkyrie. Would be a lot to commit there, I think, for Piglet, who didn't really know how far up that lane Prey would have been at that stage. So Either way, we'll see if it costs them later on in the game, as there is a shockwave used by Faker on towards Nagne, and he's going very, very low from that one. Meanwhile, Prey down in this bottom lane. He's been sandwiched between the two. There's a flash over from Piglet, who manages to get the kill.
Again, this bottom lane, Piglet and Pumandu just dominating all by themselves. This is going to snowball pretty hard, as every single lane for SKT is winning.
Take a look at this. Watch now coming in. They managed to get the cocoon. Nagne's going to use that spur rush to get away. Does actually come right back into the fight. The Wolves are trying to pick up the kill. We do see Expression's got one, as now Watch flashes away. I believe it was the Ignite that picked up that one on Faker. Expression has a blue buff. He's looking for a Counter-Strike leap. Faker's going to get the movement speed.
Oh,
the hook from Kane. Faker's going to get dropped. Expression with a double kill. He's back in.
What a roam there from Kane, coming in at the perfect time. The off-screen hook, catching Faker off guard, and allowing them to answer. They need every single one of these kills that they're getting.
Man, let's have a look at that one again. I mean, really caught out there, not expecting, I think, the fact that Bengi was coming when he did.
Yeah, and then Nagne being chunked down before this even happened meant that right now he's running for his life from the Wolves. And Watch, just too close to Faker. Even though he flashes away, Faker still gets the kill, so that's a huge win. But here's the off-screen hook. That's beautiful, coming in from Kane from the side, and they are finally able to grab that kill.
So this bottom lane, been a bit of a thorn in the side of Sword. I didn't think I was going to be saying that after we saw the first blood going over to Prey, I must say. And at this stage, that turret less than half HP. Still a few minions in there as well to help things out. You can see Piglet just chunking in there as Bengi. What a move around the back here. Shockwave actually going to pull him in. Nagne here in all kinds of troubles. He lands a charm. Can they get across? Flash from Bengi. Lands the Q. There's the kill from Faker.
Steady with that Sonic wave right there. Bengi does land it after flashing, and he's able to finish off that kill. Really good job ganking again before the Spirit rushes back up.
Trading some damage back and forth there. Prey and Kane doing the best they can to withhold against the onslaught from Piglet. He's sitting with that Sheen as well as the Phage, spamming out those rockets at every opportunity. And you can see Piglet with a 30 CS lead, a kill advantage, and an assist advantage, doing phenomenal in that lane. We also see Impact once again throwing down that dominance, just getting the HP back, applying some ticks of damage, burning through Expression's HP bar. And we see, actually, that's Bengi as well as Pumandu coming around. Kane's been caught out. They pulled Prey backwards. Now Kane is in trouble. He flays Piglet backwards.
He's dead from that one. I'm not sure that Mandu will be in too much trouble here either, but there is Watch coming in. Here comes Bengi as well. He's not quite got that kick available, but he's going to kick the tower down a few times, and this should be the first tower of the game here for SKT. Piglet actually delaying that one a little bit. That might get him caught out. In comes Nagne from the side. He's taking a lot of damage though. Will have to Spirit Rush himself away. Meanwhile, Oriana's trying to move in for the kill.
Well, Prey's doing the best he can to pick up a kill on Mandu, but he's going to get chunked down. Bengi secures another kill for his team. It was actually Pumandu with a double. Those plantlings too strong.
He actually deserves that double. I'm going to say Pumandu earned that because of the snare that he landed onto Nagne when Nagne initiated onto Prey. Support definitely earned those two kills.
Well, let's have a look where that leaves us here, because the lead starting to get a little bit out of control. 22.3 thousand gold to 16,000 here for Sword. 8-4 in kills, 2-0 in turrets.
That was a shockwave used on the bottom lane. Nagne's in trouble. Ignite goes down, and even after taking the lantern, he basically face plants with Kane, and Faker picks himself up a kill.
That was very weird, I have to say. I feel like Sword are a little bit off their game at this point. This is not the Sword that we saw last game.
When they lose, they seem to be losing very hard. Like every single lane losing, and then that puts so much pressure on Watch that it's very hard for him to turn it around.
As it stands now, SKT 3 towers to 0. They have themselves a nice 7,000 gold lead. We're at the 15-minute mark. Trinity Force is already completed for Piglet. Athene's and Holy Grail, plus a needlessly large rod for Faker. And if you look at Impact in the top lane, he's got the makings of a Sunfire Cape and a Brutalizer. He's feeling so confident with his Renekton that he's even gone for a very early Brutalizer, which we haven't seen from either of the Renekton plays in the previous games.
Oh, this is not good.
No,
Prey
Prey!
getting caught out on top of a ward. Faker gonna walk in, says thank you very much for the free kill. I'm gonna kill his free.
Who says Oriana is not an assassin? He comes in with the blue buff, catches Prey off guard. Top lane's just gonna back off though. No action up top.
Well, we do see Faker now 4-1-1. His Oriana is doing such
Just
great
getting
work.
action up top.
Nagne's caught out, now gets stunned down. Piglet's going to continue to chase. We do see a death sentence going on. Nagne, thanks to the Spirit Rush, is able to survive, but it's not over. Piglet flashes forward. Nagne drops down. Now the rest of SKT are bashing away. They picked up a kill into Watch, and they're going to take the tower as well.
I'm a little bit confused at this point. I mean, it's that there, he wasn't out of reach. You've got a Cork, come Valkyrie in there. You've got champions who have all got flash to finish you off very, very low. He gets caught out once again. We saw that in game number 2 that they lost in that mid lane, if we don't forget that one, where Bengi actually came in with the Lee Sin and he just seemed to be not paying attention. And as you said, they're not just losing, they're losing hard right now.
All right, so this was Impact coming right out of the bush into Nagne. He uses both Spirit Rushes to leave the fight. And then as SKT push up, Watch is standing right there. Nagne came back in to try and land a charm, but Piglet calls him and just goes all in, flashing right over for the kill.
Well, SKT now securing another global objective. Dragon locked up. That's more than 10,000 gold at the 17-minute mark. This is an immense deficit to come back from, and I don't know if Sword can do this.
I feel like SKT plays so well when they get an early upper hand in their lanes. The lane play gives them so much confidence for later that they continually execute these picks and these mid-game plays where they're rotating around the map so well if they get that upper hand in lane. And this is after, by the way, they gave up that first blood before laning phase.
Just want to do a couple of item comparisons here. Look at the mid lane. Phoenix Codex plus 2 Doran's rings against the Death Cap and the Fiend's Unholy Grail for Faker. That's obviously a huge disparity. And then you've got the AD carries. We've got Piglet, who's got his Trinity Force finish, plus a BF sword against Prey, who's not even got the Zeal there to finish up that trifle.
What's really worrying is the CS difference. Like, the kills are pretty big, but kills, the money can be regained through getting bounties. CS difference, you can never regain that.
Well,
and he's just getting 1 versus 1.
He's going to go down here. Impact flashes forward. Cold Meek's not going to be enough. Cocoon comes down. Expression gets away, but he should never really have picked that fight to begin with. Right now, SKT are going to secure their 6th tower of the game as they take that one nonchalantly in the mid lane.
Bit of a masterclass here from SKT. They're certainly showing us how to play once you get ahead, full of confidence, not really slowing down, catching Najin Sword pretty much out every single time that they think they're safe. Meanwhile, they're pushing in on an inhibitory at this point. 18 minutes into this one. Expression, is he going to dive in there to stun up? No, he's not.
This time around, not even ready to surrender here if you're a Sword member. 12,000 gold down, 4 kills to 12. You haven't even touched the towers of SKT. They stay stacked up. You see that Oriana command attack really giving so much zone control here in favor of SKT. The tower is going to get dropped down. True Shot Barrage blows in. But it's sort of started a fight.
Mandu getting caught out, but the Shockwave absolutely destroys them. That's going to be a 2-for-1 for now. Watch trying to finish off Faker, who's still trying to run away. Meanwhile, Nagne trying to escape.
Oh, the charm land!
The charm does land. That will save Nagne's life, but that is not going to be Faker going down. In fact, he turns it around. Oh, he is! Wow, Watch dives in there. Uses the flash to get the kill. SKT actually suffered a little bit more than they expected after what was a great Shockwave opener.
It was a good turn there at the end by Watch, but even though Mandu gets hooked in here, he's able to get down these Strangle Thorns before he dies. It knocks up Watch. The rest of SKT all immediately collapse on Mandu, even just as him getting picked out. This charm being landed does save Nagne, but the same is not true up here for Faker. He flashes that Cocoon. Watch immediately turns around because he has the execution damage. Right when this turret hit lands, Faker gets into range for execute, and they finish him off perfectly.
Command attack just missing, and Watch, once again, he dodged the Shockwave with his repel. His timing on that is really, really good. But look at these 2 glass cannons of Expression and Watch. Other than the Ninja Tabi, that's the only real tanky stats. Yeah, you've got some HP from that Golem item of Watch, but he's got Sork shoes as his boots upgraded. There's nothing else there to allow him to survive in these team fights. SKT got an exposed inhibitor to play with if they want to group up again. It does look like they're putting their attention to the top lane, and once again, another potential blue buff steal.
Well, this one's not going to be given up for free. Sort of hanging around from that one, but they don't actually have vision there as the True Shot Barrage does head over towards Baron rather than towards that blue buff, and Sword gonna have to back away from this one. Not safe though. We see that Zyra and Lee Sin, two champions, can pin you down from over the wall, and Sword have been forced right back into their base on this one. SKT want in him.
Well, they're bashing away on this one. They'll secure this one thanks to the damage that Prey took earlier. Phenomenal coordination here from SKT can allow them to secure the inhibitor. Now with minions in the top lane, they've rolled around, landing the auto attacks. Expression has thrown down his ultimate. He's jumped onto Impact in the back line. Repel comes down, Shockwave whiffs, doesn't catch anyone. Stranglethorns knocks up no one from Sword either. SKT haven't stopped.
Bunch of ult cooldowns being traded right there is actually pretty good for Sword.
Hold them off there as well. Slightly, again, missed cooldowns, a real difference to what we saw in that last one with a great Shockwave, great Stranglethorns coming down. This time, though, Sword hold them off. Let's not forget, we're only at the 21-minute point of this game right now. There's a 14,000 gold lead currently for SKT. It's still pretty dire for Sword, but they're holding on, showing some great character here.
Super minions are now on the steps of the base for Sword, which means SKT should decide to engage. Kane gets caught out. He's melted by the damage, and that's just such great. True Shot Rush trying to clear out the wave. The rest of SKT, Dominus is down. They've engaged.
They're going on towards what will be absolutely taken down from the map from that one. Nagne and especially are trying to run back from things underneath the tower. Maybe not the safest. Mando actually going in there, gets the kill onto Expression, and that is going to be another in-game. They've got super minions coming in. Have they got enough help to finish off? There's the kill onto Prey. It's now Kane and Nagne to hold on to the game. Nagne's the target. The kick there from Bengi. Baker dies underneath the fountain. He'll pay the price of life from that one. But with the Corki still alive, they might be able to do it here.
Well, they're going to do the best they can. It's not a lot of defense here from Sword. This is going to be game 4 going to SKT. They've got one Nexus turret and decide to back away. Those death timers not particularly high right now as we are only 23 minutes into the game. And here's a replay of that fight.
Oh, the impact right there. The rocket hitting at the exact same time. Just blowing him up. And after that turret down, even though they don't have ultimates, SKT can run over this. They've got the man advantage. They've already got Ezreal extremely low, so they can just run into the base.
Well, there is the victory. And it's going to be a bit of a surrender there coming in at the end. And, well, it's not really that much of a surprise. That's an insurmountable comeback, I think, on the table there. SKT were likely to never take their feet off the gas pedal, I think, from that one. So that leaves us at 2-2 now. We're going to go into the last game. It's anyone's.
Man, when SKT win, they really win. That was extremely fast. And their support, Zyra, had more kills than anyone on Sword had.
That's a little cold. That's a little cold. The one thing I'd like to highlight about the series we've seen so far is something Freak touched on right at the beginning of the day, was that we haven't seen SKT play from behind and winning games all that often. And it seems when they stay even with Sword have the caliber and the ability to close the game out. And every single time Sword have not lost the lane, they've been able to do better rotations, arguably, than SKT, that has allowed them to pick up their 2 victories.
The laning phase definitely really important in this matchup. Whichever team starts to get ahead early seems to be able to finish.
Well, we'll be finding out about that one in just a little while here as we move into Game 5. But for now, we of course have to send it over to Riv and the analysts for their take on SKT's clutch Game 4 win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And coming into that one, I think, you know, Kobe said it right at the end there, is that both of these teams take hold when they get the chance. And that's the coolest thing to see. We see a lot of teams when they're ahead, they kind of, you know, halter a little bit and they don't get themselves into the win. But these guys, even straight from picks and bans, and we'll start with Monty, go for the win right out of the gate.
Some things I noticed in the picks and bans phase here. Well, when we saw SKT on the red side in Game 2, they decided to ban that Shen. And we know from the interview earlier, and just from the fact that we haven't seen Sword in a while, SK Telecom said, we don't really have a good read on Najin Sword. And so they prioritized that Shen pick very heavily, but Najin Sword was so adept at countering it. And then by the other side of that, they banned it. They used a ban on it. And then in this game, there was no ban, and it wasn't even taken by Sword at all. So I think they had a bad read, thought that there was going to be very high priority, and instead it turned out not to be that way at all. And that really opens up their game. The other thing that's interesting here is that SK Telecom picked Corki in their first rotation. Now, this is a team that usually lets AD carries fall down the picking order, and Piglet kind of gets the scraps, what's left over. And I think this is a really big respect to both Prey and the power of Corki right now, that they went so aggressive on this particular pick in the pick and ban phase.
And I think it actually speaks to a really good adaptation by SKT as well. You talked about how it takes them a game or two to warm up, and they start to understand their opponents better. And one thing I've noticed from this series is basically counterpicking the top lane. Every top laner who's picked second has won his matchup, right? Game 1, Jax against Shen. Domination there. Forgetting the name, by Expression. And then here, right, you talked about the read on Shen and whatnot, letting the champion go through. Expression blind picks the Jax and says, all right, Impact, bring whatever you want against me in lane. Impact shows up with Renekton, beats him soundly in the 1v1 and says, haha, I can beat you here. And then in the mid lane as well. Ahri shows up first, and you let Faker counterpick with Orianna, at least what he perceives to be the counterpick there, and lo and behold, Faker wins the lane again. And so suddenly you have the team saying, wait, if we pick ours later, we can get a good matchup and win out here, and I think that's a new adaptation as well by SKT.
Yeah, it seems that when SKT, even though Bengi got first blooded here, and he was 2 buffs behind, like Watch had finished his entire jungle path before he even started. Bengi's so good on Lee Sin that he can pull his team together and like make the plays happen. And also I want to point out, Ahri's 0-3 so far this series, and Renekton's 2-0. It seems like people have the answer to Ahri, and for some reason people just don't have the answer to Renekton. That's just like, he's just such a strong laner. I don't think like, between these two extremely skilled players, the person who wins lane is just going to snowball and have more game impact.
In Crepo, you know, someone that was or not in your eyes, but really on your mind this time was Piglet. Coming back into this one.
Yeah, Piglet definitely played really, really well. He turned those bot lane fights around. The first time Kane actually went in with a good hook, Piglet actually managed to survive. But later on, they fought 2 against 2, and they actually won that trade super hard. And then Piglet started carrying the bot lane, and that allowed SKT to really grab hold of the game. At the same time, on top, Watch from Sword ganked twice. Renekton Impact dodged that twice. Managed to get Bengi back into the game. Bengi actually started on 1 buff, as DoubleF pointed out, and Sword had 3 buffs. But by the second buff rotation, it was the total other way around. SKT invaded blue buff, managed to secure 3 buffs for themselves, while Sword stuck on 1. So it's really incredible to see how a team can go from so far behind to so far ahead in such a short time span.
And I really want SKT to win this series because I feel like when Sword wins, it's a struggle. Like they have to really like work for that win. It takes a long time.
Why do you say it's a struggle? Where are they falling behind?
They just don't beat SKT as convincingly as vice versa. When SKT wins against Sword, it's a stomp. It's just a complete crush. You know what's going to happen when the 4K gold lead, you know, that happens. And then when Sword gets a 4K gold lead, it's like there's these close team fights Faker does, like things Faker does, and it's just a big struggle, especially in team fights, just closing out the game. It takes forever.
And I think you're right about that. Faker doing things that Faker does has been a big part of when he's actually allowed to make plays. And here it's interesting because it took me a while to realize why he's good at Orianna. Because she's not traditionally the same kind of playmaker as Ahri. It's a departure in a way of a Faker champion. But what he's done really with this series is comboed with Bengi. He's used Lee Sin as ball delivery and shockwaved and set up kills and whatnot. And then after kind of a bit of a lead would roam down and sort of gank with his team, would show up to 3v3s or 3v2s and make plays from there. And that's what's really opened the doors here with his Orianna, is he's showing up with his team fighting incredibly well and getting ahead. And on top of the fact that their duo lane is snowballing, that they're winning the 2v2 matchups time and again, it actually works really well. He can just show up with his team and make plays.
At the same time, you got to hand it to Pumandu. He had a rough 3 games first, and then he got caught a lot. Now he shows up in Zyra. There's a typical Crepo 4-1-6. Steals half the kills.
Well,
carries a little harder than the typical Crepo, though. But yeah, no, I really liked what he did. He kept going into those trades. He wasn't afraid of dying, afraid of getting caught. He just played the game as if it was a new game, and that's really important when you play these games. Just start fresh all over. Forget what happened in the earlier games, and yeah, Piglet and Pumandu played really solid this game.
Final thoughts, DoubleF.
Yeah, one thing I like about SKT is they don't fall victim to tilt. When Faker has a bad game, the next game he's like, okay, this is a fresh game, I'm going to play well. When Pumandu gets caught a million times, he's still not afraid to play aggressive. He doesn't get tilted and discouraged. He plays the way that he plays, and he's just confident that he's practiced this way.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we have to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it's the exciting conclusion of this epic battle between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. The next team to take down a Nexus will win a trip to the Staples Center and a shot at the Summoners Cup. Why would you even think about touching that browser?
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, and for SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword, Worlds is on the line. The winner of this game will become the first team to qualify for the Season 3 World Final and a spot on that stage at the Staples Center.
Yeah, there's so much on the line, and in that previous game, it was such a master class and calculated victory from SKT. It was a 22-minute win, and you got to call a horse. They stomped Sword in every single lane and in every single team fight.
They really did win every single lane. We've been looking at that matchup between Faker and Nagne all night, and this is the first time that Nagne didn't get Gragas, and he fell off a little bit. Faker had his best game of the series on that Orianna, you know, even assassinating people with her, finding prey in that bush down bottom. Also got to talk about that bottom lane a little bit, because Piglet and Pumandu, they've been performing very well. Everyone was talking about Prey and K coming into this, but remember, you know, Tabe, who's on Royal and is paired up with Uzi, who everyone's considering the best AD carry in the world, was talking about how good Piglet and Pumandu are, so you can't count them out either.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think for the games that SKT has won, they've pretty much gone down a pretty predictable path. They've taken away that Renekton, who has been huge throughout the series. Every game Renekton has been picked, he's just been able to come out strong and win. Faker has been going for that Orianna. Both the games they've picked up versus Najin Sword so far, he picked up the Orianna, just had consistent play across the board. So when they have consistent play in both their solo lanes, they just pick safe lanes, Renekton and Orianna, and they can rely on their bot lane to just carry them through. Prey and Kane are just kind of underperforming a little bit right now, and they're taking advantage of that to the highest degree possible.
So here we go then, champion select for game number 5, the final match between these two teams, and we can see Twitch, Gragas again, and Corki taken out by SKT. Currently, Zed and Vi, there's the Fizz as well, taken away from Sword.
So obviously, SKT still concerned about that bottom lane. They feel like if they can get Prey and Kane kind of on tilt and keep them off of the comfort champions, then they can continue to take advantage of that lane. Meanwhile, they still have to ban out that Gragas from Nagne, because he was making game-changing plays.
Yeah, for sure. Twitch and Corki taken away from Prey. I was not very impressed by his Ezreal. He was looking a little bit shaky, so I'm really interested to see what they're going to choose for this game. They take away the Lee Sin immediately. Bengi has been playing every time you give him Lee Sin, they've been able to win the game, so he's just taking that with confidence, looking to make plays.
So the lock-in of the Shen was pretty unexpected from Sword, because everyone's been talking about how they've been foregoing that champion, and they've sort of left it up. They even left it up for SKT as sort of bait here. But the early top lane lock-in for Expression on that Shen means that now the opportunity is there for Impact to counter it. You know, could he pull out something like a Jax? He does play some carry top laners himself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Impact can play Jax, he can play Singe. There's a lot on the table that he will choose to pull through. Faker, again, picking up the Orianna as predicted. They just want a safe mid lane. They know that Nagne does not play Orianna, so they can basically just let that go through rotations. Orianna, really strong pick, and he just picks it up every time. Hovering over the Akali, I would be so happy to see that, but I'm not sure if that's going to be what's going to be picked here.
He could return back to his Ahri that he's so comfortable with, but it looks like they don't want to do that. They're sifting around. It almost feels like he's trying to get ideas. He's looking for inspiration right now. What can I go up against Faker with?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot on the table. We haven't seen much out of him besides for his Gragas. His Ahri play was quite good, but a little bit lackluster in the last game. He's got really anything on the table. We did see SKT pick up that Ezreal. So right now, Prey is put in a little bit of a situation. He may go for that Vayne. We've seen Piglet use that to great success in the past 2 games. So let's see if they're going to try to take that away from them as well.
Now, locking in the Nocturne, that's not a mid lock-in. Oh, they last minute switch it up. Does go with the comfort champion there. Very comfortable on the Ahri, though it's going to be hard going up against Faker's Orianna. I was going to talk about the Nocturne, though. Locking that in from the jungle, that itself puts pressure on mid lane, because him diving in with Ahri, that's a very, very scary gank to try and avoid, even for Orianna. Nocturne coming out at level 6 as soon as he has his ultimate, that's very high kill potential.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the past 2 games, we've seen SKT take home. They've been able to put Orianna mid and just rely on his consistency to clear waves and just keep Nagne at bay. But in this matchup, we have Nocturne and Shen coming out for Najin's Sword, so they have a lot of global pressure. They have a lot of dive potential. They could even make 3-man plays on the mid lane and try to push down that mid turret. Jax has been locked in, so that is actually Expression's signature counterpick to the Shen, and now we are seeing it actually being used against him. So the student may indeed surpass the master here. We'll see how that goes.
This is almost like throwing down that gauntlet in this matchup. Whenever he come back with the exact same but switch champions, have to see if Expression can actually come out ahead this way too, then he gets huge bragging rights up in that top lane.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm really happy to see the Zyra last pick for SKT. Zyra, Ezreal, really strong lane, and against the team comp of Najin Sword, they have Shen and Nocturne and Ahri, 3 champions that are going to be wanting to dive into your backline and just create as much disruption as possible. And the Zyra just being able to throw out her ult, throw out her E is just going to make that very hard for them. I really dislike playing Nocturne into a Zyra team comp because once you ult into their team, the Zyra just throws her ult behind the Nocturne who's initiating it, and it makes it very, very difficult for the team to follow up on the initiation.
Exactly. This SKT team has so much zone control of the battlefield. It's not only that Zyra Stranglethorns, but also Faker's Orianna ults. He's been able to place those really, really well with Bengi. Using that mobile Lee Sin to precisely place the shockwave means that they can control 2 very, very big areas on this battlefield. And that's perfect against a heavy, heavy dive team. I really like what SKT are doing here with their counter picking.
Well, the fact is, if there's ever a time to do it, I suppose it is in Game 5 of the semi-finals here against a team which, honestly, I think a lot of people tipped. We saw the fan vote coming in from lolesports.com. 72% of the vote went over towards SKT, and this game has been 50-50 so far.
All of the analysts, I believe, also chose SKT.
Yeah.
So pretty much everybody voting that way here.
Pretty incredible stuff, and we are going to be getting into our final game here in just a couple of seconds. And well, if your friends aren't watching this one, you should definitely tell them to tune in, because we're going to find out the first team that's going to be heading to the Staples Center in that World Final, which will be happening next Friday here. So, let's get into it. Boy, it's been a pleasure, as per usual, having you here on the desk, and we hope to see you a little bit later on, maybe for some interviews as we move forward.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, nerds. So here we go then, game number 5. It's all down to this one.
You know, I'm going to be looking at that early jungle pressure, though. Lee Sin has an upper hand on Nocturne in the early skirmishes, especially if Bengi's able to work around the spell shield. If you can actually get by without activating that, then Nocturne's early combat effectiveness is greatly diminished.
So here we go then, we're in game. The winner of this match will be going on to the Staples Center. Who's it going to be? Quick shot, I'm not asking you to predict it just yet, because after what we've seen, this could be anyone's.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see how this Nocturne and Caitlyn perform in the matchup, because as it stands, this is the first time we've seen both of them in the semi-final series. It's also the first time we're seeing Impact playing Jax. So a lot of new champions in this this game. Also Expression, first time on Shen in the series. So definitely trading a lot of champions. And for the first time in a while, we also see another defensive start here. Neither team willing to invade. And after SKT gave up first blood in the previous game, you can understand their hesitation here.
I'm not sure really how this one is going to go down at level 1. I mean, Sword, they've done this pretty much every single game, at least tried to get over there for that ward. This time, we see that one's been put down on the ramp from SKT. Sword spotted that one coming in, and SKT are doing something a little funky of their own.
Ooh, yeah, game 5. They're not looking for the super early invades. It's going to be a delayed blue buff invade from SKT. Again, they're looking to contest. This is jungle versus jungle. Could turn into a smite wars here, as both teams are going to have 4 people around the blue buff if they go for this late invade.
So Nagne has just backed off, which would make this a 4 versus 3. We do see the members of SKT moving up into position. Remember, Pumandu does have that grasping roots available. Blue buff has been started off. You can see Sword are backing away. There's no CC down. They've jumped in on Prey.
This could be very, very dangerous. The blue buff only at half health right now as Bengi gets the vision there. They put the wards down. The blue buff has been taken away here by Bengi.
Interesting choice to use his Sonic Wave and Smite combo on the blue buff instead of trying to land that on Watch and burn a Summoner spell or even go for the first blood. Regardless though, SKT going to come out with both blue buffs here as Impact does his best to solo
SKT side.
Another great start to the game here for SKT in the final game of the series. We'll see how the buff control plays into their favor. Impact deciding to recall, gonna heal up and make his way to that top lane. And we are gonna see straight matchups. Prey and Kane gonna have to be a little more careful. They've not hit level 2 yet. Piglet does spike to level 2, lands a couple auto attacks down onto Prey and forces them backwards. Level advantage, and that means lane advantage in favor of SK.
3 minutes in. Such a tense start from this one. Bengi getting those double buffs under control. We saw the other blue on their side of the map going over to Impact, who's going to be facing off 1v1 against Expression with Expression's main here. This is going to be a very interesting lane matchup to watch.
Luckily for Expression, he's hit level 3. He's a level ahead of Impact. There is a massive wave here for Impact to farm up, and luckily for Impact, he's got that blue buff. So all of those empowered strikes going to make CSing under the tower all that much easier. You do see Expression backing away. He doesn't have any wards, so got to play a little bit careful if he does stay overextended. Prey and Kane now sitting on this bottom lane. They're keeping up in CS, but once again, they are pushed defensively back to their tower.
And look at this roam from Expression. He's trying to make a play. Because Jax did not go to lane and went for the blue buff, it frees up Expression to push his lane. He's been spotted by Bengi. Can they set up a counter here?
Also very dangerous. The Q going to land there. Expression will shadow dash off into his jungle. Thought we were going to see a little bit more than that one, but again, no risks here in Game 5.
Yeah, we all got very excited for the Ninja action, but nothing came of it. Impact continues to farm up as Expression is going to roam back to the top lane, but keep an eye on that watch. He's trying to make his way towards that top lane. Stopped off with those double golems as Bengi is counter-jungling that Wraith camp.
Here comes the blind monk. Looking for Nocturne. Oh, that golem barely dies before the Sonic Wave comes through, and it could be a 2 versus 2 situation up top.
Wow, actually, Bengi is still up there. He's going to come around the side, puts a ward down. Watch is going to spot his position. Will we see Nagne try and come around for this one? There's a lot of vision down on that top side of Sword's jungle here from SK Telecom as the hook lands down bottom.
Oh, we do see the damage going down. Kane has been rooted in place. They've traded ignites. That's a flash away from Pumandu as Prey has not left Piglet. Continues to smash away from the back line, but Piglet forced to flash and does get away. No first blood secured just yet. As you can see those red health bars tingling on this bottom lane.
They do have the advantage in summoner spells now, as Mandu had to burn his flash to leave a little bit too far up. But if we return to that top lane, what happened, Jax, he really wants to get to that level 6 point, as Warboy was talking about in the first time these two champions went up against each other, and he's almost there. Expression failed to make anything happen from Jax's blue buff start, and he shoved the lane, went for a failed gank, so now it's going to be Jax's show coming back pretty strong.
This is dangerous as well. Bengi just throwing down that pink ward actually had not really been spotted moving into that brush there as Pumandu stands on top of a trap, and still no first blood going down in that bottom lane. Up in the top, Impact and Expression, they're just going to hit a few chunks out of each other.
You can tell that SKT really want to set up Impact to win that matchup too, because look at the deep warding that Bengi was able to do on his invade. He set up so much vision that Impact can play that matchup aggressively once he does hit that level 6 spike.
And the one thing I also want to highlight about those deep wards, because they are dealing with a jungle Nocturne, you need to be aware of where Nocturne is before that paranoia comes in there. So double duty on those very deep wards there from SKT. We do have a momentary pause here in the final game, and you can feel the tension already.
Meanwhile, the double global gank that's going to come from Sword is not going to be focused at that top lane, because Shen's going to be leaving. They want to use the Stand United comboed with the Paranoia from Nocturne to turn around either bottom or mid lane. So that's really where the pressure is going to be on for SKT.
Where do you think, I mean, where's the most likely target for that one? Faker, we saw in the last game with Orion, shutting him down at this point would be a massive win for them, but the same can be said about that bottom lane as well.
Exactly. I mean, Ezreal's a little bit mobile, so maybe they'll avoid that bottom lane, but we saw the early flash blown from Mandu, so maybe they target the support.
I also feel like there's a bit more calmness out of the Prey Kane combo in this lane. We've seen a couple of hooks connecting already, and only the ones that were advantageous for Prey and Kane were actually followed up. And Prey, this time around on Caitlyn, he doesn't have to be in such short range as we've seen with his Ezreal earlier on. He's sitting further back, relying on those headshots, and hasn't overcommitted to fights.
Yeah, that's something that they had a real problem with, the fact that they almost looked excited every single time a hook would land. They were like, yeah, go for it. Oh, no, that was bad. And this time it's definitely been a little bit different for them. We'll see, though, how it continues to go. We're only 6 minutes into this one. If you just joined us, where have you been? Number one. Number two, it's 2-2, and this is the final game of this best-of-5 series. The winners are going through to the World Final.
Nagne right now moved himself up to this top lane. Bengi is going to be in position to counter gank. Stand United is available from Expression. And here comes Nagne. They managed to taunt up Impact. Nagne uses Spirit Rush in. Second one to get out as they see Bengi. There's one more proc available. The question is Nagne going to use it? I think it's going to time out in just a second. Decides to back away and Impact survives.
Bengi with some epic timing right there. Able to come in and scare Sword off of that turret dive. Impact really got to thank his jungler right now.
Yeah, jumping straight into the back of those minions as well. Always a helpful sign for the Jacks to push back. And look at this, SKT actually turning things around. They're going to be putting some pressure down onto this top turret. Shen is coming back into the lane, but will they be able to put some damage in there? In fact, SKT decide might not be worth it at this point. Let's just have a trip home.
A great pushing there from Impact and Bengi. This allows, makes it a bit more difficult for Expression to try and freeze that lane up. And we see Watch very close to level 6. This camp should give it to him. That is now Paranoia available as Nagne secures the blue buff. And with that Paranoia up and in range of this bottom lane, Pumandu and Piglet are going to be fairly happy that they are pushed against the tower. However, Watch may want to sneak into the bushes.
Najin Sword really want to gank this bottom lane because of the lack of flash on Zyra. If they just go in with the Paranoia and Stand United and kill him, they can rotate that into a dragon. So right now they're making the call for Shen to shove his lane as fast as possible and then get out of vision of Jax.
Well, Nocturne actually headed onto the top side of the jungle here. They've pinged onto that red buff, and because of the fact that Bengi did pressure them so heavily early on in this one, I think they're a little bit scared of that happening again.
Expression right now doing fairly well in that lane. 7 CS advantage, but he does have that Giant's Belt, so going to survive some of the damage that double Doran's Impact is dealing.
I feel like that may have been a missed opportunity for Sword to make a very strong early move in this game. But to be said, they didn't have vision of Lee Sin there, so Bengi could have been in position for a counter gank, and they played a little bit on the safe side.
No, gold pretty much bang even. No first blood, no turrets. We're at 8 minutes and 14 to this one. We've not seen an attempt on Dragon up until now. Very passive play, similar to, I guess, the pace of game 1 in some respects here. Another game in these best of series where you tend to find that a team will play a bit more passively to figure out exactly what their opponents are going to be doing.
And we do see now, once again, these lanes just trading and staying very, very evenly. Najin Sword hanging out, just using Prey and Kane's Dark Passage there to keep Pumandu and Piglet at bay, keep them on the backside. However, if you look towards this top lane, Watch is setting up. He's got Paranoia, and you do see that Impact is in trouble. There's the Paranoia!
They're going in, and Impact is in trouble. He's going to flash away from this one. We'll see if Watch can actually keep a hold of him. He's got that red buff, so Impact is not going anywhere fast here. Flash comes down. Expression picks up the kill, but here comes Nagne. First blood did go over to Expression. There's the start on the Dragon as well.
SKT gonna secure this one without contest here from Najin Sword. The rest of the Sword members sticking in that top lane. We'll see if they want to try focus the tower down.
So they're able to get this dragon, and Najin Sword actually are not pushing on the turret, so that was a pretty big amount of resources spent on a small gank right there. What Watch was trying to do was follow up the flash from Impact with a flash of his own to keep in fear range, but because he was a little bit too slow, it ended up costing Shen his flash, and then also Nagne blew a Spirit Rush there at the end, just for kicks.
I like Faker almost taunting Nagne there as he misses the charm and tries to zone him out of that mid lane. Expression did start to work his way down there, so Faker started to back off. This bottom lane, whilst there's been no kills, there's been a lot of damage exchange, there's been some pretty close moments with the hook from Kane, with those grasping roots from Mando as well.
Yeah, it is staying very even though Praise decided to go for those Berserker's Greaves as opposed to some early damage. But the one thing that is standing out for me is that Faker has a 30 CS advantage over Nagne. Those roams from Nagne's Ahri are just not working out in his favor. can see Watch hanging out on the sidelines, but he's instantly pinged. So SKT are well aware of his position. They are going to be aware of that ward as well. As you can see, there's a pink from SKT, which it looks like Faker's going to go to clear.
Top lane, still. They've had their fair share of jungle interactions here. Impact, of course, going down for that first blood. He has got double Doran's Blade right now, and the workings of that Phage. And, well, Xpecial just trying to keep him at bay underneath his turret as Watch comes up.
There's no ward in the Tri-Bush here for Impact, and he still does not have his flash up. So if Watch is able to go, I don't know why they're waiting for this.
Well, we'll find out in a second. Watch decides to back away. We did see that in the mid lane, Faker was caught by a charm. We actually seen Faker and Bengi roaming to that bottom lane, but K were able to at least avoid any potential gain.
This is also why I thought that Sword were going to focus a lane other than top lane with their Paranoia, because if they gank that top lane, then it opens up for the counter Dragon, and SKT are actually the ones who came out ahead in gold after that.
Faker is just racking up that CS here in mid. He's getting a little bit out of hand at this point. 40 CS close to, and will be here very shortly. Charlie's double Doran's Ring boots of speed for Faker on the other side. Nagne coming back into lane here with that needlessly large rod, plus a couple of Doran's Rings of his own.
Well, Xpecial still trying to hold on in the top lane. We've seen him trading fairly evenly earlier on, but now that Impact has got a couple more levels, has the ability to slam dunk with that ultimate of his. Every third attack, it is hitting hard. There are some attack pings there onto Faker, so Watch may want to lunge himself into this mid lane with Paranoia, but you can see how defensive Faker's playing. He's not running the risk of being caught out. He's playing very safely, happy to farm up, sitting at 10 CS per minute right now, which is quite literally perfect.
Nagne going to be starting off the blue. Going to get some help here from Watch, who's already thrown that smite down. No one really to challenge there. As in this, I say no one's there to challenge. True Shot Barrage comes across. Meanwhile, in this top lane, things could get interesting. Lee Sin is waiting inside of the brush. Xpecial coming one step closer. Bengi's biding his time.
Well, we'll see if he steps over the edge. As you can see, Bengi does have the ability to kick back. The stun is going to come down. It's going to lock Xpecial in place. They jumped onto him. The kick goes out after the taunt, and Xpecial gets out thanks to the aid of Bengi's Dragon Rage.
Great little bit of timing right there, and that is going to foil this top lane gank. Now it's open to counter here from Watch as he comes into Paranoia range.
Well, let's see what he can do. He's waiting on that turret right now. Impact less than half health, but he's already hit the recall. And he's going to be getting out of there before Watch can have anything to say in that top lane. And he himself falling a little bit behind this Shen in terms of the CS, probably just from that kill and the time that he had out the lane.
Nagne once again trying to just even up the CS. He's still 40 behind, 35, 40 CS behind Faker. Even though he's got that needlessly large rod, he hasn't necessarily been a kill threat to SKT. You've seen him roaming twice. First gank failed, second time, Impact was dead by time Nagne got there. And he's really going to need to try and find some kills to make up this massive CS deficit. Praying Kane once again in this bottom lane trading damage. Now we see with that BF sword and longsword, Prey's got significantly more on-hit damage, but is less reliant on spells, which is where of course Ezreal is going to excel.
This is one of those games that stays quiet for a good while and then all of a sudden just explodes with action.
Part of that reason is that Bengi over here on Lee Sin does not have a lot of good lanes to go gank. That's also why he's built that Majid's Razor, so he can try and catch up in jungle farm and clear the jungle a bit faster. Because if he goes at any lane that's not Shen's lane, then Shen will join with Stand United, and any gank that he does pull off has the opportunity to be counter ganked from a long distance away by Nocturne.
While we're talking about Nocturne, he's picked himself up the Elder Lizard. So very aggressive itemization there on that one. I also want to quickly remind you guys of how this series has played out. In games 1 and 3, where Najin Sword were even with SKT, they ended up winning the game. They ended up rotating particularly well and controlling that mid game, and we'll have to see if they can have the same decision making. They are down a dragon though, which is respawning in 20 seconds, and we'll see who decides to go for it. Watch is once again top lane, so if Impact gets taken out, SKT may just say, hey, we'll happily take dragon again.
Another thing we should point out that red side so far has been the lucky side for all of these teams. We are going to see Kane landing the hook here on towards Mandu. There's the box. Strangled Thoughts come down. Mandu is going to die. It's Kane that picks up the kill.
That's why Thresh has been banned so much against them. Kane making a play.
Now Impact's in trouble. Paranoia goes out. He manages to leap. Fear Proc stays in distance, and Watch as well as Expression securing it. Now, Bengi and Faker into the mid lane. We do see Stand United comes down. Here comes Expression. The question is, can they stop anything? The tower's been saved. No kill secured yet. Kane looking for the hook. Not going to connect. Faker still alive. Now Najin's in trouble.
He's got the shockwave still alive, and there is the shockwave coming down, but Faker so very low. Expression dies. Faker still alive. Protect comes in. Kane trying to get the kill. Kane does get the kill. Bengi will bring it back though. And again, as I said, it doesn't ever rain, it pours in these games.
From the beginning there, though, Nagne did not have any more charges on Spirit Rush to get in. Yes, Shen Standing Knight's coming in, but it's just Nagne walking at the two targets. And both of these are very mobile targets. Nagne had Flash, so he could have done something which is flash in with the Shen Standing United still on him, thereby Shen gaining distance as well. But man, with two melees basically going in there right on top of Faker, he gets off a great shockwave and gets a little bit close so Kane can answer, but Bengi is the one who comes out the real victor there.
And after all of that, SKT secure themselves another dragon as well. We have seen that towers have been traded at 1 apiece, but Global Gold still in favor of SKT. Piglet has had a lot of alone time with this tower and given it a few love taps, which will cause that to be the second tower of the game and a commanding 3,000 gold lead in favor of SK Telecom T1.
And that stat really interesting there as well. First tower, first dragon of every game in this best of 5 has gone over to SKT. They've been able to win games off that twice and lose twice as well. So who knows how this one's going to all work out in the end. There's a hook coming across. Randu just sidesteps it. But there are 3 men now down here. Gonna be 4 in a second as Nagne comes in as well. Faker is also moving around. This could get very explosive in the bot lane as Bengi gonna get charmed.
Well, we do see Praise landing some auto attacks and that pult over. Faker's made his way in from the back line, still holding a massive CS advantage over Nagne's Ari. Nagne's decided to prioritize that Death by Grasp, but still not sitting on any boots, so gonna take him a long time to reposition in any of these lanes.
We also see a very, very big difference in the junglers builds because Watch, again, going with an offensive build, the Spirit of the Elder Lizard extremely quickly, whereas Bengi opting with a completely defensive build here on Lee Sin. Those Merc Treads will reduce the amount that, or the time that he can be charmed in, but Watch is going to have a much bigger damage output. When he went full offense on Aatrox, it didn't work out. Nocturne is a bit of a different story though, because he's a guaranteed dive, and he's got the defense of Stand United that he can rely on.
So Blue Buff's going over once again to those mid laners. Faker, who's currently 2-1-1, sat a good 40 CS in the lead here. Themes is finished. Needlessly large rod Sawtooth as well in there. Nagne actually putting down pressure on the turret. DFG even there for him as a hook lands onto Mandu.
Paranoia comes in. You see in the background that Piglet is the focus of Watch. Pumandu still alive in the background. He's going to be the first victim as Watch unable to pick up a kill onto Piglet. Now Stand United coming down as the plants are basically killing Prey. But the kill did get secured by Sword, so well played.
Bengi was just getting into position as Lee Sin. He was about to pull off a very nice gank, but Nocturne has the range on him. Nagne, another defensive ult.
Yeah, they saw the shockwave coming out there, and Faker just kind of saunters off of this middle lane. He's like, well, you're not going to fight me again. I'm going to put down some damage onto this inner turret. Meanwhile, Impact with a Jax here almost got that Trinity Force stun. Is going to be hammering on the top lane turret. Bengi trying to hold on to this lane. He's going to get hooked. Where's the fear going to send him? Pretty much perfect there. He's down to less than half HP. Can he escape off from this one? Yes! Just about underneath the turret.
Prey had no mana for Ace in the hole, used the 90 caliber net to get in range, and didn't finish off the kill. So they've traded towers as now Expression is moved to this top lane to defend against Impact, shoving the inner top lane turret. Here's a replay of that bottom lane.
So this is a perfect time to go for the hook because the turret's almost down. Just one more hit and they finish it off. A really good play right there too. Keeps him in range for the fear. That 90 caliber net costing him mana to get off a couple more shots, but as you said, no ace in the hole left.
So 20 minutes, 40 seconds into this one. It's a 2.7, 2.8 thousand gold lead currently for SKT, who have who have lost every single game so far that they've had here on this blue side. So we'll see if this one is the one that changes their fortune a little bit, as Piglet picked up his red buff. Lee Sin actually up by the Baron here with Jax as well. Ward's going down. He's got an Oracle. Needs to be careful though. There's 3 there from Sword.
Yeah, Nagne actually threw out a charm just exploratorily into that bush. Nobody was hanging out, so it didn't work out for him. But once again, Nagne now has his boots, got those Sorcerer Shoes completed, still sitting 60 CS behind Faker. Faker with a Death Cap and an Athene's. That is a very scary Orianna at the 21-minute mark.
SKT are really scary right now. They're definitely ahead, but Sword have a great team for picking people off. If they could gain control of the vision, then they can actually pull a turnaround here. Good charm over the wall, but the turret's already dead.
They got the turret. Piglet got hooked, but Kane, wisely, I think, not following on from that one. Ultimates are available across the board as well, so we could see that fight kicking off. In the end, SKT back away, happy with the turret that they've taken.
Yeah, I think with the exception of Stand United, that was the primary reason not to go in. Expression was still walking into that mid lane and couldn't throw down that massive shield onto Kane or onto Watch if they wanted to dive in for the fight. Sword are still 3,000 gold behind, and they need to find a pick to get some global objectives back in this one. They're falling behind on CS in most, in total. And of course, with those dragons that SKT have had such great control over, Sword are going to have to find a way back in this game. 45 seconds before the dragon respawns, and we'll see who is going to make the first play for that.
That's scary. Jax Thwack is there now with the Trinity Force in there. Twinity Force, that'd be interesting. Headed up towards, again, that inner turret on that top lane as he pushes on straight through. This time it's going to be Prey that comes in to stop him. Piglet's getting as much farm from those golems as he can there. Pretty much the same for Prey up on the top lane as well. We can see that SKT, they've kind of edged into the enemy jungle here now that those 2 turrets are down in mid lane, really looking to get control of it.
Right now, Piglet is sitting on the bottom lane, just pushing this one out. He's actually a little bit behind Prey, but as far as items are concerned, he's got a Trinity Force and almost that Bloodthirster completed, so looking very strong right now.
And it falls on Watch to purchase that Oracle. So the Nocturne going to be even more squishy than before. Sword haven't been timing this dragon very well all game long, and even though they have a Vision Ward on it, it's up to SKT again to take it down uncontested.
3 dragons out of 3 for SKT. All perfect records so far. Let's see what they can make of a play from this one though. Blue buff has been kicked off here by Bengi. Nagne's waiting around the side. Jax coming in from the top side as well. Dangerous position here, but Sword to be contested. They're going to have to give that one up. That's a blue buff going over, stolen away by Faker.
The rest of Sword a little bit split up. You actually seen Prey shoving out that mid lane, and Impact was trying to find a way really to, jump into the game. He's sort of playing that linebacker on the left-hand side. Expression now recalling in this bottom lane as the rest of SKT are starting to stack up and definitely making it clear they want this tower. Expression is still sneaking there. He has been caught out.
Perfect.
Here comes the Paranoia. They've dove in for a fight. Strangleforce knocks up a few. Expression gets out.
Impact going in from this one. True Shot Barrage comes across the side as well as the kick goes through the team. There's a shockwave ripping them down as well, but they've not got the damage to follow through. Kane super low. Baker still trying to get the ball in position as there is Lee Sin diving in. Sword still alive, but all very low.
They managed to pick up a kill on Pumandu, but Sword lose the tower. SKT will be happy with losing 1 and grabbing the objective.
Expression got to start that fight out in the bush and have Piglet walk right next to him though. My goodness, it was a really good Stranglethorns by Mandu to stall that one out and force Sword to actually retreat from that fight using the Thresh Lantern, the Dark Passage to pull Expression back to his team.
So, Prey back into farm mode here. Bloodthirster plus that Zeal. He's moving up towards his Static Shiv at this point. Also got a pickaxe in there as well. Other side, Trinity Force, as I said before, for Piglet, plus that Bloodthirster added in there as well.
Yeah, we actually see Expression securing himself a Phage as his 3rd sort of item. He's got that Spectre's Cowl, got that Sunfire Cape completed, but looking to get some damage in there, arguably to try and deal with Impact as well and try to trade with him a little more evenly, because Impact is getting scarier and scarier. Even though he's only got two deaths to his name, finished Trinity Force, finished Cutlass and a lot of global gold thanks to those towers and dragons.
Baron here cleared out once again by SKT. There's a pink ward there on the front. Faker's going to be taking blue. They've got pink wards in Sword's jungle here as well. They could try and bait them off this.
SKT have been doing a really good job of grouping up by objectives, and they go for the pick on Kane.
Oh, Kane's in trouble. He manages to get the flay down. True Shot Barrage throws across. Now Stand United has been used. Nagne re-engages. A massive shockwave. Throws 3 of them together. The first victim is Watch as the rest of Sword are on the retreat. They're trying to get out. Here comes Impact. He's on to Prey. Prey's still alive as the counter-strike doesn't land. A good charm. Now Piglet's in trouble. He uses the Arcane Shift forward. He secured another kill as Nagne's on the retreat. Nagne gets out. He managed to pick up 1 before Piglet closes it out. Expansion still in trouble.
Still in trouble, and he's the last man up. And this one is Impact going to dive on top of him. There is the ace for SKT. This is at least an inhib here.
That Stand United on top of Nagne was a huge sign on top of his head that said, I'm going to Spirit Rush in towards you guys. And Faker, with a beautiful shockwave, that could be the game-changing play.
They're trying to finish us on a Watch just gets shredded by the damage. The rest of SKT, they're onto the Nexus turrets. They're onto the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, SKT have done it.
This is the victory here. This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be representing Korea at the Staples Center in the World Final after a thrilling best of 5. And well, they've deserved it here. Both teams would have deserved this victory after what's just happened. But it's SKT. Amazing, amazing best of 5.
When they win so quickly. That was one team fight into game over for SKT. I have to say again, that Nagne Spirit Rush was predicted so well by Faker. He knew, Stand United's coming in, they're gonna come right at me. Got a beautiful shockwave, and they easily turned that around.
SKT going 3-2 in the series. As soon as that team fight hit at 26 minutes, they closed the game out. No hesitation at all. The moment the opportunity presented itself, SKT threw everything they had at the team fight and closed it out completely. Phenomenal series. And we went all the way in our first semi-final.
And that's what we hope for the other one as well. We have to be really honest with that one. And I have to give a lot of credit to Sword here because, as you said, all our analysts, you guys at home, 72% of you at least, thought that SKT were going to win this one. They were the heavy, heavy favorites for it, no doubt about that one. But Sword came into this one, beat Gambit, none other than Gambit in the quarterfinals, and they've pushed SKT right to the limit here in the semis as well. They deserve a lot of respect.
Yeah, I definitely think for a lot of people watching, this game seemed a lot cleaner on paper than it actually was in execution. And SKT really had to dig deep to find those wins. The matches or the games that they did win, though, were so convincing.
Really, really interested to see what the analyst has to say about that last fight, because talk about execution. That was pretty much as clean as you can get.
Absolutely perfect there at the end. SKT going on to the final. We're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their take on SKT's semi-final clinching win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as Kobe said, it was kind of just that. As Monty said on the first day of the analyst desk, Faker playmaker, and it really came true, bringing out his Orianna. It wasn't always on the Ahri. You know, Monty, take us away from picks and bans. Coming out of this, it was something we've seen through the past 4 games, but a different result each time.
I mean, I really like the picks and bans here, and I think that Sword maybe made a mistake. They went for that really great dive composition with the Nocturne Shen combination, and it's a comfort pick for Watch, too. He's always been, his most played champion is Nocturne in professional play. And so SK Telecom, though, with Lee Sin, Ezreal, Orianna, Zyra, and Jax, not easy to get into that back line because there's so much disengaged there. And I think we saw that really come into play.
And Double, if your thoughts on Prey throughout this matchup?
Yeah, so 2 things stood out to me this game. One was, I think Prey is actually either on tilt or just not thinking correctly this game because he got camped for the last 4 games, right? Bengi was always bottom side of the map. And so I think what he learned, and he learned wrongly, was that I shouldn't be playing, that's what he's thinking, I shouldn't be playing aggressively because I'm getting camped. So you saw him get bullied around constantly by Piglet, and even though Pumandu died multiple times in lane, Prey had almost no game impact because he's just thinking, I don't want to die, I don't want to get camped by Bengi anymore, and that's the wrong way to approach the game.
Crepo, that's where your thoughts take you, is right to the jungle on Bengi.
I just want to point out how much of a key factor Bengi is in their play. We always said, hey, SKT doesn't play too well when they're behind, and they play really well when they're ahead. It's because Bengi's playstyle is all around vision. The guy backs and buys 3 wards and a pink wards. I don't even buy that many wards. He just goes around, literally, he just goes around wards the entire map. He fell behind in 2 levels behind Watch, but he still managed to get a lot of utility out, a lot of pressure, and he just allows Faker to constantly farm up those races.
And I think the reason that Bengi does that is because SKT does the best team I've ever seen with momentum. Like you saw at the very end, they just team fought. Okay, we have the momentum. Go, 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 go. End the game. Literally just end the game. And you saw it against OMG too. 13-minute inhibitor. Just go, go, go. They just drive momentum so well. And that's why I think Bengi plays that supportive playstyle.
Well, it's also interesting to look at this game, too, because Faker's CS was much higher than we see most Season 3 mids. Taking a look at it, I took some notes. It was about 170 at 15 minutes. It was 232 at 21 and 303 at 27. So Bengi kept feeding him Wraiths and Wolves over and over and over again, and that allowed him to acquire a massive gold lead out of Nagne. They're really putting all their eggs in the Faker basket at that point, right? But then he delivers. Talking about that last team fight, 27 minutes in, he's got an Athene's, a Void Staff, and a Death Cap on Orianna. It pays off when he can land that 3-man Orianna ult with all of that items. That is a maximization of that gold value.
Freak, final thoughts on this amazing best of 5.
I think there was a misplay in the top lane overall in terms of strategy for Najin Sword. They picked the Shen knowing that Jax is open, which is something that Impact has played this tournament, and gave a counter pick away. And then sort of realizing this mismatched matchup, they focused all their effort ganking top lane. Watch, as well as Nagne, came top multiple times to kill off Jax, had no effect, didn't let their actual dive comp dive the bottom lane and get that one ahead and let Prey carry. And so I feel like from the Shen lock-in, from how they played that Shen, I think it was a rough setup there for Sword, and SKT played it better.
All right, guys, you have the predictions for the game today. Congratulations on that. Right now, we're actually going to send it over to Shox, who's hanging out on the main stage with SKT's fantastic mid laner, Faker.
Thank you very much, Riv. Fantastic applause here immediately for Faker. Of course, congratulations, a best-of-5 series, and it went to full 5 games. And at the center of that was, of course, the matchup between you and Nagne. How do you think that played out?
안녕하세요, 페이커 선수. 일단 오전 3승제 4강전 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 경기가 5경기까지 가셨는데 그 나그네 선수와의 매치업에 대해서 잠시 얘기해 주세요.
오늘 나그네 선수가 그렇게 엄청나게 잘하는 선수가 아니라 별로 긴장을 안 했는데 오늘 해보니까 되게 잘하셔서 정말 나그네 선수가 좀 이번 경기에 좀 상대 낮은 팀의 핵이었다고 생각해요.
You know, coming into this game, I was a bit nervous because I knew Nagne was really good, and when I played him, he did show how great he was. I really think he played well, and I think he was the nucleus of the Najin team.
Actually, a very good game by him as well. But in the end, you guys pulled it out. And I got to ask, you know, coming into this, you were really the favorites. Were you surprised that Najin Sword showed this much strength and took 2 games off you?
오늘 경기에서 5경기까지 가셨는데요. 이 토너먼트 들어오실 때 SKT가 제일 우승 후보로 꼽혔잖아요. 5경기까지 가신 거에 대해서 좀 놀라시지 않으셨나요?
전혀 놀라지 않았고요. 오늘 지지 않았던 것만으로도 되게 고맙고요. 일단 5경기까지 갔으니까 그 나진 소드가 정말 강팀이라는 걸 다시 한번 일깨워주는 그런 판이었던 것 같아요.
No, I was not surprised at all. You know, coming into this game, I knew Najin was great, and I think going 5 games just shows how great a team Najin is.
So you guys made it. You're in the final in Staples Center next week. Royal versus Fnatic is up tomorrow. Who of those 2 teams do you want to play and why?
이제 결승전에 진출하게 되셨는데 결승전에 누굴 만나고 싶으신가요? 내일 이제 프나틱이랑 로얄이랑 경기를 하게 되는데요.
일단 저는 로얄이나 프나틱 둘 다 아무나 와도 상관이 없는데 딱히 꼽기도 좀 힘들어요. 이게 그래서 그냥 2 팀 중 아무나 올라와도 상관없을 것 같고 이번에는 결승에 누가 올라올지 거의 생각도 안 하고 이번 경기만 생각해가지고 좀 그 결승전 생각은 별로 안 나요.
Fnatic and Royal are both two great teams, and I really don't have much thoughts on, who I prefer makes it because I was really concerned with tonight's game, so I really haven't had a chance to think much about it.
All right, but enjoy your victory, and we'll see you next week at Staples. Thank you very much. All right, now let's send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a look at the tournament bracket.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And after this exciting night of League, we're one step closer to the Staples Center and the fight for the Summoners Cup. Let's take a look at the tournament bracket as it stands now. SK Telecom T1 takes the first slot in the finals, and they will be joined there by the winner of tomorrow's semifinal series, Royal Club and Fnatic. Now, gentlemen, let's take a look at how the four of you have been doing at choosing the winners here at Worlds so far. Because everyone, including the viewers, all got it right tonight, the standings remain the same with only 2 more days of World Championships action remaining. Congratulations to everyone.
All hail Lord Monte Cristo.
All hail Lord Monte.
So coming up tomorrow here at the Galen Center, it's day 2 of the Season 3 semifinals.
Yeah, China's Royal Club and Europe's Fnatic fight for their spot in the Season 3 finals and a shot at the Summoners Cup. Our coverage begins Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time.
Now let's send it over to Shocks and close out our first night of semifinal action here at the Galen Center.
Thank you very much, Riv. And what an incredible night here at the Galen Center. Congratulations, of course, to our first finalist, SK Telecom T1. Now, as always, if you missed any of the action or you just want to watch it again, go over to lolesports.com to check out all the recaps, videos, the stats, and anything you want. All right, that does it for our first day of semifinal coverage from all of us here at the Galen Center. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in less than 12 hours.
Impact having to flash away, but they're going to go in for this one. Impact's going to go down.
아리 노플. 오케이. 딱 꽂지. 플래시. 오케이. 나이스.
Sword are going to pick up game 1 in the series. From Prey, Impact gets out. That's a second kill for SKT. Benji and Impact over the moon. Like a piglet ripping through Sword here. That's 3 men down. Triple kill. Is he going to be able to pick up 4? Right into the kill. He's not got him though. Prey going super low, and he will